Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are turning our attention to Carlos Dominguez, Carlos Reales Dominguez. It's a trial out of California. Let me just check my audio. Today. All right, audio is okay. It's a trial that happened last year. We covered it last year, and he's got a new trial because the jury found him not guilty on 2 charges, and it was hung on a 3rd. State decided to charge him again. So his new trial is starting this week. So we thought we would give you guys a little deep dive pre-trial prep for today and tomorrow. So get comfortable, settle in, and let's get started. All right, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Hope everybody is doing okay today. Let's see, that's the timeline. I want to start with the players. Let's start with the players, though. All right, let me get my notes because we covered this trial last year. So I have all my notes here. It was a long trial, if you guys remember. It's out of California. It was last May. May 5th of 2025 is when the first trial happened. But before we get started, let me get Super Ball out of my grill because she's being a kitty right now. Come. Stay, okay? Super Ball's being Super Ball right now. Come on, stop it. All right, so welcome in, everybody. Who is with us? We have Ola and Good Vibes Only. Hey, Kimbers, good to see you. Crazy Mary Fitz, good to see you. Horse Welfare, Christine Fortunato, hello, hello. Camilla YT Hazel, good to see you. Denisha, welcome in. Jenny G, hello, hello, good to see you. Iowa Backyard Cam, thank you guys for joining us. Barry, good to see you. Yeah, it's still morning for us on a Sunday, May 24th. Teresa, good morning to you. Aussie Gardner, hello, hello. Just Shamrock, yes, you did. You went to it in person. Yeah, and Deanna, remember Deanna and Newton was our camera operator. We knew the camera operator was in our chat. I asked him if he was going to cover this, and he said no. He said they weren't going to stream it, but another local channels will. Hey, Pisano, Golden Girl, good to see you guys both. Audrey, good morning to you. Virginia, good to see you. So just Shamrock, if you're going to go again, let us know. Definitely let us know. Send us an email, and if you want to call in afterwards and give us your impression, that would be awesome. All right, so this trial was last May, right? It was last May. The incidents were over the course of 3 days. So you have, I got Davion Murphy, doggone it. All right, that's my bad. That's so my bad. Hold on, let me fix that. I have to fix that. That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. All right, let me fix that. And here we looked at that. We did this last night, so just goes to show you, as much as you want to proofread stuff, it just never There's always going to be something, right? You're always going to find something. All right, let me fix that for you guys. All right. It is not Davion Murphy. It is Carlos. Carlos Reales Dominguez. I am so sorry about that, guys. Let me just fix that for you while we get settled in. This is a Sunday stream, right? This is what you get for Sunday, working on a late Saturday night. All right, hold on. Let me fix this for you guys. All right, he is the defendant. Okay, let's see here. And just give me a second. Doing this on the fly. How old is he right now? How old is Carlos? How old is Carlos Reales Dominguez? I think he's about 20, 22 or something, 23. How old is he now? He's 24 now. He was born in 2002. All right, so he's 24. All right, let's fix that. Hopefully there will be no other typos, and we can get this updated for you guys. All right, let me see here. Let me come back here. There we go. Carlos Reales Dominguez. All right, got that fixed for you. All right. Okay, so this happened over the course of 3 days. So we have our defendant, Carlos Reales Dominguez. He's 24 now. Good vibes. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for your $9.99. You're allowed to make a mistake. Thank you for that. Hey, Kelia, how are you? Good to see you. Audrey, good to see you as well. Just Shamrock, I think they're allowing, jury selection started, I think, last Tuesday or Wednesday. They said, I have notes. I watched the pretrial. I can't remember how many jurors they were selecting. I think, let me check my notes. I really apologize. I feel so unprepared right now, even though I'm really prepared, but let me see if I can find, let's see. I know we watched trial. All right, I thought I took notes. Maybe it'd be hearings. Let me come over hearings. Yeah, I thought I took notes. All right, anyway, I listened to it, and it's jury selection started last week. Jury selection started last week. So thank you, Aaron. Jury selection started last week, and they had 100 jurors. Appreciate that, Aaron. All right, so we've got Carlos Dominguez. He's the defendant. He's 24 now. He was arrested in May of 2023. He's the victims that passed away are David Breaux and Karim Abou Najm, or Najm, I believe. And so David and Kareem unfortunately did not survive, but Kimberly, she was stabbed and she did survive. So this go around, his charges are 2 counts of second degree. So the first go around was first degree. So the first go-around was first degree, and he was pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. The 2 counts, they found him not guilty on the 2 counts, and then the third count of Kimberly, they were hung. They were hung 10-2. So now the state is going for second degree instead of first degree. And then there's one count of attempted on survivor Kimberly. So Carlos Dominguez, a former UC Davis student, is on trial for a series of stabbings that terrorized the Davis, California community in the spring of 2023. Prosecutors allege Dominguez carried out 3 brutal knife attacks over the course of 5 days, taking out 2 men and injuring a woman. That would be Kimberly. The attacks followed the academic dismissal of Dominguez when he was 21 from the university on April 25th, 2023. He then went on to stab the 3 victims April 27th, which was David, April 29th, which was Kareem, and May 1st, which was Kimberly. Dominguez has pled not guilty to the charges. His mental state and state of mind at the time of the attacks are expected to be central issues in this case, as they were in the first go-around as well. On May 3rd, 2023, he was arrested near the scene of one of the attacks after multiple residents reported seeing someone matching his description. He was found carrying a large knife and wearing clothes consistent with the witness accounts, which were he was dressed all in black. He had a shopping bag, and within that shopping bag was a knife that was found. Now, following his arrest, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and was initially deemed incompetent to stand trial. However, about 6 months later or so, he was declared competent. Then, now on June 27th, 2025, a jury found Dominguez not guilty of first degree, and they were hung 10-2 on the second degree charges. So now for trial number 2, if found guilty, Dominguez faces 15 years to life. If found not guilty by reason of insanity, he would be committed to a state mental health facility. And now here's the timeline. So he was born in El Salvador, and we're going to go through some of the opening statements, and we're eventually going to get to his testimony, so we'll hear more about this. But he was born, actually he came over when he was 7, so he was born in 2002. So he came over April of 2009, came to the U.S. He was eventually picked up by a family member in Texas. So he's coming from El Salvador. He was living with his grandmother. His mom and his dad had left, and I think mom settled in Oakland, and I can't quite remember where dad settled. I forget right now. But his grandmother basically puts him in an SUV, and he's an unaccompanied minor. He's traveling. Yes, I guess he made his way through Mexico with a bunch of other people, and he eventually ended up in Texas, went through the whole thing there, and he eventually gets picked up by a family member. I think it might have been his uncle. I'm not sure, but I think it was his uncle that picked him up. So everything's fine. He's playing football. He's writing music. He's going to school. Remember he shot that one video. If you guys watched the first trial, he had a YouTube page. YouTube channel, I should say. So everything's going pretty good for him. Then September 2020, he enrolls and attends UC Davis, and he meets his girlfriend, Kaylee, I should say. And everything's fine, right? And we saw pictures of him. He joined a fraternity, and everything seemed to be just going really, really good for him. But then the next year, the following year, 2021, Kaylee starts to notice changes in his weight and his hygiene. It's also his friends as well. We heard from a couple of his friends, and then also some of his fraternity brothers testified, and they just noticed that something happened. He's talking about seeing things in the wall and seeing shadow figures and all this stuff. So then December 2022, Kaylee stops seeing him, and then his sister Mia, that's when she first notices Carlos just sitting there staring at a wall. Then here are these attacks. So April 25th, he's academically dismissed from the University of California, Davis, where he had been studying biological sciences. So you have he breaks up with his girlfriend. He tries to get back with her a couple times in that time frame, and then most notably, I think right around April. But she's like, "No, I don't want to see you anymore." So then he gets dismissed from school. So then 2 days later, David Breaux, who is known as the Compassion Guy, he was found stabbed to death in Central Park, which is not in New York City. They also have one in Davis as well. So there you see that bench, and we'll explore that further with David. he basically, I think, took off a couple years and he traveled around the country asking people, "What does compassion mean to you? Tell me what compassion means to you." And he wrote a book, and he has a YouTube channel, and there's a lot of news about him. So he was not stabbed on his bench, but he was found on a bench. And then 2 days later, Kareem was attacked. He was going to UC Davis as well. He had just come from an event, and he was biking his way through Sycamore Park. And when we heard Carlos testify, he thought that Kareem was a shadow figure, and he was laughing at him and mocking him, and that's why he attacked Kareem. Then a couple days later, on May 1st, Kimberly, she was 64. She was stabbed through her tent at a homeless encampment near 2nd and L Street, and she took the stand. We heard from her the first time, the first trial. Probably we'll hear from her again. Now here's the arrest. This is the arrest. So May 3rd, he is arrested. Police arrest him near Sycamore Park and said he was carrying a large knife and had injuries on his hands and wrist. Then in June, during a hearing, Dominguez interrupted proceedings and stated, "I want to apologize and want to say I'm guilty and forgive me." So of course, David Hutchinson there is, his attorneys there is like, no, don't, let's do this a proper way. So then July through August, mental health experts testify during his pretrial hearings that he has suffered from schizophrenia and described him as a textbook example of schizophrenia. So then June 27th of last year, jurors acquitted him of first-degree charges and were deadlocked on second-degree charges. So they found him not guilty on the first degrees, the two first degree, and then Kimberly, they were 10-2 deadlocked. And they went back and forth. They deliberated, I think, for a good 2 weeks or something like that. It was a pretty long time. So now the prosecutors are bringing charges back up against him, but they're doing second degree versus first degree. So, all right. Allison, good to see you. Golden Girl, yes, Newton, forgot about him. Yeah, I texted him. We've been texting. He did the Hawaii trial. So I was texting. I think he texted me saying he was doing that. And then I texted him a couple weeks ago asking if he was going to cover this trial. He said no, because he works for Law and Crime. He says no, they're not going to cover it. Because if you remember last year, they covered it for like 3 or 4 days, I think, and then they just stopped. Law and Crime just stopped covering it and sent Newton somewhere else. So he's not going to be covering this. But we watched the pretrial hearing, and there were at least 3 or 4 media outlets that were saying, yes, we want you guys, we want to stream it. And it was ultimately decided, and Aaron posted on that the judge decided that yes, they will stream it. Joe Shamrock, your kids attended you. Oh, they do attend UC Davis. You know the community very well. AWOL, good to see you. Have zero knowledge on this case. Well, get your popcorn, settle in. We're going to be streaming for 2 days, not straight, but we got one stream for you guys today, one stream tomorrow, and then carry over Tuesday morning because this is California, so they're going to be starting at like 12 o'clock our time Eastern, so we'll have a couple hours before then. So we're actually going to do 3 separate deep dives. We're going to look at testimony. We're going to hear opening statements. So, hey, Carol. Franny, good to see you. JPC, welcome in. Brown-eyed girl. All right, so that's pretty much the timeline, right? So it's April, May of 2023. Trial was last year. And there were quite a lot of people that testified. For the state alone, let me see, the state had 58 witnesses. The state had 58 witnesses, and the defense, and that was over 11 days. And then the defense had 32. So you had 58 for the state, 32 for the defense, and then they had a rebuttal. They had 4 people in rebuttal. And it was 23 days. And then it took let's see, 4 days or so. Yeah, 4 days to reach a decision. I thought it was longer. That they took to deliberate. So anyway, it's a long trial. So, and they expect it to be about another 10-week trial. All right. So with all of that, let's get what we do here. As you guys know, we're going to start with the news first. A couple news clips, and then we'll get into testimony. So here's some news clips.
Real relief in the city of Davis tonight after police arrest a man accused of 3 stabbings over the past week, killing 2 people and severely injuring a third. People are hoping that they can finally feel safe.
Now I feel a bit more like free to be able to be outside more often, which is nice.
So tonight, after a week of fear, life is starting to get back to normal in Davis.
But as residents start to feel that relief, there are still a lot of questions about the man police are calling a serial killer who terrorized their city. 21-year-old Carlos Dominguez is set to make his first court appearance tomorrow. Live Copter 3 was overhead yesterday afternoon as police had first approached him. They took him in for questioning yesterday and then arrested him today.
And here's what we know about the suspect. Carlos Dominguez was a third-year UC Davis student majoring in biological sciences until he was kicked out just last week over academic issues. He lived in a house just blocks from where he was taken into custody, also the scene of the second stabbing. Police say that they found a large hunting knife in his backpack that was the same type they believe was used in the first murder. Police say that he should be considered a serial killer.
We have team coverage of the arrest tonight, starting with KCRA 3's Andrea Flores, who has more on the suspect's past.
Golston, Edie, we're getting a very different picture of Carlos Dominguez tonight. 3 years before coming to UC Davis, he was a student at Castlemont High School in Oakland, and tonight we're hearing from his former coach who described someone who was a good student and an athlete.
Great kid, 3.85 GPA. He was involved in all the school activities. He also ran track and participated in other athletics as well.
James Barnes says Dominguez would volunteer for organizations to help improve his college applications and that sports was just a hobby for him. The coach says Dominguez had a full academic scholarship so he could go to UC Davis and become a doctor. He added that Dominguez was never violent.
Nice kid. I mean, never had any issues. Very well respected through his peers, respected adults. We didn't have any academic or any disciplinary issues with him while in school. So I wouldn't see where this would come from.
We should mention Coach Barnes tells KCRA 3 he hadn't talked to Dominguez since 2020, but he says he had through other students that he was doing well. And we should mention at this point, Davis police have not released a motive for the attacks. Golston, Edie, back to you.
All right, Andrea, thank you. And just a few miles away from where Dominguez was taken into custody, police were searching the home where he lived.
And just moments ago, KCRA 3 spoke with neighbors who live across the street from that home, and they say that they had seen the suspect, but they didn't know him, but they are relieved that he was caught.
It feels very nice that, that it's getting wrapped up, and it's also having the FBI team here since last night as well has also made us feel a little bit safer, which is nice.
KCRA 3's Melanie Wingo is live now on Hawthorne Lane and 8th Street. And Melanie, what's it been like out there?
Well, just about an hour and a half ago, investigators wrapped up their work here at the home where Carlos Dominguez was said to have lived. But all day long, this entire neighborhood has been blocked off while those investigators pulled evidence from the home of an accused serial killer. A quiet Davis neighborhood.
It feels really surreal.
Now the site of an intense hours-long search at the home of Carlos Dominguez.
One of our housemates saw men in those white suits. And then she was like, it's our neighbor.
Relief now for neighbors after a week living with a heightened sense of fear and even changing daily routines.
I just bought pepper spray just for this occasion. I like carrying it to my car, just from the door to the street.
Police arresting Dominguez on murder and attempted murder charges in connection to 3 Davis stabbings.
I think I was just in shock. I was like, what? Our neighbor? That's crazy.
Investigators now combing the house where Dominguez lived. Until last week, he attended UC Davis, this neighborhood home to many students and longtime Davis residents.
We've never seen him at all. Like, our paths have not crossed.
That I didn't see him come outside very much. He definitely seemed to be a more reclusive type. Maybe I just also operate at different hours than him.
Shock and disbelief for people who live on this block that authorities traced the suspect back to this home.
It's like especially scary, like especially like leaving campus at night, because like some of us have night classes as well, and like just knowing that like the killer was right next door.
And back out here live earlier today at a news conference, Davis police did confirm that Dominguez had been back to this house over the last week in between those deadly stabbing attacks. And we should also mention that we're still in the very early stages of the investigation. Although their work is wrapped up at this home, they're just at the tip of the iceberg, so to speak, in terms of interviewing witnesses, talking with all kinds of people in the community who might have had contact with Dominguez and connecting the dots as to what might have motivated him to carry out these alleged attacks. Reporting live in Davis tonight, Melanie Wingo, KCRA 3 News.
Yeah, really just getting started in that area, Melanie, thanks. UC Davis students are still reeling, of course, from all of this. The school had canceled its night classes and events because of safety concerns.
That's slowly starting to change now. KCRA 3's Orko Manna is live on campus. He's been talking to students about this arrest. Orko, what are you hearing there?
Well, Edie, most students tell us that they're finally breathing a sigh of relief tonight. I've been in Davis every night this week, and I can tell you today seems to be the first day where the cloud of fear that was hanging over campus is dissipating just a little bit, but it's still disturbing for a lot of those students that the suspect in this string of stabbings is a former student.
This was a student among us. Like, how could that possibly have happened? And it's really surprising.
UC Davis students are in shock after a former student was arrested in connection to a string of brutal stabbings in Davis over the past week. Police believe 21-year-old Carlos Dominguez is responsible for all 3 attacks. One of the victims killed was a UC Davis senior.
That kind of hit close to home.
UC Davis tells KCRA 3 that Dominguez was a biosciences major but was kicked out April 25th. That's just 2 days before the first victim was killed. The university says Dominguez was no longer a student due to academic reasons. With his arrest, many students feel safer.
I just feel like really relieved because, you know, everybody's been kind of on high alert and really anxious kind of walking around campus for a while.
It does make me feel a little better that they at least have somebody that they can like point to and be like, this is probably him, and they have him in custody.
But others are still a little uneasy.
I'm just going to stay wary just because we don't know entirely the full story yet. So until we do, I'm just going to stay on my toes.
Extended safe ride hours will continue for the time being, but night classes, which were moved to virtual only in light of the stabbings, will be back to in-person on Monday. University leaders say it's time to heal.
Going forward, we think that we can resume some sense of normalcy, and that Davis is still a great place to live and to learn, and we'll continue to be.
Students want that too.
I can see it in the community already, the relief on people's faces just walking around right now. There seemed like a weight has been taken off.
The university knows everything that's happened this week has been a lot to process, so they're encouraging students to take advantage of mental health resources and academic assistance programs that are available here on campus. Reporting live from UC Davis tonight, Orko Manna, KCRA 3 News.
Orko, thank you. And in the city of Davis tonight, life is slowly now getting back to normal.
Yeah, many stores in Davis have been closing early over the past week, just concerned about staff and customers, and many residents have been staying inside their homes tonight because of safety concerns. And we had a chance to talk to those today who are starting to feel relieved, including one happy couple that their prom plans are still on.
I definitely intend to spend some time maybe at like a fast food restaurant for funsies, but yeah, we're gonna go to a nicer place beforehand to get cute photos and good dinner.
Me and my roommates and even my girlfriend over here, we were all very anxious, really nervous and whatnot. But I think now that they seem to have caught the guy, so that does kind of put a little bit of ease on everybody.
And Woodstock Pizza says that unless things change, that they plan to go back to normal hours tomorrow. You can get the latest on this case and other top stories on our KCRA 3 app.
All right, I wanted to, before we go on, I want to show you, let's take a look at where where this is. All right, we'll get an idea of where this is for those that are not familiar with it. So this is in Northern California. So this is on the west coast of the United States. So just to kind of geolocate yourself. All right, so there's the U.S. and it's up by Sacramento. So you got San Francisco there. Of course, L.A. is way, way, way down there. On the south, you got San Francisco there. And then he grew up in Oakland, which is right across from San Francisco. So he grew up in Oakland and made his way over here, and there's Sacramento there. And here's UC Davis. We did a little cruise around, and I'll do it again because we're going to have time. Maybe not today, but well, you know what? Why not? Let's do a little cruise around. It's a cool little town, right? It's a cool little town from what I remember. Let me see if I can get us. Let's see. I remember Woodstock Pizza. Let's see. This is the campus. I'm trying to remember all the. I think he was down here. I think he was down here by the train tracks. I remember that. Something about the train tracks. So they got a little football field there. Yeah, it's a cool little college town from what I remember. Somehow I remember something about train tracks. He was over by the train tracks. So, all right. We won't take a little tour just now. We'll do one later. I'll do some more research. But anyway, so that's kind of where we're talking about. You see, there's a lot of farmland. There's a lot of farm all around it, and then of course Sacramento is over here, which is a fairly large city. So, JPC, I really appreciate the details you provide for every case you cover. Folks, go to the description for info. It's worth it. Thank you, JPC. It is. It's a cool little college town. I like little college towns. I'm a fan of little college towns. You can find great music. You can find bookstores, record stores, restaurants. You know, I'm a big fan of college towns. Just Shamrock. Fun fact: the forensic scientist who studied about dog DNA in the first Kareem retrial. Yeah, I remember that. Hey, Brat, welcome in. Good to see you. Davis has a frog tunnel so they don't get run over by the freeway. See, there you go. All right, so let's get back here and let's go to the next little news clip. So we got about 4 or 5 news clips, and then we'll get into some trial of last year. But we're just setting the stage, as you guys know.
A major break today in the case of a series of stabbings.
Rewind that. Okay.
A major break today in the case of a series of stabbings.
Davis police arrested a suspect after 2 people were stabbed to death, and a 3rd victim is now in the hospital.
The suspect was identified as 21-year-old Carlos Dominguez, who police say was a UC Davis student. ABC 10's Alicia Machado joins us live from the Davis Police Department tonight with the latest on the investigation and what this arrest means to the people who called Davis home. Alicia.
Well, Chris, Laura, Davis police say that Dominguez, when he was detained, a large hunting knife was found on him, matching the description of the weapon used in the 3rd attack. Now we're hearing from officials that Dominguez was a UC Davis student. That is until last week, when UC Davis officials say he was expelled for academic reasons. Now, as for the community around Davis, people are just feeling a sense of comfort resting tonight.
I think I speak for Davis when I say we all have a collective sigh of relief.
Relief after a suspect was taken into custody following 3 stabbings in Davis over the past week. Davis police identifying the suspect as 21-year-old Carlos Dominguez, arrested on suspicion of 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder.
Stabbings happen all the time, but they don't in Davis.
Police say Dominguez had a large hunting knife on him when he was initially detained on Wednesday afternoon as a person of interest. Davis resident Carter Carlson was one of several people who saw Dominguez near Sycamore Park Wednesday and called it into police.
I didn't think my tip was going to go that far. I knew that the police were obviously going to listen to it, but I didn't think that we were actually going to get him. I'm beyond happy that we did.
The FBI searched Dominguez's home near 8th and Hawthorne Thursday. Dominguez was detained Wednesday just a block away from Sycamore Park, where a 20-year-old UC Davis student was stabbed to death on April 29th. Just 2 days earlier, 50-year-old David Breaux, known as Compassion Guy, was found dead in Central Park after being attacked. A third victim, a homeless woman, was also stabbed at an encampment near 2nd and L Streets and severely injured. Over the days that followed the stabbings, friends and locals have created memorials in remembrance of the victims. Friends of David Breaux thankful to hear a suspect was caught in their friend's murder.
We're all hoping that justice can be done for David because many of my family and friends knew David very well.
Friends like Americo Mesa, who tells us he knew David for years, sharing this photo of the two 13 years ago.
Beautiful person, beautiful soul. I hope he's shining in the universe.
Now, that third victim is still in recovery in the hospital after that stabbing. But as for Dominguez, he was taken to the Yolo County Jail. His motive still unclear, but something we will continue to follow as this case unfolds.
And we understand he is due in court on Monday. Our Alicia Machado live in Davis tonight. Alicia, thank you.
Well, everyone's freaked out and scared. Things like this don't normally happen in Davis, as you've heard. So I think there'll be a great sense of relief after today.
New tonight, UC Davis Chancellor Gary May reacting to the news a former UC Davis student was arrested in connection to this string of deadly stabbing attacks.
You know, it's a tragedy no matter how you spell it out, no matter who the perpetrator is. So that's the core of my reaction. I'm just so sorry that someone put so many people through so much misery.
2 of the 3 stabbing victims died, including a 20-year-old UC Davis student. News the chancellor admits left him in tears.
I heard his father say he thought he would be preparing for graduation and he's preparing for a funeral, and you know, I cried. We plan to have a memorial service for Kareem tomorrow on campus. I will speak at that memorial service and express myself more fully there. But you know, I'm a father of 2 girls. I can't imagine how it would be to lose a young person.
UC Davis officials say the suspect was expelled April 25th for, quote, academic reasons. The deadly stabbing started on April 27th, and 1 week later, police announced an arrest.
I think there's a high degree of probability that his reign of terror was not over from his perspective, but for the intervention of the good people who saw him and recognized him, and the quick response on the part of the Davis Police Department.
Former Sacramento County Sheriff John McGinnis says the investigation now enters a new, more challenging phase.
I think on the part of the general public, there's a kind of a feeling at this point that, okay, it's a relief, but honestly, the effort now begins in terms of the prosecutorial efforts.
Meanwhile, Chancellor May is focused on reassuring students and staff.
I want them to understand that their safety is my top priority and our team's top priority, and that going forward, we think that we can resume some sense of normalcy, and that Davis is still a great place to live and to learn.
And UC Davis has formed a scholarship fund in memory of Kareem. Money from the fund will be granted to students doing research to make sure his legacy lives on. The 20-year-old was just 6 weeks away from graduating with his bachelor's degree in computer science.
All right. So we'll continue on with some news here as we're painting the picture.
A huge sense of relief in Davis tonight after a week of living in fear. Tonight we're learning new details about the Davis serial stabbing suspect.
just hours after the 21-year-old's arrest.
A murderer is off the streets, and our families will sleep easier tonight.
Now, investigators searching for evidence, trying to learn more about the former UC Davis student allegedly responsible for taking 2 lives.
Thanks for joining us on this busy news night. I'm Tony Lopez.
And I'm Marley Ginter. The suspect has been identified as Carlos Dominguez. He was a student at UC Davis until 2 days before the first attack happened. He was then detained yesterday near Sycamore Park after police received several tips from the community.
We have team coverage tonight. Our crew is tracking the investigation and how the community is reacting tonight.
I want to start with CBS 13 Steve Large live in Davis, where that investigation stands right now. Steve.
And just in the past hour, law enforcement has cleared the scene here. This is where they'd been serving a search warrant all day long. So this is our first opportunity to get an up-close look at this home. All is quiet right now, but this is where police say this suspect had been carrying out his brutal attacks while he'd been living here. And as I said, all day long, it had been a very busy scene. FBI agents searched through the night, combing through evidence inside the Davis home of suspected serial killer Carlos Dominguez. The quiet residential street taped off for hours following his arrest. UC Davis confirms Dominguez had just failed out of school last week, only 2 days before his alleged deadly stabbing attacks began. Dominguez had been a biological sciences major.
This person could have been sitting next to me, or even next to one of my friends. Most of my friends are also in the College of Biological Sciences, and I care about them deeply.
Jude Farhat is a biological sciences major, wondering if Dominguez could have been caught sooner.
I really want to know, like, for example, he had roommates that was announced in the press conference. Did they know anything? Did they speak up? Were they students? Were they also in the College of Biological Sciences? Did I know the roommates? Did they know what Carlos was doing?
In high school, Dominguez was pictured and profiled in this Oakland Unified School District mentoring in medicine and science program. He said he aspired to be a doctor. Now, this suspect, who once wanted to help give people life, is accused of taking 2 lives and leaving this Davis community on edge. And one more live look at the front door where police say Dominguez had been living. He transferred to UC Davis from Laney Community College back in 2020. By the way, I did have the opportunity to request a jailhouse interview with him earlier today, and a deputy said that he is not accepting any interview requests at this point. So, as I said, law enforcement just clearing the scene here in the past hour. So I have now had the opportunity to talk to people who have lived around him, and we're going to share some of that with you coming up at 10:30.
All right, we'll look for you then, Steve. In the meantime, we'll be looking for what they found inside that house. Thank you for that live report.
All right, we've got another news clip. And as we watched this last year, we discovered that schizophrenia comes out around early 20s, late teens to early 20s, 19, 20, 21. So he really did fit, like, he's like a poster child, if you will, of schizophrenia and how it, I learned a lot. I learned a lot about schizophrenia in this trial last year. So I hope they have some new experts. Maybe they'll have the same ones. I don't know. We'll see. But by all accounts, he was a great kid, great student, very well liked, into sports, into music, and just switched.
Former UC Davis student turned suspected serial killer. Tonight, the accused killer will go to bed behind bars. But before the murders, Carlos Dominguez was a UC Davis student and a former honor roll student. So how did he become a suspected serial killer?
CBS 13's Tori Apodaca joins us live from the Davis Police Department, getting answers about the suspect tonight. Tori.
Carlos Dominguez had just failed out of UC Davis 2 days before that deadly stabbing spree. And we spoke with people who knew Dominguez back in high school, and they say they never could have imagined him carrying out violent attacks like this. So that means what changed?
Out of all who I've coached, I wouldn't have thought he would do something like that.
Those are the words of Carlos Dominguez's former Castlemont High School football coach, James Barnes.
Another goal is to become better persons in life.
That was Dominguez 6 years ago, talking on Castlemont football's Instagram page about the goals he had for the season.
He wasn't that aggressive of a football player and never had any anger issues or discipline issues on the field.
But Dominguez could soon be facing the highest discipline possible, either life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. This was him in court Friday, accused of 2 deadly stabbings and 1 attempted murder. In high school, Dominguez was pictured and profiled in an Oakland Unified School District mentoring in medicine and science program. He said he aspired to be a doctor.
His academic experience is no joke. It was probably very hard to get in.
Dominguez had transferred from Laney College in Oakland to UC Davis in 2020. The biological science major had failed out of UC Davis just 2 days before the first deadly attack. Dr. Robert Shug, a serial killer expert, gave us insight into what may have switched.
If he's pre-med, there's probably a lot of expectations. Standards are very high, so perhaps a lot of stress and anxiety.
When police found Dominguez, he was in the same outfit witnesses said he was wearing during the violent attacks. Why?
That he's not paying attention to like personal hygiene. He's not taking care of himself. And these might be signs of, mental health problems or perhaps substance use.
Former high school classmates of Dominguez tell CBS 13 he was outgoing and always smiling. Now they say this face of a suspected serial killer is unrecognizable. Police say that Dominguez had been living here in Davis for several years now, and we are still working to learn if his roommates knew anything about these brutal killings and if they will also be charged.
It's worth pointing out, police have told us, Tori, that he did not know his alleged victims as well. Thank you, Tori, live from Davis Police. CBS 13 confirmed today immigration is now involved in Dominguez's case.
That's right. According to an official with ICE, Dominguez is from El Salvador, came to the U.S. as an unaccompanied minor around the age of 7. And as Tori mentioned, the DA filed an enhancement that will make this case eligible for either life without parole or the death penalty. But he could also face deportation. We're learning ICE has placed a detainer on him with Yolo County, so they could take custody of him and deport him should he be released. If he is sentenced to life without parole or the death penalty, it's unlikely he would be released, but not impossible.
Lots of moving parts with this. As you know, we've been following the Davis Stabbings investigation since the beginning. To see our full coverage, go to our website, cbs13.com.
All right, so we've got one. Oh, hi, little Riker. How are you feeling? Yeah, so good girl. All right. Oh, okay, Super Bowl. All right, one more news clip. This is from last year, so it's 1 year later. And then we'll get into opening statements. So I hope that this is painting a picture for you guys. And nope, that's not. Don't want that one. This is what I want. Hopefully this is painting a picture so that when it does start, we'll be able to
hope. It's now been 1 year since
understand it a little bit better. All right, so this is 1 year later, which is now 2 years.
It's now been 1 year since a series of stabbings shook the city of Davis and put the quiet college town on edge for days. 2 people were killed and another was seriously hurt. The first stabbing was the night of April 27th, 2023. 50-year-old David Breaux was killed. The second, on April 29th, claimed the life of UC Davis student Karim Abou Najm. 65-year-old Kimberly was the third victim. She was stabbed 3 times on May 1st, but survived. And today, people are now coming together to remember the victims. KCRA 3's Orko Mana is live in Davis tonight. Orko, you spoke with the sister of that first victim. What is she saying?
Yeah, Brittany, she tells me even though it was a year ago, she still feels like the death of her brother, David Breaux, is fresh. And I met with her here at what's called the Compassion Bench at 3rd and C Streets in Davis. It's where David spent a lot of time inspiring the community. His sister and those who live here don't want David or any of the victims to be forgotten.
It was the most shocking thing that's ever happened in my life.
365 days later, but still processing the pain.
This past year has been rough.
Maria Breaux continues to grieve the loss of her younger brother, David. He was the first victim in a series of violent stabbings in Davis that gripped the community 1 year ago.
There's still a very large amount of disbelief that goes along with all of it.
Known as the compassion guy, David would often sit on this bench at the corner of 3rd and C Streets. Maria spending today at the place her brother called home.
I didn't know how I would feel coming to the compassion bench, but immediately just started crying.
Maria remembers David for who he was.
Hilarious, fun, warm.
And she wants others to remember him for what he stood for.
When we hear David's name, I would love for people to think of compassion. That's why he sat here, because he, on this bench specifically, which is a monument to compassion in the city of Davis, and he symbolized that.
As a way to honor David, this is now called the Compassion Corner. Right across the street is the Davis Farmers Market at Central Park. The bustling crowds and food vendors, a far cry from exactly 1 year ago. David was stabbed at Central Park on April 27, 2023. Detectives and caution tape sprawled across the heart of the city.
Walked right by when the crime scene happened, right? The police were there.
Yolo County Supervisor Lucas Frericks lives just a few blocks away and says he got to know David.
He was somebody that I think we all should try to emulate and sort of model. I mean, the world could use more compassion, that's for sure.
The second stabbing happened just 2 days later on April 29th. UC Davis student Karim Abou Najm killed at Sycamore Park, just feet away from his home. He was only a month away from graduation. And on May 1st, Kimberly Guillory was stabbed in her tent at a homeless camp. She survived, residents vowing to keep the victims in their thoughts.
There's just many, many ways in which this community has sort of come together and rallied over the course of the last year to make sure that we will never forget all the contributions that they provided to us in our community.
Every moment of every day, almost, I've just felt him and thought about him.
Maria hoping to create a lasting legacy from what her brother started.
Today I'm in a good place and resolved to continue David's work in the ways that I now have.
And Maria tells me she's working on writing a book to keep the message of David's compassion alive. The city is encouraging people to continue coming to this bench today to stop and reflect on what David stood for. And on Monday night, a memorial bench for Karim Abou Najm, the second person killed, will be unveiled. The bike path from Sycamore Lane to the overcrossing will also be renamed in his honor. His family is expected to be there and say a few words. And it's clear today, just from being out here, that the community will never forget those two people who passed away. Reporting live in Davis tonight, Orko Manna, KCRA 3 News.
And nice to see someone sitting now on that bench. Orko, thank you for your report. The suspected killer, Carlos Dominguez, was initially found not competent to stand trial and spent months at a state hospital. But back in January, he was found competent by a state doctor. Dominguez has been in court several times since then. He is expected back in court in June, at which point they could set a date for trial.
All right, so now we're going to get into some testimony, but before, so I have it broken out. It's David's sister testifies, then Kareem's mom testifies, and then Kimberly testifies. So before we get to their each individual testimonies, I'm going to play some news. So Debbie, thank you so much. Good morning to you, or good afternoon by now. Thank you. Appreciate that. $10 coffee. Thank you so much. So first we're going to dive into David a little bit more, and then we'll get to his sister. We just heard his sister talk. We'll get to her testimony. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Sorry. I'm skipping ahead. Let's do openings first. My bad. Let's do opening statements first. Opening statements, and then we'll get to individual testimony. So opening statements first, and then we'll get to that. I'll invite. And you guys are going to love Judge McAdams. I personally think he's a fantastic judge. Very fair, very, very even. This is going to be state. This is going to be state's opening statements. prosecutors. Now, Mr. Demora is going to be the prosecutor still, but they have a new, hold on. They have a new other, who is the other, hold on a sec, what was his name? I forget his name right now. Fritz Vanderhoek, or Vanderhoek. He's no longer there. It's another attorney, and I don't know his name, but Demora is back, and same with Hutchinson. But McAdams is fantastic. You guys are going to love Samuel T. McAdam. Judge McAdam. He's great. So anyway, here we go. This is from May 5th of 2025.
Mr. Vanderhoek to give an opening statement on behalf of the people of the state of California.
Good morning, everyone. Was introduced to some of you before. My name is Fritz Vanderhoek. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case. And this is the people's opening statement. Right? Later you're going to hear a closing argument, and this is an opening statement. And the purpose of the opening statement is to kind of give you an overview of what the evidence is going to be, what you're going to be presented with. So that way when you're hearing the evidence during trial, you understand where things fit into the big picture of things. During trial, due to scheduling issues or all kinds of things, witnesses can come in a jumbled order in there. And if you don't understand how they fit into the picture of things, it can be difficult to understand their testimony and the scope of what's going on. Some of the witnesses in this case are going to be people who are unhoused, and so they're going to be brought in just when they can be located and brought into court to testify. And so they may come in the middle of another witness's testimony or something like that. And so if we're doing a good job in this opening statement, you'll have a good idea of how everyone fits into what's going on. And so we're first going to look from the kind of 1,000-foot perspective of what is the basics of what's going on in the case. And from the 1,000-foot perspective, it starts on April 27th of 2023 when David Breaux is found dead on a bench in Sycamore Park in the city of Davis. Or sorry, in Central Park in the city of Davis. So David Breaux is sitting upright on a bench in a grassy area. Behind him is a play structure, and you can see that there's a metal railing fence behind him, and then he's surrounded by grass on the front. Now, at the time that he's found, rigor mortis is set in, and he's been dead for a while. He's found that morning of the 27th, and so he's killed sometime on the night of the 26th to the 27th. And he's on a bench that's surrounded by grass, and kind of all areas about 50 feet, and it's got this railing to the back. And it's a dark area of the park. The only lighting is kind of, you have a light there and a light there in the kind of play area of the park, and there's trees in between the lighting. And so where David Breaux is on the bench, it is dark. Now, the police are called. The police do an investigation, and then 3 nights later, on the night of April 27th, you have Karim Abou Najm, who's killed in Central Park. Now, Kareem lives in the housing that's on the left side of the freeway from Central Park, or from Sycamore Park. He lives in the housing there, and he rides his bike through down Sycamore Lane, through Sycamore Park, over the pedestrian bridge, into where he lives to go home. And as he's riding his bicycle down the path, he's attacked and he's stabbed to death. The police respond, the police conduct an investigation as well, and then there is a third stabbing that happens, so Kareem is killed on the night of April 29th, and then you have a third stabbing on the night of May 1st of 2023. And so on that night, Kimberly is sleeping in her tent, is sitting in her tent that's next to a PG&E substation in the city of Davis off of L Street. She's sitting in her tent kind of on a tablet when somebody stabs her through the side wall of the tent, and the knife goes through the tent and into her body. She's stabbed twice, including a laceration to her kidney, and she's taken to the hospital where she survives. So from that 1,000-foot perspective, we're going to go down to the kind of 100-foot level as to what's going on, what is the evidence that you're going to expect in this case. And to understand the evidence, to understand why this is going to be proven to be a deliberate, willful, and premeditated murder, you're going to need to go back further than when this kind of first comes to light, before David is found in the park. We're going to go back to December 5th of 2022. Now, December 5th of 2022, Carlos Reales Dominguez is a student at UC Davis, and he's struggling. He's not doing well in school. His girlfriend broke up with him months prior. He no longer has a job. His roommates are asking him about rent. And on December 5th, he has finals. So on December 5th, he has this kind of top final for his EDU 110 class at 10:30 a.m. And he's scheduled for several other finals that same day, that same week, going to December 6th, December 8th, and December 9th. So his next final is December 6th at 3:30. Now, we know that during this time frame, he's not spending all this time studying because Carlos Reales Dominguez goes onto Amazon and conducts a couple searches. He searches on Amazon on his account for combat knife, hunting knife, and combat knife. And he makes a selection of a double-edged dagger that he purchases from Amazon. And it's listed on Amazon as Smith & Wesson SWHRT 9B 9-inch high-carbon SS fixed blade knife with 7.2-inch dual-edge blade and TPE handle for outdoor, tactical, survival, and everyday carry. Now these two images that you see here are of the knife as displayed by Amazon, and you're going to hear testimony from Christopher Kamada with the DA's office high-tech unit that these are images that he recovered from the defendant's phone from December 5th. So these are images that he's seeing while he's shopping, and these are not just stock images of the phone of the knife. These are the ones that he's looking at when he's making the purchase. Now the actual knife is going to be brought into court, and you're going to see it. Now, for demonstrative purposes during court, we're going to be using a different knife at times. People 37, and it's the exact same make, model knife. This one's got blue tape on the handle, and it comes in a sheath, and it has a double-edged blade. Now, this particular knife, the one with the blue edge, again, is not the actual knife, and it's been dulled with the grinder so that people in court can handle it and lawyers don't end up cutting themselves. And so it's going to be able to be displayed and moved around in court without creating a risk to people. And this is the knife that he purchased all the way back on December 5th. From December 5th, we move into the spring semester. In the spring semester, Mr. Dominguez is not doing well in school. The university is in the process of expelling him from the university. He's filed appeals with the university to appeal his expulsion, and he's still technically a member of UC Davis, still a student there, but he's on the track to be expelled. Then on April 19th of 2023, he sends a text message to that girl that broke up with him. And he sends a text message, "Hey, what are you doing? You free tonight? You down to hang?" And she answers, "Out of respect for my girlfriend, I don't know if it's a good idea for us to hang." And he answers, "All right." So her response is on the 20th, and then he answers, "All right," on the 20th. So the 20th, when he gets this, again, rejection from this girl, when he's on the verge of being dropped out, we have 5 days later to April 25th, and we can see what he's doing that day. He's scheduled for classes. He has, this is a Tuesday. He has Tuesday and Thursday classes at UC Davis, and we have the start times for the classes, and this is going to be an exhibit that you get. You'll get his scheduled classes for that. You're also going to get expert testimony from Christopher Kamada about his forensic analysis of the defendant's cellular phone. And he's going to talk about how the cellular phone saves data for 7 days about a person's location and movements, and he's going to talk about how that works. And you're going to see exhibits that Mr. Kamada prepared showing maps of the area with little pins on them following the location. And Mr. Kamada is going to talk about how phones figure out where they are, how they save that information, how long they save the information for, and how reliable different sources of location information is. And Mr. Kamada is going to talk about how for the exhibits prepared by Mr. Kamada, he's only using what is known as native location data, meaning that the phone is determining what its location is and then recording that. He's also going to talk about the precision estimates of this location data. So the phone records, when it records location, also how accurate is that information. And Mr. Kamada's exhibits are going to be limited to location points where it has accuracy of 65 meters or less. Okay? And so sometimes the phone has very large precision estimates of over 2 kilometers, and those are going to be points that are left out because they could be in a very wide area, and he's limiting points to points of 65. And so it'd be kind of like the recorder's table is over there, and if we had a point on the recorder's table and we said Mr. Vanderhook is within 5 meters of the reporter's table, that would be correct, even though the point is on the reporter's table and I'm actually over here. It can give a precision, and so when you see these points, these are not necessarily the exact spot that he was, but it's within 65 meters or less. So on the 25th, we see Mr. Dominguez at his home at 7062 Hawthorne, and he moves down to the UC Davis campus in the area where his classes are. And we have him then moving back again from the UC Davis campus up to his house, all consistent with his activities as a UC Davis student going to courses. Now, on the night of the 25th, what we have here is a power log from the defendant's phone. And so Mr. Kamada is going to talk about this as well, how the phone records when it's powered on and when it's powered off, and then it stores that data, and that when you manually power off the phone, it stores it for a certain amount of time, and when the phone dies of a battery, battery loss, that it's recorded different, and it's recorded for a lesser amount of time. But on the night of the 25th, the phone dies of battery loss at 11:49 p.m., and these stars here at the bottom of the chart are indicating that it's battery shutdown depletion. And so on the 25th, the phone goes out, and there's no location data for April 26th. And it's on April 27th, the morning of April 27th, that David Breaux was found on the bench. Now, the phone was powered back on the same morning that David Breaux was found. You can see in the green column for power up that it was powered on at 4:57 a.m. the same morning David Breaux was found, so that it was powered on just a little bit before he was found. So David Breaux is on this bench, and this is a sheet that the police will talk about and putting over him for his privacy and dignity while he's on the bench. And we're going to talk about some of the physical evidence that is going on at this scene. Because at the scene, you have David Breaux on the bench, you have a blanket on the ground, and this black night sheet that's on the ground. And on the bench, we have some things that are going to provide some context as to what's going on. You have a backpack here, kind of up on the edge, as if to be used as a pillow. You have a scarf that's up on the backpack, a kind of flannel shirt that's underneath Mr. Breaux, kind of strewn out across the laying portion of the bench there. And when we're talking about Mr. Breaux, he has his back up against the bench. And the vast majority of his stab wounds are in his back. And so there's going to be evidence presented, and it's going to come through a forensic pathologist, that these back injuries are not possible in this position because there's a metal bench in the way, and that would stop those stab wounds. And so that this positioning is inconsistent with being attacked in this position just due to the sheer number of wounds and the impossibility of stabbing someone in that mechanism while they're in this position. We're going to have some additional clues of what's going on with Mr. Breaux's attack based on the dirt pattern on his clothing. We can see on the sweater here that it's covered in dirt at the top. And we can see here that he's got an undershirt that also has dirt. Here we can see Mr. Breaux's arm, and we can see that it's not in his sweater sleeve. Okay, so Mr. Breaux is wearing 3 layers. He's wearing a kind of hooded sweatshirt, black underneath. He's got a light colored long sleeve shirt underneath, and then the bottom layer is kind of gray shirt here. So his arms, both of them, are inside his sweater, inside his top layer shirt, but over that kind of bottom layer undershirt. So this is all going to be evidence that is pointing towards that he's sleeping on the bench, that his arms are kind of tucked in within his clothing while he's laying there. Now, as I indicated, Dr. Zhu is going to talk about how the stab injuries on Mr. Breaux are inconsistent with this and more consistent with him actually being laying on his left side on that kind of backpack pillow with the scarf, sleeping on the bench, rather than being in this position. Additionally, we have this information from the dirt on his clothing. If we look further, we can see that on his right knee, there's a dirt pattern, kind of as if someone is getting up, and then there's dirt on his left leg here. And the dirt on his left leg goes all the way down, as if the left side of his body was completely in the dirt at some point. As far as his clothing here, you can see that he has the dirt on his stomach, and then on his chest, there is no dirt. It's kind of clean where the sweater comes up there. We can see here his arms coming out from under there. And if we advance further, we can see that his top sweater does have clothing. So it's as if he fell off the bench, he's on his stomach getting this dirt on his chest, and the only part of his undershirt is the part where his arms are trying to come out, and that part of his shirt gets dirty as well as the upper layer. Dr. Zhu is going to testify about the injuries that David Breaux sustained. He sustained a total of 31 sharp force injuries, 16 in his torso, 10 in the right arm, and 5 in the right arm. He's going to talk about his expertise as a forensic pathologist and kind of the positioning of the body before, during, and after the assault. And it's going to show that this is not just a quick event, that this is 31 different stabs that are going on to Mr. David Breaux while he's sleeping on the bench, while he's down on the dirt next to the bench, and while he's getting back up to try and defend himself with his arms, and he's getting these injuries on his arm on the bench trying to defend himself before he ultimately expires in that seated position on the bench. Now, as far as crime scenes go, there is very little evidence at this crime scene. In fact, there's one piece of evidence, this knife sheath here. Okay, other than this knife sheath, there's no fingerprints, there's no DNA, there's no witnesses, there's no surveillance video. This is a very clean crime scene, other than this black knife sheath that would have been on the ground in the park in the dark during the course of the stabbing. And it was left behind by Mr. Dominguez. But for being one piece of evidence, and we're going to get the actual knife sheath in, but again, it's a knife sheath that looks just like this. It's kind of got a belt clip on it, and the knife can go inside to protect people from that double-edged blade. It's going to do a lot of talking. So first, the knife is going to tell us that Carlos Reales Dominguez is the person that committed the stabbing. It tells us that not only because we know that he purchased this exact knife and knife sheath from Amazon back on December 5th, but a forensic analysis of the knife sheath finds his DNA on the sheath itself. Second, it's going to show a bit of what happened during the course of the stabbing. It's going to tell us that Mr. Dominguez brought the knife to the scene. Because we know he bought the knife back on December 5th, it would have been brought to the scene. There won't be evidence that Mr. Breaux had a knife or that there was some kind of struggle over Mr. Breaux's knife, but this is a knife that was affirmatively brought by Mr. Dominguez to the scene where the stabbing took place. It's also going to show that from this point forward, when he's walking around with the knife, it's an unsheathed knife. Right? So he no longer has the protective sheath to carry it around, and when he makes the decision to carry around this knife in the future, he's carrying around a double-edged, sharp weapon that's capable of killing humans, and he's doing so not like you carry your phone, wallet, keys. He's doing it because it's going to take extra consideration to carry something that's kind of sharp like this. And it's also going to show that it's that knife that did the killing and not some other knife. And it's not as if Mr. Dominguez has multiple knives and different knives are used during the killing. We know because we have the sheath for the knife at the scene, we know what knife was used for the killing. And that's going to be important because it's going to be informative to us of some of the things that are going on after David Breaux is killed. One of the things that happens after David Breaux is a removal of DNA belonging to Mr. Breaux on the knife. When the knife is ultimately recovered, a criminalist from the Department of Justice conducts an analysis, and they don't just check one area of the knife, they swab 11 different areas of this knife looking for different DNA. And they find Kareem's DNA on there, and they find Kimberly's DNA on there, but David's DNA cannot be identified on this knife. It's the only DNA that is missing from the knife. And so we're going to be able to see that at some point after David is killed, but before Kareem is killed, we have something to be removing all that DNA so that it's not discovered later. The other thing that we know about what's going on with Mr. Dominguez after he kills David is what we know from his phone and when it shows us what's going on the next night. So this is one night after he's killed David, 2 nights still before he's going to kill Kareem. And that's that he went to Sycamore Park. 2 nights before he killed Kareem in Sycamore Park, he went there and he walked around it. So let's talk about what's going on. We talked about the power log and how after David is killed, the phone is powered on at 4:57. The phone stays on for about 12 hours and dies of battery failure at 4:13. The phone is powered back on again at 11:26 and it's powered off, but not a battery failure, 55 minutes later. And so this is the 55-minute period that Mr. Kamada is going to be talking about with these points showing that during this time between 11:30 and 20 minutes after midnight, the defendant started in his residence on Hawthorne and then went up to Sycamore Park. And we have all these points that are, again, within 65 meters. This is this precision that goes along with this. And so that is going to be evidence that comes out about whether or not these points are accurate. And these points are all around Sycamore Park at the play structure and also largely clustered around kind of Sycamore itself and this edge here kind of by Willett. Sorry, Willett is the school that's at the bottom right corner here of the image. Now, this power off event though, at 21 minutes after midnight, is taking place at Sycamore Park. It's not that he went back home and then decided, hey, time to turn my phone off for the night. The evidence is going to be that he went to Sycamore Park 2 nights before he kills Kareem there, that he's walking around Sycamore Park, and then turns off his phone at what's going to be a murder scene 2 nights later. So 2 nights later, we're at April 29th. And so across from Sycamore Park is Dr. Matthew Massey, and he lives in a house that's right across from Sycamore, and he has some security cameras that have just kind of a very edge view of Sycamore Park. And they're not going to capture anything because the actual killing takes place in the interior of the park, and this shows just kind of the edge of the park. But we're going to hear testimony from Dr. Massey about being at his home, and he's hearing screaming. He's hearing someone yelling for help inside the park. Now, Dr. Massey is unsure as what's going on. He initially thinks that there's been a bicycle collision and that some bicyclists are hurt. And he's a physician, so he goes into the park to assist. And in the park, he finds Kareem and he finds Carlos Reales Dominguez. And Carlos Reales Dominguez has been stabbing Kareem in the park. And so the testimony is going to establish that this is not a short or a quick assault, that this is a prolonged and sustained assault against Kareem. Because the assault starts, Kareem's yelling for help, Dr. Massey has to realize that something is going on, make the decision to go across the street. He goes across the street and he goes out there and gets there, and Assault is still going on. Mr. Dominguez is still there with Kareem. So Kareem is on the side of the path when officers find him, and Dr. Massey's performing CPR. He's trying to save Kareem's life. And the lighting here is good for a photo, but it's a dark area of the park. Again, there's very poor lighting. It's kind of difficult to see what's going on. In fact, Dr. Massey has to take out his phone and use like the flashlight on his phone to assist him and see what's going on in this area of the park to assist with Kareem. And when Dr. Massey is there, Mr. Dominguez then takes Kareem's bicycle and rides it away. He rides the bike over that bridge that Kareem was going to take, and he takes it down Crystal Grove. Now Kareem has been killed. Dr. Massey spends a significant amount of effort, and the officers tried to perform CPR, and they tried to save him. But he's been stabbed 40 times with an additional 12 incised wounds. So 40 are stabbing punctures, and 12 are like cuts or less deep injuries, for a total of 52 knife wounds over this assault. And the vast majority of these are in his chest, right in the area of his heart. He's also sustaining knife injuries to his neck, to his face, even has one coming in and going in his lip and knocking out one of his teeth and leaving his teeth on the ground there. And so this evidence is going to be that not only is this a sustained assault, but that it's targeted at the vital portions of his body, and that it's taking place with extreme force, enough to knock out a tooth of Kareem. Again, we're going to have a forensic pathologist come in, different doctor for this, and they're going to talk about the specific injuries that Kareem suffered, and they're going to talk about the location of these different injuries, and it's going to come with two diagrams as well. We're going to have a documentation of his front and back injuries. So here we have injuries primarily focused on the front and in the chest, and then also injuries to his head, his forehead, the left side of his head, and to his neck. So where's the defendant going after this? Well, after taking Kareem's bicycle in Sycamore Park, he rides across the bridge here and comes down this bike path that's on Crystal Grove Lane and abandons Kareem's bicycle on the side of the path. And that's ultimately found by officers on the side of the path with no person around it. It's kind of by this bush area here. And so this wall here is kind of the edge to the freeway. And so you have the, it's kind of to this side between the path and the freeway. On the ground, kind of in this rear area of the bike, is a water bottle. And this water bottle is important because it's going to be one of the few pieces of evidence at the crime scene linking Mr. Dominguez to the stabbing. Now, I told you earlier that Mr. Dominguez's knife has got Kareem's DNA on it, and so that's going to be evidence that's found later. But as far as what's going on April 29th, this is it, because this is Carlos Reales Dominguez's fingerprint in blood on this water bottle that's left here where the bike is left behind. And that's showing that Carlos Reales Dominguez is the person who killed Kareem. But what does he do after this? He's fled the scene, he's abandoned the bike, he's left this piece of evidence, because there's no evidence back at the crime scene of the actual stabbing. The bike and the water bottle is where he's kind of abandoning his property on the run. We have him powering on his phone here. Again, the morning after Kareem is killed, at 11:43, he's powering the phone back up. And so what else do we know about kind of what he's doing during this time frame? Well, we know that he's home at different points. We have that location data. And so when officers ultimately search his home, they find different things of suspected blood, meaning that it's red and it's kind of smeary and it looks like blood. But all that's tested actually turns out to not be blood. The officers looked for blood, they tried to find blood in the house, but there was no blood. Which means that Mr. Dominguez, who committed the first stabbing of David Breaux and the second stabbing with 52 different wounds on Kareem, who left Kareem's bicycle with blood on the handles and blood on the frame because blood was dripping everywhere, managed to get home and not leave any blood anywhere lying around his home that was going to be detected later. In fact, nobody's blood is found at Mr. Dominguez's home or linked to any item in his home. The only places where victim's blood is found is on the knife and on his clothing that he was wearing when he killed Kimberly, or when he attacked Kimberly, and when he killed Kareem. David Breaux' blood is not on the clothing. It's not detected anywhere. You only have the latter two. So we have kind of this more evidence for the offenses as the offenses are going on. We have Sunday, April 30th. Mr. Dominguez is at his home on Hawthorne. We just have a bunch of points, no movement showing anywhere on that day. It's a Sunday, so there's no school that day. The next day, though, May 1st, we have more points, and they're going to again correspond with the defendant's schedule, because we have him, he has Monday, Wednesday classes, and so when we look at his phone and the movement that his phone is doing, it's again to the UC Davis campus. He's just going to class and carrying his phone like he normally does. During his time, he's going to his class, and then he's going back from class again. And this is again going to come through Mr. Kumita. So from this point, we can't track what he's doing from his phone anymore, because his phone is there the rest of the day. It's there until 11:58, right? But we know that Kimberly Guillory was stabbed at 11:30. And we're gonna have more location data for May 2nd, the next day. But during the time of the stabbing, he's not brought his phone. He's brought it when he goes to class on multiple occasions, but when he's out again and ultimately stabs Kimberly, he leaves the phone behind. But we do have an idea of what he's doing based on surveillance video that's collected from the downtown area where Kimberly was stabbed. And so you're gonna get this chart which kind of lays out different points where he's spotted on different surveillance videos. We're going to walk very briefly through them. First, we're going to look at these green arrows which kind of show movement towards the stabbing, and then blue arrows are going to indicate movement away from the stabbing. And we have arrows 1 and 2 here, and these are at 2nd E, and then here at 2nd G, Illusion Smoke Shop. And these are cameras where Mr. Dominguez is on his bicycle, kind of going down 2nd Street, and he's captured on camera. And Mr. Dominguez rides a kind of distinctive bicycle. It's got these white rear frames and a white front fork, and it's a bicycle that is really identifiable on these various surveillance videos. But from this point, he's not seen on bicycle headed towards the stabbing anymore. After 2nd G, we have kind of a train station here, and it is possible, and you'll see from the photos, it's possible to kind of tuck in this train station and follow the train tracks up to where the stabbing actually takes place. So this movement here towards the stabbing is taking place at around 11 p.m. From there, we have movement again at 11:06 at 320 K Street. Now, if we look here, 320 K Street is a building that is just off the scene here. It's at the top, and it's a camera that kind of looks south. And it's a dark night, and it's a really long view for a surveillance camera. So this surveillance camera is not like the other two where it's clear enough that you can identify someone. It's showing silhouettes, right? You can't tell man, woman, anything about the individual other than that it's someone and that they're walking. And you see somebody walking down 3rd towards the encampment, and that takes place at 11:06. And then you see someone walking back from the encampment the other direction, and that takes place at 11:08. So this is going to be important. You're going to hear from one of the unhoused persons living in that encampment by the name of Alberto Orozco. And he's going to talk about how he saw an individual at the encampment 20 minutes before the stabbing. And he's going to talk about how that person was wearing a black sweatshirt, and Adidas pants with white stripes on them, which is exactly the clothing that the defendant was wearing during this time. And that the person that Mr. Orozco saw wearing that distinctive clothing did that walk where they're coming up L, away from the encampment, and then down 3rd, away from the encampment. 4 minutes later, the defendant is identifiable by his pants on this surveillance. It's at the SPCA Goodwill over at 3rd and I, here at this corner. And so there's kind of a few blocks. It's about a 4-minute walk. And this camera is an interior camera from the shop, and it kind of has a view that through some glass doors, and so you'll be able to see the area. It's kind of right in front of the shop. And you'll see Mr. Dominguez, he's walking westbound on 3rd Street. As he's walking, a car comes the other way, and Mr. Dominguez turns around and then heads back towards where the encampment is. The next 20 minutes or so, Mr. Dominguez is somewhere in the area, but he's not on any cameras. We know that he's on foot because we saw him at the SPCA thrift shop, and we know that he's still in the area because the stabbing hasn't occurred yet. He's somewhere in the area of L between 2nd and 3rd, where this substation is and the stabbing occurs, and where he was last seen at the thrift shop. But then at 11:36, we again see kind of a silhouette from that 320 K Street camera coming by. Then Kimberly is stabbed. Now Kimberly is, at the time of this, living in a tent. So you have the substation in the back here, and her tent is just off the sidewalk here. There's about a foot or so of dirt in between her tent and the sidewalk. And this is the walking path, so that someone coming past that 320 K Street camera would be coming to the right, and then down this way. So the person would have walked from the bottom of this picture up toward the top. And Kimberly is in this portion of the tent, and she's sitting with her back up against the side of the tent, and she's on a tablet. Just like the other two scenes, this scene is dark. You're going to see some body camera videos from the officers, and you'll see them with their flashlights and how dark it is when they're not shining their lights. But Kimberly has a light. The light is coming from the tablet that she's looking at, and it's right in front of her as her back is up against the tent, and it's casting her shadow on the back wall of the tent here. And so the person walking here, Mr. Dominguez, can see exactly where Kimberly is in that tent because she's lit up on the side of the tent. Now she comes in, he comes in, takes the knife and stabs her twice through the tent wall. Pandemonium ensues. Okay? There's been multiple stabbings in Davis, and people have been on edge, including unhoused people. One of the unhoused people goes into trying to defend her, Mr. Chesman, and he actually ends up going to the wrong tent, thinking that he's defending her, and punching another unhoused person because he thinks he's trying to fend off this attacker. But again, we have Mr. Orozco, who sees what's going on and sees the defendant running from the scene, and he sees him running back the way he came down L Street towards 3rd Street. Miss Guillory has holes in her tent that are very big, and you're kind of going to see that this is because she has to be extracted from the tent, and so the tent is ripping in different portions on the seam. So this side of the tent is not the entrance. This is the side wall of the tent, and the entrance is around the side. Okay, you're going to see that we have the exact same make model tent in a non-ripped up form, a demonstrative, that we can set up, and you'll see that this kind of gray top here is a rain fly that goes over the bottom portion here. Because on this night, not only was it dark, it was raining at the time that she was attacked. It's also going to be instructed as to what the height is for this stabbing, and that it's not a stabbing that happens at this height, but it's a lower stabbing, because you'll see how high the rain fly is and that it doesn't have holes in it, and you'll see that it's a stabbing down here on Miss Guillory as she's in the tent. So what do we know of movements after that? We have back to 320 K Street. Now this time, instead of a walking silhouette, we have a running silhouette running westbound on 3rd Street. From westbound on 3rd Street, there is an interruption of just a few minutes, 3 minutes in fact, and then we have the defendant now back on his bicycle, riding his bicycle past Davis Glass here on 3rd Street. He's kind of on the far side of the street riding his glass, riding his bike. He then makes a left turn here onto H Street, and this turn we're going to see from a surveillance video that's from this Ace Hardware, that's in Ace Hardware parking lot. This one is, again, kind of a distance shot, so it's not one an identification can be made from, but you'll see that the defendant just passed Davis Glass and then is now at the hardware store riding his bike, and he rides south on H. And from there, disappears for 5 minutes. Okay, so Ace Hardware, he's seen at 11:45. He's not seen back at the Illusion Smoke Shop until about 11:50. What's also going on here is that he's coming down H Street, but then when he's next seen, he's seen coming down G Street and making a turn here onto 3rd. So he doesn't come down H and turn here on the 3rd. At some point, he cuts through these parking lots or city block here between 3rd, 2nd, G, and H. Okay? And it's kind of a long period of time for him to be cut out, and we can see when he reappears on G Street here that something has changed. His bike is now disabled. The chain or something has come off the bike, and he's not able to pedal the bike anymore. Something happened cutting through this area here where his bike isn't working anymore. And he's on the seat, and he's kind of just pushing the bicycle along with his feet, getting away from the scene with that. And he continues down 2nd Street all the way into the UC Davis campus, and he's picked up by several different surveillance videos. Again, Illusion Smoke Shop, 2nd and F, Blue Peak Credit Union, Hellas Optometry, and then finally he's on the UC Davis campus. On the UC Davis campus, he comes across 8th Street, and he's here by Taylor Hall, and then goes north along the walkway that's on the east side of Memorial Union. And there's a Taylor Hall kind of blue light phone camera that picks all this up that's located right outside Taylor Hall. Now, just a few minutes later, after coming up Taylor Hall, he comes back again into view, southbound on the same walkway, in front of these ATMs. So if we look at Taylor Hall, or at Memorial Union, this is the side view of Memorial Union, you can see that there's these ATMs here. It comes back down through the ATMs, and it comes around this corner, kind of into this alcove here. And so this is kind of a tucked-in little utility area, and he comes into that utility area, goes to the back, turns around, and then starts trying to fix his bike, trying to get it back in working order. And we're going to see this from that same Taylor Hall surveillance, and this is kind of a zoomed-in shot. You can see if there's a light pole in the way. But what you're going to see is that he pulls in his bike here, and he's kind of leaning over the bike, working something in the chain area of the bike, getting his bike into sorts. It doesn't work. He's not able to get his bike fixed. And then he walks around the side of Memorial Union, starts checking doors, starts trying to find a way to get in there, goes off camera, and then his movements aren't being tracked. He's not on camera again, and again his phone is at home, and so it's not giving information as to where he's at. So what's going on after this 3rd incident where he's attacked Kimberly Guillory? When she was attacked, her kidney was lacerated, and she was taken away by paramedics. They were able to save her. And she's actually going to come in and she's going to testify. She's going to talk to us about that experience. But Mr. Dominguez, he's got class the next day. So the next day, he's now carrying his phone again. He takes his phone and he goes down to class, and he's down in the area where his classes are. This time, actually, while he's at his classes, he shuts down his phone again, while at class. And then his movement information is not followed from that point. Okay. So Kimberly was stabbed 11:30 on May 1st. At this point, you'll hear information about kind of what was going on in the city of Davis after 3 different stabbings, including 2 fatal. And this is going to be that everyone was borderline panic, that people were concerned for their safety, they were scared to go out at night, people were scared to go in parks, people were scared that anyone could be stabbed because so far 3 strangers had been stabbed with no apparent reason. Officers were able to get descriptions based on Dr. Massey and from the surveillance video downtown, and we're able to put out kind of descriptions of this person with long curly hair who is suspected to have committed these stabbings. And the city of Davis responds. People are being called in left and right as possible suspects. Anytime someone sees anyone anywhere near that description, the officer's getting called, and they're going call to call, doing nothing but responding to people's reports of having spotted the individual that is responsible, and officers are having to contact each of these individuals and check out, is this the person? Is this the person? Is this the person? So on May 3rd, one of those calls comes in from Justin Schaefer. Justin Schaefer is at Sycamore Park, and he sees the defendant in the kind of play structured area. We saw this earlier when we saw the points within Sycamore Park, but he's in the play area, kind of sitting, watching. Something doesn't seem right. He's wearing clothing and looking similar to the person that committed the stabbing, so Justin Schaefer calls it in. Now, Davis PD is not ignoring Mr. Schaefer, but they are very swamped, and so they're getting units over there, and it's going to be a minute before they get there. And so Justin Schaefer does his civic duty, and he's watching this person and responding with updates. And when Mr. Dominguez notices Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Dominguez leaves, and Mr. Schaefer follows. So they go up to the Safeway that's here. If you go up Safeway and you go into this kind of shopping area that's right here by the freeway by Cobell, there's a Safeway shopping center, and the defendant goes inside. And so we have surveillance video from within the Safeway. We can see his movements of what he's doing inside the Safeway. And he's walking around and he's shopping. He's going to different shelves and he's selecting items and he's putting them in his bag. And he's carrying this bag in his hand. Because the thing about this bag is, he again doesn't have his phone. His phone is back at his house again. He doesn't have his wallet, keys, phone. The things that he is carrying is that shopping bag, and inside that shopping bag is a bloody knife. And that's all he brought out for his trip out to Sycamore Park on the 3rd. And when he walks away from the park and Justin Schaefer is following, he goes into Safeway and he's selecting items and he's putting them into the bag. And you'll see he's walking fine, he's able to steer around people, he has no issues selecting items, and you'll be able to see his movements and how he selects items in the store. He selects them and then he walks out without paying and goes out of the store because again, he doesn't have a wallet, he doesn't have any cash, he left anything like that back at his house. So after he leaves Safeway, he comes back down and he comes to this area here where you have like Kareem, Villanova, Colby here, and he's walking back towards his house on Hawthorne, which is down towards the bottom of the map. And the officers show up. It's Officers Gonzalez and Story. And first they call out to him and say, hey, can we talk to you? But they're behind him, and he keeps walking down the street. And one of the officers gets in front of him with a cart, gets out, says, hey, can we talk to you? And the defendant stops and talks with him. And you'll see this video, this is a body camera recording, and you'll see that he's making eye contact with the officers, that he's having a conversation with him, that he's asking him things like, why do you need my information? And he's acting like people tend to act during police contacts. The thing is, and I told you this, and so you know, and he knew, there's a knife in that bag. The knife is in that bag. And he's got the things that he's taken from the grocery store in that bag. And so you're going to see his mannerisms with this bag. Because as he's talking to the officers, you'll be able to see him even pull up his bag and kind of look inside to see, can this knife be seen in this bag? You'll see him looking down inside of it. And the officers are talking to him. They explain to them why they're stopping him, that there's been a series of homicides and that people are calling in, those who match the descriptions, and they're asking about what's going on. And the defendant is lying the entire time. They ask him for his name, and he tells them that his name is John Joas, completely made-up name. They ask him for his date of birth, and he takes his date of birth and he tweaks it. Instead of telling him 10/5 of 02, he tells them 10/10 of 99. So close, it's just tweaking the details. They ask him his address, and instead of 762 Hawthorne, he tells them 782 Hawthorne. Okay? 782 Hawthorne doesn't exist. When the officers are trying to verify what's going on with him, they ask him things like, hey, do you live with anyone? He tells them no. And he says, well, actually, I do have roommates, I just don't talk to them. So the officers, at one point, they ask him, can we see your hands? You know, the person they're looking for has been involved in several stabbings with a sharp object. They'd like to see if there's injuries on his hands. And so at this point, the defendant's got the bag in his hand, and he actually goes down as if to set it on the ground, and then stops, because the bag has no handles, it's not closed. As soon as you set it on the ground, it's kind of open up, and you'll see the knife. And he actually stops himself from doing that, and shows them his hands while holding the bag, so that he's got a grip on that bag. Now, officers interviewing him are noting all these suspicious things, and ultimately decide, hey, we got to search this guy for weapons. And the officer comes in to do a search. They're starting the search and spot the knife in the bag. They put him in handcuffs and secure him at the scene. He's sitting there on the curb for a while, and officers are still trying to figure out who he is. He tells them again that he lives at 782. Okay? Again, that doesn't exist. Officers are trying to figure out who he is. They ask him his name again. He tells them again his name is John Joas. And the officers can see that he's not being entirely honest about what's going on, and they're trying to get the information as to what this is, because this is not the first person they've dealt with, right? They've been contacting people all over the city of Davis trying to eliminate them, and they're trying to see, is this the person or is it not? And officers eventually talk to him and say, hey, why don't we come down to the police station and talk about what's going on, because there's a lot going on. The officers have seen the knife, they see the cuts on his hands, they see that he matches the description, that long hair with his Adidas track pants, and what's going on. And you'll see kind of the progression through this interview at the scene. You'll see where we have him at Safeway, he's walking around. You'll see his initial contact with the officers, where he's making eye contact and asking questions and providing responses. And then the cuffs come on, the detectives come out, they talk to him, they take off the cuffs to interview him. But the knife's been found, and everything starts shutting down. He stops asking questions, he stops being as responsive. He's still lying to them about the information, despite them saying, we just don't believe you if this is your name. And he starts shutting down his emotions and blocking out and starts staring off and not talking to the officers. And we have this kind of closing off of the defendant. So hopefully this has given you kind of the broad picture of what's going on. And so when you see a witness coming in, and they're coming in the middle of something that we're talking about, Central Park, and suddenly they're talking about being on L Street between 3rd and 2nd when Kimberly was stabbed, it's going to fit in, and you're going to be able to switch gears and say, hey, we're talking about this stabbing, we're talking about that stabbing, we're talking about what's going on. But at the end of the day, as I said at the beginning, the evidence is going to be that the defendant not only stabbed David Breaux, not only did he still stab Kareem, not only did he stab Kimberly, but for each of those that he did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, and I'll ask you to find him guilty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook.
All right, now we can go to, well, let's see. Let's just go right here. We'll go right into closings. I'm sorry, openings by the defense. So this is Mr. Hutchins.
Okay, let's go.
I'm sorry, Hutchinson, Mr. Hutchinson. So this is defense opening statements. Debbie, he gets on the stand, and meaning Carlos gets on the stand, and he talks about shadow figures. He talks about these shadow figures that were mocking him. He makes this gesture. He does like this kind of thing, like they're like laughing at him and they're pointing at him. He talks about seeing, devil faces and hearing stuff. So he looks the way he looks because he's on medication, and it's helping him. It's keeping the hallucinations aside. It's keeping him not having to deal with that, so. All right, so this is Mr. Hutchinson. First name is Daniel Hutchinson. So this is his opening statement.
Back on the record in case 23-1391, and we are ready now. Live stream? Okay, thank you. We're ready now for the defense opening statement. So let me invite Mr. Hutchinson. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Over the course of this trial, the circumstances that led to the tragic events of April and May 2023 will be very much in dispute. What is not in dispute is that Carlos Reales Dominguez did the physical acts that caused the deaths of David Breaux, Karim Abou Najm, and injured Kimberly. The question to be answered in this trial is not one of who did it. Rather, the question that will be presented to you is what was Carlos Reales Dominguez's specific intent and mental state when he did those physical acts? What was happening in his mind? And the evidence will show that it was a mind that had been devastated by severe and debilitating mental disease. Mr. Reales Dominguez has schizophrenia. Every psychologist and psychiatrist who has thoroughly examined him has reached that same conclusion, and none have found any evidence of malingering, which is a term used to describe exaggerating or faking mental health symptoms. As he sits before you today, he has been treated with antipsychotic medication for the past 21 months in a secure and controlled hospital or jail environment. But as the experts will tell you, medication is a treatment for the symptoms of schizophrenia. It is not a cure. And Mr. Reales Dominguez continues to have a very serious mental illness to this day. Schizophrenia is a brain disorder that affects how a person thinks, feels, behaves, and perceives reality. It causes hallucinations of hearing, seeing, feeling things that aren't there, that have no basis in reality. These hallucinations can be fantastical and terrifying, and maybe things that a healthy person would never believe. But to someone with schizophrenia, they are a reality. Schizophrenia also causes delusions, which is a fixed false belief in something that has no basis in reality, as well as grossly disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior.
Oh, thanks. Just a moment. Yeah, go ahead.
Hallucinations, delusions, grossly disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior. The experts will tell you these are called the positive symptoms of schizophrenia. Not positive because they're good, but positive because they represent an addition to what is a normal, healthy experience. You will also hear about what are called the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which represent an absence of, or a taking away from what a person once had. This includes minimal speech, diminished emotional expression, what is often described as a flat or blunted affect, an inability to maintain eye contact, concrete, simplistic thinking, avolition, which is a complete lack of motivation to do anything. You will hear how people with schizophrenia often have a very significant decline in personal hygiene and are unable to care for themselves and others. Anhedonia, which is an inability to experience pleasure. Slowing of movements, maintaining rigid, unusual postures for long periods of time, distrust of others, and social withdrawal. And over the course of this trial, you will see that Mr. Reales Dominguez exhibited all of those symptoms, beginning sometime in the summer after his freshman year. Another hallmark of schizophrenia is the inability of people to recognize that they're sick, to recognize their symptoms. This is particularly common, the experts will tell you, when you have the first onset of schizophrenia, what experts will describe as the first break, before someone has had the opportunity to be placed on medication or treatment. Although it is obvious to everyone around them that they are ill, people with schizophrenia don't recognize that. And because of it, it is common for them to deny all symptoms of mental illness and deny any mental illness whatsoever. Schizophrenia is a disease that attacks the young. For men, the onset is typically sometime in the late teens or early 20s. Mr. Reales Dominguez is 22 years old. He was born on October 5th, 2002. Although it is impossible to identify the exact time that he first began exhibiting symptoms, as I mentioned, the evidence will show that it probably occurred sometime near the end of his freshman year at UC Davis in the spring of 2021 or shortly thereafter. Prior to that, for the first 18 and a half years of his life, Mr. Reales Dominguez was completely healthy. Born in El Salvador, he immigrated to the United States as a very young child. He was raised in Oakland with his parents and his two siblings, Dylan and Mia, who are 4.5 and 9 years younger than him. You will see that he was extremely close with his siblings. Given the hours that his parents worked, it was Mr. Reales Dominguez who often had the responsibility of getting them to school, walking them home, and giving them food. Although he spoke only Spanish when he first began school, he quickly learned English and would ultimately excel academically. At Castlemont High School in Oakland, he was an honor student, a four-sport athlete, participating in varsity football, soccer, track and swimming. Although not big in stature, he had a muscular, athletic build, and through hard work, he became the starting safety and captain of the football team. And through his hard work in the classroom, he would ultimately graduate 11th out of his graduating class. He was also a typical teenager. He started a YouTube channel which consisted of him doing silly activities or pranks with his friends and siblings, and also playing video games with running commentary. He was friendly, he was outgoing, and he was healthy. And through his hard work, he earned admission to UC Davis, which he began in the fall of 2020. Now, this was a time of COVID and online learning, and it was difficult to begin college in these circumstances, and Mr. Reales Dominguez was more shy than he had been in high school. Growing up, he had been referred to as Carlos Reales, which is the paternal name of his father. And Davis, they started referring to him as Carlos Dominguez because that is the last name on the Zoom screen. During this trial, he will be referred to as both, but I will refer to him as Mr. Reales Dominguez because that is the name his parents gave him. Despite the challenges of COVID, Mr. Reales Dominguez, during his freshman year, developed multiple friendships across different social circles. The first person he met who became a good friend was a man by the name of Nathan Riegos de Dios. They met over a Zoom class. Mr. Riego de Dios is a former football player himself, and he invited Mr. Reales Dominguez to throw the football around. And over the course of their freshman year, they would become very close friends. Through Nathan, Mr. Reales Dominguez met a young woman by the name of Kaylee Gallardo, who by the middle of his freshman year would become his girlfriend, and is probably the person at UC Davis who knew him better than anyone else. Also during his freshman year, he became friends with a group of older UC Davis students from a different social circle, Sydney Sleslicki, Mark Capito, Philip Hahn, and Christian Ortega. And they ultimately invited Mr. Reales Dominguez to join their fraternity. Witnesses will describe a young man, although somewhat on the shy side, was friendly, enjoyed social activities, liked being around people who they would see laugh, joke around, and smile. Throughout his freshman year, he had a close-cut fade haircut, what Kaylee Gallardo described as pristine hygiene. He had a build that was described as normal, athletic, muscular, or even got a little chubby during COVID. A former athlete, he enjoyed playing basketball and other pickup games, and all the people who played with him during his freshman year did not notice anything unusual about how the way he walked, how he stood, or how he carried himself. Like many students entering UC Davis as a biosciences major, he found the academic work far more challenging than he expected, but he struggled through it, and he finished his freshman year in good academic standing with 3 Bs, 5 Cs, 1 D, and a calculus for neuroscience class that he and many other freshmen had to repeat. Even in the time of COVID, it was a typical freshman experience. And then Carlos Reales Dominguez got sick. There is not a known cause for schizophrenia. They believe genetics plays a large role, but the experts will tell you it is a combination of genetics, brain chemistry, and environmental factors. And like so many individuals who experienced that first break of schizophrenia, Mr. Reales Dominguez was unable to recognize that he was sick. He was unable to recognize the symptoms that were clear to everyone else. When he left Davis for summer break, he went to Tracy, California, where his parents and siblings had recently moved. And his sister Mia recalls seeing him several times a day, just staring blankly at a wall for long periods of time. And she saw this multiple times throughout the summer. But at such a young age, she didn't know what to think about it and didn't think to tell her parents. But she did notice that he had stopped showering, which seemed very unusual to her, knowing the teenage brother who had showered multiple times a day in high school. When he returned to Davis for the fall of his sophomore year, he moved into the Parkside apartments with Nathan Riegos de Dios and 2 other roommates. But it became clear to Nathan very quickly that something had changed in his good friend. Suddenly, the athletic build had changed to someone who, quote, got really skinny. And Mr. Rio de Dios will describe how over the course of that year, he would see Mr. Reales Dominguez moving his lips, like having a conversation with someone, but nothing was being said. And Nathan will tell you this freaked him out. And over the course of the year, which they began as good friends, they ultimately stopped communicating at all. Most of the time he spent his sophomore year was with his girlfriend, Kaylee Gallardo. But she also will tell you the differences she saw between the young man she met her freshman year. She also noted the dramatic weight loss and the pristine hygiene that she had dealt with for the first year, when he had to go back and take a shower before they could do anything, was gone. And she noticed, in addition to this decline in hygiene, he became withdrawn. He didn't want to go out and do anything. He preferred to just stay in his apartment room, making beats with music or writing songs. When they did go out, he was paranoid. She will tell you how on multiple occasions, when they are walking down the streets of Davis or in some other public area, Mr. Reales Dominguez would believe that people had just said something about him. And these were people who Miss Gallardo knew were clearly engaged in their own conversations or hadn't said a word. And she could not even give you an estimate of how often this happened. She initially said 10 to 15 times, but it was so frequent, she can't even put a number on it. And this obviously concerned her, but when she would try to speak to Mr. Reales Dominguez about it, he just shrugged it off. She'll tell you about an incident in around March and April of 2022 when they were entering her apartments at the Parkside Apartments on Olive Drive in Davis. And they were going through the door, and another couple was coming behind them. And when nothing was said, Mr. Reales Dominguez suddenly turned around and got in the man's face and confronted him about what he had just said. And the man hadn't said a word. Ms. Gallardo, it was clear to her that Mr. Reales Dominguez felt threatened by this man. He even attempted to tackle him to the ground. And Ms. Gallardo had to separate them. Unable to calm him down, she then tried to drive him back to his apartment complex, only to have him consistently try to open the door and get out while the car was still moving. Finally, when she was able to come to a complete stop, he got out and walked off into the darkness. And then for the remainder of the night, when she tried to call him and tried to text him, he did not respond. And she was so worried that the worst had happened. And then the next morning, she was able to get in contact with him, and he shrugged it off and didn't want to talk about it. And for Miss Gallardo, this event was a sign that as much as she cared for Mr. Reales Dominguez, as much as she wanted to help him, she needed to end the relationship, which she did sometime in March or April of 2022. Although they would still see each other occasionally as friends, the relationship never resumed, although it was clear Mr. Reales Dominguez wanted it to. Now, after Ms. Gallardo ended their relationship, Mr. Reales Dominguez's mental illness continued to progress. In late summer, he was able to get a job at the Jack in the Box on G Street in Davis. But it didn't last long. You will hear from a coworker named Gladys Verdeen. She will tell you on her first day on the job where she was reporting, Mr. Reales Dominguez just stood behind the counter and didn't even acknowledge her for 10, 15 minutes, till finally someone came out and spoke to her. She will tell, now they had overlapping shifts, Mr. Reales Dominguez worked earlier than her, but they would have about 2 or 3 hours they would overlap, and she would describe how every shift they would see him standing like a statue, arms straight by his side, staring at a wall for 10, 20 minutes. And this happened multiple times an hour, every shift she had. She will tell you about one incident where Mr. Reales Dominguez, attempting to work the drive-thru, stood motionless like a statue, staring at a wall, while the beeping of the drive-thru order was heard throughout the restaurant. She'll tell you how she called out his name multiple times with no response. Finally, she walked over, pulled the headset from his head, and in her words, he flinched really bad, got scared, and fled to the back of the restaurant. Ms. Redeem will tell you how sometimes he just stopped, he didn't show up for his shifts, and ultimately he stopped showing up altogether. Now in the fall of 2022, Mr. Reales Dominguez moved into a house located at 762 Hawthorne Lane in Davis, where he was housemates with Mark Capito, Philip Hahn, and Christian Ortega. He actually took over he wasn't on the lease, he took over the room that had been previously occupied by Sidney Slazicki, who had moved back home in Sacramento County due to family issues, but would still visit the house frequently. And when he moved in, it was immediately clear to all the housemates that this was very different than the young man they had met freshman year. Extremely thin, with long hair that hung in his eyes. He wasn't showering regularly, if he showered at all. He walked with a stiff gait, arms straight at his side, which some of them would describe like almost a zombie. He isolated himself in his room, and when he would leave the room, he wouldn't even acknowledge him. Maybe 10% of the time. During housemate meetings, they would describe how he would stare off into a space or stare off into a wall, and they would have to say his name multiple times to get his attention. All 3 roommates saw or heard things that caused them to believe that Mr. Reales Dominguez was hearing voices. Mark Capito actually remembered an incident early in his friendship with Mr. Reales Dominguez, where Mr. Reales Dominguez asked Mr. Capito if he had ever heard voices, which Mr. Capito recognized in retrospect was likely a request for help, although Mr. Capito didn't realize that at that time. Now, sometime after moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, Mr. Reales Dominguez began to engage in a very unusual routines when he would leave his home at night, or leave his home most often at night, and he would walk or ride a bike to a small number of seemingly random locations where he would sit and stare or engage in other seemingly bizarre behavior. Now, one of these locations was Sycamore Park. Before moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, he had been to Sycamore Park on a few occasions. He had played basketball at the elementary next door with Nathan, but it didn't have any meaningful connection. But within a few months, he was going there regularly, where he would sit on or near the play structure and stare at the ground or stare off into the distance. On one of his walks, he found a knife blade without a handle, and he started engaging in a routine where he would take the blade and just try to throw it into the ground, trying to get it to stick. or throw it into a specific tree trying to get it to stick. And he would do this over and over. And when he realized that the dullness of the blade was making this routine difficult, he did go on Amazon and he ordered a knife, which you've already heard was ordered on December 5th, 2022. Another seemingly random location that Mr. Reales Dominguez would regularly go to, although less so than Sycamore Park, was an area along the railroad tracks at the intersection of 2nd, or what the gravel portion of 2nd and K Streets. This was the location of a downed and abandoned wooden power pole, which I will refer to as Mr. Reales Dominguez's sitting log. Now, during her sophomore year and into the fall of her junior year, which was in the fall of 2022, Kaylee Gallardo lived at the Ryder Apartments, which are right there. For point of reference, over here is the intersection of 2nd and L Street, which was near the area where Miss Guillory was stabbed. Now, when Mr. Reales Dominguez was living at the Parkside Apartments, he would follow the rail when he would go to visit Miss Gallardo at the Ryder Apartments. He would follow the railroad tracks that run north and south through Davis, and you see they split at 3rd Street. He would follow it east into, which is a gravel portion of 2nd Street. And although you're not supposed to do this, he would cut across the railroad tracks, and then he would enter the Ryder Apartments through a gate. There is a locked gate, it has signs that say no trespassing, but you will see it's wide open and people commonly pass through there. And somehow, during this time, he became aware of the down power pole that I would call the sitting log. It's not there anymore. It was finally removed, but fortunately, Davis police officers named Alex Torres, who, when taking photographs at the scene where Miss Guillory was stabbed, he took hundreds of photos, not knowing what is relevant. And he got 4 photos where you can see the log. It's not clear. There is a gravel pile there. You see an overturned chair, but behind it you can see the pole. And even after Kaylee Gallardo moved out of the Ryder Apartments, Mr. Reales Dominguez would find himself either walking or riding to this location, sitting on that log and staring off across the railroad tracks toward the Ryder Apartments. This photo doesn't have the log in anymore, but you can still see the gravel and you can see the Ryder Apartments directly across. And he would come here at night, sometimes in the day, and he would sit and stare. Sometimes he would get up and walk around before coming back. Now, you've heard about Central Park. Unlike Sycamore Park and his sitting log, Central Park was not one of his destinations when he would leave on these walks. He was familiar with Central Park. He had attended farmers markets there, just like most people in Davis. But when he would leave to go on these walks, It wasn't a destination. It was, however, a place he would stop on his way back home, whether from the sitting log or some other location. Now, when Mr. Reales Dominguez obviously ordered that knife on December 5th, it was right during the time of finals and then Christmas break. We don't know when it arrived, but we know he went home to Tracy over winter's break. And his parents were so shocked and concerned at the physical decline they saw in their son that they urged him to stay home and not go back to UC Davis. They could see something was terribly wrong, but they did not have the knowledge to recognize what it was, and as immigrants themselves, they did not know how to access the resources to help him. And because Mr. Reales Dominguez was an adult and did not rely on his parents for financial assistance to attend college, they did not even have the financial leverage to keep him to stay home. By the time Mr. Reales Dominguez returned to Davis for his winter term, he had stopped communicating with his housemates altogether. He wouldn't acknowledge their presence. He had only minimal communication with his family, and then it cut off altogether. Ms. Gallardo will tell you about how on February 6th, she received text messages from both Dylan and Mia, concerned that they hadn't heard from their brother, and if she could help them get in touch with him. And for Ms. Gallardo, who knew how close Mr. Reales Dominguez was with his siblings, this terrified her. But ultimately, she was able to give them a number, and they were able to contact him. He continued to isolate himself in his room. He would only leave to attend class or go on his nightly walks. And as I mentioned, when he did appear, he walked stiff and erect, arms straight at his side. He continued going on his nightly walks. He started carrying the knife he purchased on Amazon, both to Sycamore Park and the sit-in log, and he would continue the bizarre routine of trying to throw it into the ground, trying to get it to stick, or throwing it at a specific tree. You also see that he used the knife to carve into one of the trees at Sycamore Park what he thought was a face, or something that looked like a face to him. He tried to attend his classes, but his disease made that impossible for him to comprehend the material or perform the work. And you will hear he received all Fs his winter term. By April of 2023, Mr. Reales Dominguez was in a state that multiple experts will tell you is florid psychosis, where he was seeing, hearing, and believing that he was being stalked by a group of shape-shifting supernatural beings that he described as the shadow figures. He'd had these hallucinations for some time, but as his disease progressed, they became more frequent, more vivid, and more terrifying. And you will see it was the progression of this disease and the hallucinations that came with it that ultimately led to the tragic encounters with David Breaux, Karim Abou Najm, and Kimberly. When Mr. Reales Dominguez was first stopped by the police on April 3rd, you will hear he was at Sycamore Park, sitting on the bench, staring off into space. The individual who followed him and called the police will describe how he seemed to walk not in any sort of deceptive way, but as though he had no idea where he was going. It was simply random. When he was contacted by the police, he was paranoid. He was in a state of florid psychosis. And you will see, he did not believe in his mind that he had stabbed or killed anyone. After he was taken to the Davis Police Department, he was placed in an interrogation room where he would remain for the next 7 hours, not moving, not eating, not drinking, not asking to use the bathroom. Detectives Steve Ramos and Matt Muscardini would spend approximately 5.5 of that hours asking Mr. Reales Dominguez leading, forced choice questions to which they would receive contradictory responses of yeah, no, or I don't know. When they did not get the responses they wanted, they became frustrated, they became angry, and they repeatedly told Mr. Reales Dominguez what they, quote, already know. That he stabbed people, that he killed people, and they told this to him over and over and over again. During this 7 hours in the interrogation room, Mr. Reales Dominguez sat motionless, speaking in a halting, monotone voice. When officers moved about their chair like normal people do, Mr. Reales Dominguez sat like a statue. Even during a break, when both officers left the room, the only movement was Mr. Reales Dominguez standing up, putting on his hoodie, and starting to walk out the door before the officer watching the door stopped him and said, "What are you doing? Sit down." Mr. Reales Dominguez said, "I was just going to go for a walk." Completely oblivious to the situation he was in. He didn't make eye contact, except for the times the officers ordered him to look at them, which they did over 20 times. He exhibited grossly disorganized thought processes and disorganized speech. Although he persisted in giving the name of John Joas, he gave his correct phone number, and he tried to give his email to UC Davis under the name Carlos Dominguez, but he was unable to spell it correctly. Other information he gave was close to accurate. You heard at the scene he said he lived at 782 Hawthorne, when in reality he lived at 762. He spelled his mother's name as Varla instead of Carla. He spelled his high school as Castlement instead of Castlemont. And what experts will tell you, this is not examples of lying, it is examples of a completely disorganized mind. And for the experts who watched that interrogation, it is obvious and clear it is a person who is exhibiting multiple symptoms of schizophrenia. But it was being conducted by two detectives who had absolutely no knowledge, no training, and no experience to recognize what they were seeing. Now, you heard that Mr. Reales Dominguez was separated from UC Davis. He had the appeal, which was mentioned, that was for academic probation. When he received his separation letter, they simply sent him an email, which he never responded to and never acknowledged that he received it, which there is no evidence he ever received it. And you'll see it is an email written even in a way that even a mentally healthy person would have difficulty understanding what it meant. You saw from the prosecutor's PowerPoint that even after this first two stabbings had occurred on May 1st, he appears to be trying to go to his classes at their scheduled time. You will see he arrived at one almost right as it ended, but then appeared to go to the other one. And then the following day, May 2nd, after the stabbing of Miss Guillory, again you see him trying to go to his classes. And you'll see, with respect to this power on, power off summary that the prosecutor showed you, you will see that Mr. Reales Dominguez had an old cell phone that didn't hold a charge, and this power on, power off pattern existed for multiple months. And there was a very good reason why someone would need to bring a cell phone to a class at UC Davis, and that'll be explained to you. You will see also after his arrest, when the officers told him that he had been separated from UC Davis, he maintained that he had not, that he was still a student. After his arrest, Mr. Reales Dominguez was housed in an infirmary of the Yolo County Jail. He spent each day in an empty cell, dressed in a suicide smock, staring at the wall or staring at the ground. He never expressed any desire to hurt himself. He was in the suicide smock just because of how he presented to the mental health staff. He consumed only an extremely small amounts of food and water. They described it as a hunger strike, but he wasn't asking for anything. He just said he wasn't hungry, and soon the former starting high school safety had fallen to about 108 pounds, resulting in multiple trips to the emergency rooms. But like so many with schizophrenia, he denied any mental health symptoms. Every question asked of him, he denied. And when they offered to give him antipsychotic medication, he refused. For nearly 3 months, he sat in that cell without showering, without brushing his teeth, staring at a wall or staring at the ground. For the first month, he was minimally communicative. You were heard, he made statements concerned that he was missing his classes at UC Davis, that he needed to register for classes, and he was wondering if he could have a laptop so he could keep up with his classes, still believing he was a student. Ultimately, he stopped communicating verbally, would only use hand gestures, and then basically stopped communicating at all. The psychiatrist who was treating him at the jail, her name is Patricia Tyler, and she treated him via telepsychiatry. She didn't actually meet him in person. She diagnosed him as suffering from schizophrenia, and she recommended emergency involuntary medication. Medication he would have to take whether he wanted to or not. You will see that finally in late July, he was given a single dose of antipsychotic medication, and finally the jail sought and received an order on August 3rd, 2023, an order from the court that allowed them to administer antipsychotic medication involuntarily. And shortly thereafter, Mr. Reales Dominguez began receiving antipsychotic medication for the first time in his life. Once the order was signed and they showed it to him, he didn't physically resist. You will hear that the criminal case was paused on September 13th, 2023. He was admitted to a Atascadero State Hospital for treatment. He remained at Atascadero for approximately 3.5 months before returning to Yolo County Jail in January of 2024, when criminal proceedings resumed. You will see that while antipsychotic medication is very effective, or can be very effective, at treating the positive symptoms of schizophrenia, the hallucinations, the delusions, it is far less effective at treating the negative symptoms. And you will see that many of Mr. Reales Dominguez's negative symptoms, though less pronounced, are still present today. But having now received treatment, received medication, he does now recognize and fully accept that he has schizophrenia. Now, I would like to respond to a few things that was brought up by the prosecutor, because it'll likely be several weeks, if not more, before the defense is allowed to call any witnesses. And they spoke to you about what Dr. Matt Massey saw. He was the individual who found Mr. Reales Dominguez in Central Park at the location, Central Park, in Sycamore Park, at the location of the stabbing of Karim Abou Najm. And what Dr. Massey will tell you is that when he approached and he had a flashlight on his cell phone, Mr. Reales Dominguez seemed scared. He said, "What do you want? Leave me alone." And he spoke in a childlike voice. And that Dr. Massey's initial reaction when Mr. Reales Dominguez got on the bike and rode off was that he had scared him. And then he saw Mr. Abou Najm on the ground. What you will see is that although Mr. Reales Dominguez did ride across the highway and drop that bike, he immediately returned back and crossed over that bridge. A young woman named Hannah Cheney, who was riding her bicycle by when she saw Dr. Massey on the phone before police even arrived, saw someone who you will see was Carlos Reales Dominguez crossing back over. In the state he was at that time, he was just trying to go home. And that is the only way he knew. Another thing the prosecutor said is that there was no blood found at the Hawthorne residence. You will see that statement is absolutely not true. To the contrary, the evidence found at the Hawthorne residence will show that Carlos Reales Dominguez made no effort to clean or wash anything. Another thing I want to mention is that you will hear testimony from Kimberly Guillory and other members of the unhoused community in Davis, and they are very close, some of them are very close to each other, and they speak amongst each other. And you will see they are operating under a belief that approximately 9 o'clock on May 1st, when Kimberly Guillory was stabbed, that Mr. Reales Dominguez was across from the tents, hiding behind trees, scoping them out. This is what they told the law enforcement. This is what many of them still believe. And that two men named Isaac Chesman and Albert Osorio did chase him. What you will see is that is absolutely not true. There was a person who they chased at 9 o'clock. His name was Khalid Siddiqui. He worked at Steve's Pizza. And when he would later talk to police, he would tell them how he was trying to walk home from work. And he got to that area, and suddenly a group of unhoused individuals started chasing him for no apparent reason. And an officer named Derek Russell, through an anonymous source at the FBI, was able to get a video of this incident, which clearly identified it was Mr. Siddiqui. But for some reasons, he did not get a copy of the video. And Davis police ultimately determined that Mr. Siddiqui had no involvement whatsoever, and who those individuals saw was Mr. Siddiqui, not Mr. Reales Dominguez. But you will see to this day, law enforcement has allowed those witnesses to continue to repeat that false statement, even though they know it is not true. You heard just last week, Ms. Guillory was meeting with law enforcement about her testimony. She repeated that statement, and they let her continue to believe it. And keep that in mind when you evaluate the testimony of Ms. Guillory and the other members of the unhoused community. How that false belief affects their testimony. Now, an opening statement is not an opportunity to discuss the law, and it will be many weeks before the judge instructs you on the specific intents and mental states that the prosecution must prove for the charges in this case and the various enhancements. So please, as Judge McAdam told you, reserve your judgment until you have heard all the evidence and have had all the law explained to you so you can see how it fits together. But as you hear the evidence, much of which is going to be very difficult to hear and very difficult to see, please keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, that this trial is not just about the physical acts that Mr. Reales Dominguez did, but also what was happening in his mind when he did them. Thank you.
All right, so that takes care of our opening statements from both sides. I'll be really interested to hear if they have the exact same openings or not. You know, they may have to change them slightly, but we'll see. All right, so now we're going to get into testimony. So here's where I was saying earlier that I want to, we have David's sister testifies, and then Kareem's mother testifies, and then Kimberly testifies. So before they each testify, I want to play a little bit of news clips on each of them, so we get to know them a little bit better. There's a lot on David, so we can get into him a little bit deeper as the trial goes on. But for now, I found these news clips. But we'll get into David and Kareem if I know there's a lot of vigils for him as well. So, but anyway, for now we're just going to do a couple news clips, and then we'll get into testimony.
This community tonight devastated by the tragic loss of David Breaux, the creator of the Compassion Is Project and bench. Davis police calling it a violent attack.
And David was found on the morning of April 27th with multiple stab wounds at Central Park near his bench. Our Devin Truby joins us with how he's being remembered.
Welcome. It's how David made the Davis community feel. Welcome. The memorial at his Compassion bench growing in just a few hours. This bench was covered in flowers, cards, and notes.
This knew him. You know, if you walked past and you saw the booth, you would be like, oh yeah, all right.
Integral part of the Davis community gone. Davis police calling the attack violent and senseless, a difficult and disturbing crime, especially for it to happen in a public space.
It's a part of our community, and to think that something like this has happened to him, particularly here in our Central Park, where I brought my children and my family down there for the farmers market.
Sandra Black's a resident of Davis for over 20 years, bringing flowers to the bench.
The compassion he so talked about and asked us to think about. I just think we have to bring that forward.
The memorial here at the Compassion bench is growing from flowers, cards, even a notebook to continue David's work so people can share their definition of what compassion is.
The compassion at its root is about empathy. So being able to really understand that people might go through things that you yourself don't understand, but being able to share kindness and support and love.
That's what Felix told David during his Compassion Project interview, where David talked to people about compassion and sometimes posted the videos on YouTube. Felix saying it was a short but wonderful talk, and the community is struggling with how a person who devoted themselves to kindness and the city could be treated so horribly. It's sparking a question that doesn't normally concern Davis residents. How safe is it?
Shaken me up, I know for sure, and it's shaken a lot of other students up as well. Where Davis used to be somewhere you could feel safe walking around at night, you could feel safe if you're walking alone, and I feel like, you know, hopefully Davis can bounce back from this, but it is definitely, it has popped my bubble a little bit.
Definitely popped a bubble tonight, a compassionate legacy. Davis police say that there is no suspect information at this time. They ask that anybody with any information on this or video of the area to please call 530-747-5400. They're increasing patrols in the area, and there will be a vigil on Sunday night at 7:30 on the bench on C and 3rd Street.
So as we're going through this, I'm kind of remembering things. So Maria, who's going to testify in just a moment, that's a sister. She, when asked to make a statement, she shared that she is glad Carlos received mental care. I'm glad that Carlos Reales Dominguez, after living with seemingly untreatable schizophrenia for 2 years, finally got the help he needed. Nothing that happens from here will bring David back. She said at a vigil, she said her brother told her to forgive someone if they ever harmed him. And I'm pretty sure his dad had schizophrenia. This is all kind of churning things. I'll have to find that. I'll have to find that article, but I'm pretty sure he moved back home to take care of his dad or something like that. I'll find that and I'll read that. But he told his sister that if anybody harms him, to forgive them. So I mean, David was quite a special person, that's for sure.
Much loved community.
All right, let me try and find that article, but I'm pretty sure that his dad. I don't want to misspeak. I'll try and find it.
Much loved community figure in the city of Davis, stabbed and killed. David Breaux was found dead at Central Park yesterday. Again, this is in Davis. A lot of folks in the city knew the 50-year-old as the compassion guy.
And KCRA 3's Danica Hill joins us live from Davis. Danica, you spoke with a lot of people who knew him. It sounds like he was well loved.
Yeah, everybody here in the community says his main goal was just to spread love and compassion. A lot of his time spent right here at this bench where he would stop people and ask them to define compassion in their own way. And everybody that I talked to here in the community says they're just so sad that somebody like this is now gone.
David was one of the most kindest, compassionate people you'll ever know. He literally set out in this world to do good, you know?
The community of Davis shaken after learning about the death of David Breaux, who was found dead with multiple stab wounds at Central Park.
It's devastating. Like, who no one ever deserves that in their lifetime, right? No one ever deserves to have that happen. And to a person who literally just wants to spread compassion in this world, like, we don't get it.
Becky Marigo and Harmony Scapazzi met David back in 2010 when he came to the Davis Community Mills Paul's Place.
It was around the time of writing his book that he's like, you know, can I come in there? Can we write the book? And so we did. And it was very outside of what we normally do. But we were all about his mission. Like, we were said, yes, let's do this. Let's write this book.
That book, titled Compassion, Davis, California, a compilation of concepts on compassion.
Before the bench was even here, he would come to this corner and he would stop people as they walk by and say, would you please write your definition of compassion?
Rob Davis, a former mayor of Davis, says when the proposal for public art came about, it was natural that it would be a bench about compassion dedicated to David's work.
If you can imagine someone being out here every day and just offering people the opportunity to think about what that word meant. I know, maybe it sounds corny on our cynical days, but you know what? He forced us to think about how we were treating our neighbors.
A memorial already growing at the bench on the corner of 3rd and C Street, just across the street from where David was found dead.
And when I heard that it was him, I was just completely floored, and it was just incredibly sad.
Gloria Pardita with the Davis Phoenix Coalition now organizing a vigil for David this weekend.
This was somebody that meant a lot to our community and who sort of held space for everyone and advocated that we all hold space for each other. And so it's just something that we have to do. We have to hold a space for everyone to mourn his passing.
And that vigil is planned for Sunday at 7:30 here at the bench. I'm told there'll be people speaking on David's behalf, people who knew him very well. And they're asking the community to come out and share their stories. Here in Davis, Danica Hill, KCRA 3 News.
That's so sad, Danica. Yeah. He's such a compassionate guy, as we're hearing. Have we learned anything about the suspect or maybe what led up to this?
just start with the easy stuff?
Unfortunately, no. I did reach out to police earlier today, and they called me back and said that they have no suspect information at this time. They're asking the community if you've seen something or you saw what happened yesterday to please come forward and tell them what happened. They also say they are increasing patrols around the park to ensure safety. Here in Davis, Danica Hill, KCRA 3 News.
Danica, thank you. And the city of Davis released a statement saying in part, quote, he is affectionately known around town as the Compassion Guy, which is a fitting tribute to his regular interactions with everyone who walked by, often waving and greeting folks or asking them to share their view on compassion. He chose Davis as his home to be around people. He touched many in our lives, in our community, dedicating his time and energy toward selflessness.
All right, so I have one more thing I want to play, and then I've found that article. But let me play this first, and then we'll read that article.
Tonight, forgiveness, compassion, and a conversation as we hear from the family of one of the Davis stabbing victims for the first time. David Breaux, known as the Compassion Guy, was the first victim in that series of stabbings, now linked to a former UC Davis student.
His sister was in court today when Carlos Dominguez admitted he was guilty. Here's CBS 13's Madison Keevy.
I forgave him as soon as my brother, probably the same day that I found out about my brother, I knew that I had to forgive because without even knowing who the person was.
Maria Breaux is David's older sister.
Older by 4 years and 2 months.
Her brother, pictured here on uncle duty, found his purpose as the Compassion Guy more than a decade ago. He spoke openly about compassion, and it wasn't always met with kindness. A few years ago, David was threatened and sent his sister a message she's put into action now.
He told me by Facebook Messenger in 2016, if I'm ever harmed and unable to speak for myself, forgive the perpetrator and help others forgive that person.
She thought about it again Tuesday when Carlos Dominguez apologized and admitted he did it. With forgiveness, she hopes a conversation with the Dominguez family may be possible.
And we're strangers that have been brought together by this common event. And it'll be them kind of understanding the impact and me understanding the impact on them.
Right? It's pretty amazing. So this is from Stanford Magazine, Compassion's Champion. So he graduated apparently in 95. It's hard to think about David Henry Breaux, 95, meaning graduated in 95, was a serene, forgiving, often unhoused man cherished by the community he elevated with his single-minded dedication to compassion. On April 27th, he was stabbed to death on a park bench where he often slept. It was the first of 3 outdoor stabbings in a week that shook the city of Davis, California, claiming the lives of Breaux and a UC Davis student, Karim Abou Najm, and wounding 64-year-old Kimberly while she was sleeping. A suspect has been apprehended. Breaux was an urban studies... Here, what am I doing? I'm like, what am I doing? Let me come over here so we can see him. Breaux was an urban studies major, appearing in Centennial Gaieties, and worked at Stanford Sierra Camp. After graduation, he made the finals of a screenwriting contest, but did not pursue a career in the field. In Davis, Breaux was known as the Compassion Guy. For the past 14 years, he stood on a downtown corner and asked passersby to write their definition of compassion in his notebook. In 2011, he turned their answers into a book, Compassion, Davis, CA, California. 2 years later, he inspired the city to build a compassion bench, and shortly after that, he went on a compassion tour funded by the Davis community. He's so genuinely interested in the search for knowledge, said Yolo County Supervisor Lucas Freericks, a former Davis mayor who helped build the compassion bench. Oh, that's probably who we just heard from. Breaux's journey to become the Compassion Guy began in 2008 when he was experiencing depression after the end of a relationship. Heeding religion scholar Karen Armstrong's call for a charter of compassion, he gave away his car and most possessions and moved from Oakland to Davis to live with a friend. He couch surfed, stayed in friends' spare rooms, became homeless, and declined offers of housing until shortly before his death, when he was getting ready to move into a local shelter. His sister, Maria, graduated in 91, calls him the sweetest, most gentle, most chill person I knew. He was always forgiving. Breaux's father physically abused him, Maria, and their mother, who had schizophrenia. Okay, so it was the mom had schizophrenia, I guess. Breaux wrote in a post on Medium in 2016, "Yet when his father was in poor health and asked Breaux to come home to Duarte, California to take care of him, he did." Also in 2016, he wrote a telling message to Maria, "If I am ever harmed and unable to speak for myself, forgive the perpetrator and help others forgive that person." Maria says she will carry on his legacy by doing exactly that. So it seems like it was his mother who had schizophrenia, and then dad, unfortunately, abused all three of them. So, all right. So with that as our backdrop, I'm going to put myself back over here. Sorry, David. I'm going to put myself back over there, and this is Maria. This is her testimony. She was the first one to testify. So we'll see if she testifies first in the second trial. All right, so this is Maria. She was the first to testify, so this was day one, and this is Maria. Let me just say Maria Breaux. Maria Breaux, David's sister. All right. All right, so this is Maria. This is David's sister.
Last name for record, and spelled in both.
Ms. Breaux, if you could state your first and last name and then spell it for the record.
On my birth certificate, Anne Maria Breaux, ANNEMARIA, and Breaux, BREAUX, and I also go by Maria Breaux.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMar, direct exam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Breaux.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Breaux, if you could tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, who you're related to.
I live in San Francisco. I'm 56, will be 57 in December, and I make my living as a writer, marketing writer, as well as a filmmaker. Would you like to know anything beyond that?
Well, let me ask you, I mentioned who you're related to. Did you have a brother?
I did.
Who's your brother?
I have two brothers.
Do you have a brother named David?
I do.
And who's your other brother?
My other brother is Joseph Breaux.
And you know why we're here today to talk about David, correct?
I do.
So I'm going to show you two pictures, People's Exhibit 55A and 55B. All right, approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you People's Exhibit 55 on the top, 55A, and then 55B on the side. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And who is the individual in there?
David Henry Breaux.
And are those pictures that you're familiar with?
I am.
Did you take those or did you have those at some point?
I did not take them, but I have both of them.
And is this, in life, was this a fair and accurate depiction of David?
It is.
Thank you. Ms. Breaux, could you tell us a little bit about David?
Yes, he's my so-called little brother. He was 6'2", and we grew up in the same house, same parents. He is 4 years younger than me. We both went through the same schools. We grew up in Duarte, California, in Southern California, and I left there in 1987 to attend Stanford, and he also went to Stanford 4 years after that, and went through, he studied urban studies with a focus on community development. And after that, had odd jobs. He worked as a high school teacher. He worked in a sporting goods store. He also worked with at-risk youth as a case manager in Los Angeles.
and had a couple of different relationships during that time. After college, he graduated. He took kind of a longer route and graduated in 1998, after which he went to go take care of our ailing father in Doherty. Our mother had passed away in 1997. And we had a difficult upbringing and childhood with a volatile father and a mom who had schizophrenia. And after I left, David became her caretaker. I was her caretaker before that point. And so he went back home, took care of my father, who passed away in 2004. David had moved out of the house by then, and he and I started the process of renovating our family home. Over the course of 2 years, my dad passed in 2004. He had signed the house over to us. And so David and I worked together to bring it to a livable state and sold it in 2006. And then he moved to the Bay Area. I was working at Genentech at the time as a supervisor of technical writers, a technical writing team. And then he met someone who reported to me. I introduced them, and he had a very serious relationship with her, and then struggled with depression for a number of years while he was in high school. Also, when he came up to the Bay Area, and was suicidal for some time. But through a loving community and this relationship that he was in, but he was not able to overcome his depression, we recommended therapy for him, and he did go to therapy. Go ahead. Sure. I know this can be a long story.
Okay. About what time frame are we talking about right now, where you talked about David graduated? I take that from Stanford.
Yes, he graduated from Stanford in 1998.
And then when did you and David sell the house?
We sold that in 2006.
And then the relationship that we're talking about right now, about what time frame are we in?
That, I believe, started in 2005. If I'd have to check, but I believe it was in 2005.
And you were talking about with the help of the community, and I think I cut you off right there. So you were talking about with the help of the community, what happened?
So he broke up. Him and his girlfriend broke up. He moved to Oakland, and he was in a studio apartment, and he decided that he was going to pursue, according to him, he said he had exercised his body by working out, his mind by going to college, his heart by being in a relationship. So he wanted to exercise his spirit. So he spent about a year and a half doing deep research into Western religions, Eastern religions, and philosophical thought, and looking at YouTube videos, reading books, and he came across a TED Talk by Karen Armstrong, who's a religious scholar, British religious scholar, and she had a TED Talk on compassion and about how she was kind of calling different institutions, communities, individuals to place compassion at the core of their values and their belief system, and that spoke to David. And so he continued about his life, but he thought, I want to do something compassion related. But at the same time, he was having health issues. And one day he kind of had a blackout and ended up in he called his friend, and his friend called an ambulance, and he ended up in a psychiatric hospital in San Leandro. And while he was there, he realized he was okay, and that he would devote the rest of his life to raising awareness of compassion.
So I want to use that to ask you about, did David have a nickname that you're aware of?
Yes.
What was that?
Compassion Guy.
And do you know where or how or when he got his nickname?
On the way back from the psychiatric hospital, he called a friend, Davis, and his friend Josh said, yes, you can stay with me. David had $50 left in his bank account, and he said, I need to do something. So he came to Davis, California, and with a note, his intent was he was going to start asking people, and he had started doing this work in Oakland, but he had a notebook and a pen, and he would ask people to write their definition of compassion.
And so he did that from June 3rd, 2009 until his passing. And that's how he got to be called Compassion Guy in Davis.
And so June 3rd of 2009, is that about the time frame that he came to Davis, California?
That's the time he started collecting definitions in Davis. He came in May 2009.
And did you have the chance to visit with him when he was in Davis? Did you ever get the opportunity to come up and see him do his work and interact with people?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Me and my family would come up. We always knew where to find him. He was at the corner of 3rd and C. And because sometimes my memory is a little spotty, I actually met people through email threads that I didn't really know who they were until later, and I met them in person. So people from the community, some people who are probably in this courtroom right now. And David made a lot of friends, and he brought some of them to San Francisco. Since I'm a filmmaker, he would come to see my movies, and he would bring friends from Davis. And so through that, I got to know some of the people in his sphere and people who later helped him with his compassion work.
When you say he was usually located at 3rd and C, are you talking about the intersection of 3rd Street and C Street in Davis?
That's correct.
You said you always knew where to find him. When you were with him, is that sort of the area of downtown Davis that he would stay in and interact with members of the community?
That's correct.
When was the last time that you got to see David?
The last time I saw David, it was in July 2019.
Did the two of you keep regular contact in between when you were actually able to see each other?
Yes, we did.
How so?
Through either various means. He sometimes had a phone, sometimes didn't have a phone. It was either through phone calls, texts, Twitter messages, or Facebook messages.
But it's fair to say that during that time, you were always sort of seeing what his work was doing, keeping track of him, and just staying connected.
That's correct.
You said that he came up and he messaged a friend when he came up to Davis to stay with that friend. Was he housed or unhoused when he was in Davis?
He was technically homeless, but not on the street until, as far as I know, 2018. And until that point, he was either couch sitting, house sitting, making use of the interfaith rotating winter shelter. So was inside. And as far as I know, he wasn't outside until 2018.
And do you know, did he prefer to live outside amongst the community, or was he actively looking for stable housing? You know?
He was actively looking for stable housing after a certain point. I should also add he was for 1 year on a tour around the U.S. called the Compassion Tour. Each month someone would host him and he would give talks and had his notebook set up at an appointed bench in that city. But it wasn't until sometime during the pandemic where he actively sought to go back inside full time.
In 2023, do you know where he'd been staying?
I believe he was staying outside.
When was the last time that you and David had the opportunity to either talk or text or Twitter, just communicate in general?
On his birthday, February 26, 2023.
And on April of 2023, April 29th, did you receive news about David?
I received news about David on the evening of April 27th, 2023.
And what was that news?
Someone from the San Francisco Medical Examiner's Office came to my door and said that David had died.
Since David's passing, have you had the opportunity to visit areas where David either frequented or a corner where there's a bench and memorial set up there?
I have.
To show you equals 43B. Approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Breaux, do you recognize People's 43D?
I do.
And how do you recognize that?
At the compassion bench.
And so you're familiar with this area?
I am.
Is that in the city of Davis and County of Gilbert?
It is.
And is that picture of 43D, is that how Compassion Bench looks in honor of David?
It's covered with flowers, and yes, it is in honor of David.
And you've had the opportunity to visit that area?
I have.
Would you say, is that a fair and accurate picture of David's bench?
It is.
Thank you, Ms. Breaux. Any questions, Your Honor?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination?
I do not have any questions for Ms. Breaux.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Breaux, appreciate you coming in here and testifying. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
So she pretty much told us everything that we already knew, right? But it was nice to hear it again. And again, if she was the number one witness in trial number one, will Maria be the number one witness in trial number two, which could be Tuesday. We're hoping it's Tuesday. All right, so now we're going to switch just a little bit over to, well, a lot of it, to Kareem. Karim, maybe? Kareem? Let me see how they pronounce his name. It's spelled...
To be honest...
Let me see. Kareem? Kareem? I don't know. We'll find out. All right, let me come back here. All right, so now we're shifting over to Kareem and a couple news clips, and then his mother testifies.
With you, I mean, the words are just really hard to come by, and as his family is trying to grapple with this and what happened, one thing he did say is that he is just so grateful for the community who is showing up for the family, and we're seeing that happen here at this park. Now you can see a few folks gathered here laying out a memorial and honoring his son. Now their son was murdered here at this park, where search and rescue crews tell me they're looking for any evidence that could help detectives. This happened just minutes away from their family home. Kareem's father tells me he was about to graduate and already had 2 job offers lined up.
We moved from Lebanon in 2018 when the situation in Lebanon was a little bit starting to go in not the right direction. And we came here hoping for safety.
To build a new life in Davis for his wife, young daughter, and son, 20-year-old Karim Abou Najm.
Karim wanted to do computer science, so he joined UC Davis. And he was just 6 weeks away from graduating. This was his last quarter. He was so proud and so happy and so thankful. He said, "Thanks, Mom and Dad, you paid all my tuition, you didn't."
Majdi Abou Najm and his family are now left with grief in a time that should have been full of celebration. Their son was identified as the UC Davis student who was stabbed and killed at Sycamore Park Saturday night when he was on his way home from an undergraduate awards ceremony. The second violent crime like this for the city in just a matter of days.
It is overwhelming.
The Abou Najm family doesn't know who did this to their son or why. As they grapple with grief and questions, they do have this message for the community.
We should all stay vigilant, help the police department in stopping what the killer and you know, we don't wish this to happen to another family here in Davis.
And back out here live looking at this memorial, this family is just beyond incredible. In their time of grief, they're already thinking about others. In fact, right now they say that they're already trying to work on creating a scholarship in their son's name. They want to make that reality. His legacy is cemented with UC Davis, and they say they want to work with the school on that. For now, we're live in Davis. Brittany Hope, KCRA 3 News.
So sad, right? But we honor them as best as we can.
In a week's time.
So here's another news clip, and then we'll get into his mother testifies.
The community of Davis rocked by violence.
3 innocent people stabbed, 2 losing their lives. And police say there's only one man to blame.
Mr. Dominguez? Is that your true name?
Yes.
Tonight, the accused serial killer and his dark past in the spotlight.
As the healing and heartache continues, and memories of the lives lost take center stage.
Getting answers. The CBS 13 News at 10 starts right now.
And for the first time tonight, we're hearing from Kimberly, the only victim to survive the stabbing attacks.
But first, we want to start with an emotional memorial. This second victim remembered tonight, not for the tragic way he died, but for the beautiful life he lived. CBS 13's Ashley Sharp was at the memorial, filled with family and friends of college student Karim Abou Najm, who was just weeks away from graduating. Ashley?
Yeah, that's right. Where I'm standing is where Kareem's life was taken as he was riding his bike down this path to get home. Here sits the memorial that has only grown. Messages of love left behind, candles even still burning tonight. But it was a few blocks away on the campus of UC Davis where that celebration of life took place this afternoon.
A brilliant mind and a kind soul. Kareem, the gift and the gifted. He is, not was, our special gift.
Family of Karim Abou Najm spoke before hundreds Friday, remembering a life well lived, not the final moments of one cut short at the hands of a man they call a monster.
We will not give the pleasure to the evil to bask on how they appended our lives and shattered our hearts. I will focus on the goodness of humanity and the community and the friends.
Those friends, even strangers to Kareem, spilled out of the International Center Friday, sharing in both the sorrow and the joy.
Emotional, and many emotions.
Kareem will always be in our hearts.
A passion for life and knowledge defined the 2 decades Kareem spent in pursuit of it all. Just weeks shy of his graduation when he died.
He was the epitome of what a UC Davis student is.
Students refusing to let darkness win. An accused killer who for a time was a classmate among them.
Despite any evil that comes and tries to diminish the good that's in the life of Kareem and in the life of all of us, that we are here still standing strong.
One message resounds from a family in mourning.
Everyone, take it from a devastated father. Don't take love for granted. I want you to pick your phone and call your parents or your loved ones and tell them that you love them.
A challenge to spread love in the name of Kareem. And Kareem's family says his legacy is now cemented in a scholarship fund at UC Davis that as of today has now surpassed $50,000. His family says that's meant to support undergraduate students who are researching there on campus so that they can finish the work that Kareem had only just started. We have a link posted on our website, cbs13.com, if you'd like to donate.
Yeah, they are definitely honoring him tonight. Ashley, thank you for that live report.
Oh, that's nice that they did get a scholarship. That's nice that they were able to get a scholarship set up for Kareem, in Kareem's name. That's cool. All right, so now this is, we go back to the courtroom, and this would be his mother is about to take the stand. So just give it a second while this kicks in. Come on. Yeah, Father and Father's full of love. Maria's full of forgiveness. I think Mom has a different take on it, if I remember correctly. I think Mom has a different sentimentality. I don't think she's as forgiving. But let's see. All right, so this is from May 8th. Mom was, let's see. She was on day 4. She was the 22nd to testify. 22nd witness to testify. Do I have anything pinned? Oh, here. Okay, so let me unpin that. So Nadine is her name. So this is. So this is Nadine or Nadine. Nadine.
Today, I'm going to ask the clerk to give you the oath, and after you take the oath, I'll have you have a seat and witness stand.
Okay.
Just raise your right hand. Did you solemnly swear to speak what you give and cause nothing to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Thank you, seated. Take the first and last name for the record. Welcome both.
Nadine Yahya, Nadine Yehyah.
Great, thank you. Mr. Demora, direct.
Good afternoon, Ms. here.
Hi.
Thank you for being here. Who are you married to?
I'm married to Majdi Abou Najm.
And is Majdi Abou Najm in court today?
He is.
And do the two of you have a son together?
We do.
What's his name?
Karim Abou Najm.
And if I may approach and show you People's Exhibit 54B.
Sure.
Mr. Carey, you recognize that photograph?
He's my son, Karim.
And is this a photograph that you have, that you've shared with us?
Yes, it's one of many that he had for Karim.
And when was that taken?
I didn't take that photo, so I don't have the exact date, but it was taken by one of his friends, my understanding.
Thank you. And is this how Kareem looked in life?
Better.
In April of 2023, how old was he?
20 and a half.
Was he a student at UC Davis?
Yes.
What was he studying?
Computer science.
Did he live with you and Majdi?
He did.
And without giving us your address, where did all of you live together?
We live on 1537 Santa Rosa Street, Davis.
As a student, how did Kareem get to school?
He biked to his classes, his work, everywhere.
Did he have a green Fuji mountain bike, green and colored Fuji mountain bike?
I believe he did, yeah.
Ever see him ride it?
Every time he left home when I was there, I would look at him as he left the house, yes.
On where you live, is that on the west side of Highway 113?
That's right, across the bridge.
You say across the bridge, is that the bridge that, the bike path that takes you to Sycamore Park?
Yes, true.
Did you know Kareem to take that bike path to and from school or his job?
Yes, all the time.
On April 29th of 2023, did you see Kareem that day?
I did.
When was the last time you saw him that day?
The last was around noon, I would say. I have prepared breakfast for him, and he didn't come down to eat. He was getting ready to go to a conference. So I sent him a message asking if should I remove the food or keep it for him, and that was the last message also from him. He said, yeah, to keep it, and he wrote, coming.
So he had a conference. Did he have a conference that day?
He did have. Earlier that day, April 29, he was looking for his fancy pants to wear for an occasion, so I asked him what he had. He said he had a very important presentation, and he couldn't find that pants, so he asked me to look for him for it. So that's how I knew that he had a presentation, and we didn't talk much about it, though, on that day.
When you say he was looking for his fancy pants, you're talking about like dress pants?
Yes, and I have to say it. That morning, it's like, Mom, where did you put my pants? It's like, you have it. It's like, are you sure you washed it? Yes, I did. I can't find it. Can you check my dad's? And I said, go check yourself. He said, Mom, please do. So I went, and sure enough, I misplaced his pants among his dad's clothes. And so he held his pants and said, Mom, is this my dad's size? So that was the fancy pants, blue pants that he wanted to wear, but he ended up spending some time changing and trying different clothes for the event that day.
And that was an event, and was that an award ceremony that was going to take place in the evening?
I wasn't aware that it was an award ceremony as much as a presentation with his group, and then based on their presentation, they might have been awarded based on their work. So it was research, part of the undergraduate research conference at UC Davis. It happens every year.
And so when he left that afternoon, did he get on the bike that you had always seen him leave on?
I didn't see him when he left. I had people that day around noon. When I went to get something from the kitchen, I saw him eating, so I offered him some tea. He said he's drinking coffee, and that was the last time I saw my son alive.
And during the day, did you ever see his bike there around the house, or did you notice it was gone?
No, that night I went out with my neighbor and walked around the neighborhood, not towards Sycamore Park, towards the other side. And when I came back home, I heard sirens, and then it was then that I checked if Kareem came during my absence. When I went for a walk, I looked for his bike. I didn't see it in our backyard. So I started messaging him to see when he's coming back, and I specifically said, it's like, I hear lots of sirens. Are you close? Are you okay? But that was around 10 p.m. So he didn't see that message or the many messages after that I sent that night.
And were you expecting Kareem home that night?
Of course. So It's Saturday. He had an eventful day, happy day, I would say, with his friends. It's getting close to his graduation, so I knew that he would be out, but I didn't know exactly when he's gonna be back. But being the kind of mother I am, when it's getting dark, I usually create a reason to check where he is indirectly by asking, like, there is food, are you coming? Or something around these lines. So that night, when it was around 10, I started hearing sirens. I got worried, but definitely I was expecting him. It's so not typical of him to stay out without letting us know.
When you were expecting him home, did you have reason to believe he would come through Sycamore Park, take the bike path back to your house?
Yes, that would be the norm, unless somebody, because if it was very late, would drop him home and then he would pick his bike the next day. But this would be the norm. He would have to cross that bridge to arrive home.
And I can't approach with equals 25 feet. Okay. And looking at this map, as you hear, would you be able to just draw a little arrow to where your house is on here? I can give you this pen.
Just to note, the Santa Rosa is not named, but I can recognize the street on this map. So it is here.
Okay.
So this is not Cape Cod, it's the parallel to Rio Grande.
All right. Let's put a little circle around that little dot right there.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Demora. Any questions, Mr. Hudson? No question. Nadine, how do you pronounce your last name?
Yahya.
Yahya. Ms. Yahya, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
So that's Nadine's testimony. All right. We are going to switch gears just a little bit now, because now we're going to go to those were the two folks, the two people, unfortunately, that lost their lives. Now we're going to go over to Kimberly, and we're going to check out Kimberly's story. So this is, you've heard her name. This is Kimberly's, now her story and her testimony.
He's not.
But we're going to play a news clip first. And then we'll hear some testimony.
He's not mentally insane. He knew exactly what he was doing.
The only survivor of 3 stabbing attacks allegedly committed by Carlos Dominguez says she thinks Dominguez premeditated these attacks, as she believes he watched and waited for her to enter her tent at a homeless encampment the night of May 1st. Describing him during the attack as angry and calculated, not insane. Here's Dominguez in court Monday, the only time he spoke.
I don't want an attorney. I would like to take it on myself if possible.
His attorney said Dominguez is not mentally competent. Court proceedings now stalled, pending a psychiatric assessment.
I think he's faking it. I think he's, I mean, of course. He planned all of this in his mind. Why, I don't know, and we'll probably never know.
Guillory now on a mission to take a stand for herself and the 2 victims who died. Now she's their voice, hoping this case goes to trial. And if it does, she plans to speak out.
If I do testify, I want to be in front of him. And I want him to know that I'm going to, I'm not going to stop until he's he gets life in prison at least without parole.
So strong. I spoke with her briefly from her hospital bed via telephone,
Right.
and she sounds so much better right now, and I'm so glad she's recovering.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, sorry, Debbie. Yep. Hey, Missy. It's a tough case. It's a tough case, you guys. No question about it. But we do these things to honor those that honor the victims, and hopefully get them justice. Now, if you guys watched the first trial, this guy was kind of fun.
And then we'd have everything wrapped up.
All right, hold on. Let me get to him. Okay. This is Isaac. I think it's Chesman, but he pronounces it Chesman. He's pretty fun. So he's the husband of the woman who just testified. I'm not going to play her testimony. I'm just going to play his testimony. But he talks about the attack on Christine, and then we will get to I'm sorry, Kimberly. We'll get to Kimberly. All right. So this is Isaac. I think you guys will get a kick out of him. I remember he was somewhat entertaining the first time around.
Mr. Chesman, come on in. Mr. Van Hook, if you just step aside for a second. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Yeah, good morning, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to have the clerk swear you in, and then after you take the oath, then I'm going to have you sit in the witness stand. We have 2 lawyers to ask questions. Okay.
Please raise your hand. You do solemnly swear that you're about to give and cause nothing with the court.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record. And spell them both.
Isaac Chesman, ISAACCHEESSMAN.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Van Hook, direct example.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Whereabouts, not the exact address, but whereabouts are you living these days?
Right now, I live in West Sac.
Are you currently housed?
Yes, I'm off the streets. Yeah.
And in April and May of 2023, were you housed then?
No, I was homeless due to my family moving, as I had just gotten out of rehab from getting out of prison because I didn't have a place to go to. So they put me through rehab, and yeah.
So I want to ask you a couple questions about your testimony here today. Have we met before?
I don't believe so.
Have you met Mr. DeMore before?
Briefly, right before, he just told us not to talk about the case and just to basically chill and kick back, pretty much.
Okay, but before today, you haven't met him?
No.
And sorry. Have you been promised anything for your testimony?
No.
Have you been offered leniency in any kind of case or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
And how did you make it from court today from West Sacramento?
I have a car now. I work as a machine operator, so out here in Woodland.
Okay, so you're just able to drive in?
Yes.
And I want to talk to you about kind of the situation that you were in April and May of 2023. How long had you been unhoused during that time?
For about 4 years.
And
going on 4 years, yeah.
And you discussed coming out of prison. Had you had a substance abuse issue?
Yeah, and I have struggled with it, but I have been going through this program with C2C, and I also completed Cache Creek Rehab. And I have been clean and sober for about a year and a month now. I haven't touched any drugs.
Understood. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What substance were you struggling with?
Crystal meth.
And so in April and May of 2023, since that's more than a year and a month ago, were you still struggling with methamphetamine then?
Yes, on and off, but yeah, on and off, to be honest.
And so, like at that time, end of April, beginning of May, had you heard of stabbings that were taking place within the city of Davis?
Yes, so since I had heard about that happening, and I knew Compassion Dave, we actually slept right next to him a few times, but at this particular time, we realized that this was going on, so I banded together with the group of people that I think would be most vulnerable because I need them to be most safe. And so with me being willing to actually protect them, I put them all underneath my wing. So it was just me, my wife, Kimberly, and Larry Pilot. And we banded together.
I'm gonna pause you.
Oh, sorry.
That's all good.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're not a professional witness.
I'm not.
Reporters will focus you.
Sorry.
All right, so I want to talk about, I just want to figure out who all was staying with you. You mentioned your wife. Who's your wife?
Christine.
And were you staying in some kind of shelter or just out in the open? How were you sleeping?
We were out in the open. We'd pitch our tent at night, take it down in the morning. Only because we didn't like being homeless, and we were working towards getting housed. I had jobs here and there, but I couldn't maintain due to my situation. And so, yeah, we'd put it up, take it down.
And were you, where were you bringing your stuff when you took it down?
We would take it either with us to Central Park, we'd chill for a minute, and then we'll be out of public view for a while, you know what I mean, get away from the people, or we'll just drop it off at Respite if we had an appointment, say somewhere in Sacramento or out there in Woodland. We would normally leave it there, and it would hold it for the day.
Now regarding your tent, where you would set up your tent, would you take it up and then take it back, or set it up and then take it back down each night?
Yeah, we set it up at night, take it down around 6 to 7, depending on where we were.
Well, what's the purpose of doing that? Why not just leave it up all the time?
Well, we do that so we don't draw attention to ourselves, for one, and two, it kept the cops, how do I put it, more nice in a way, because if we were doing that, then it made their job easier. They didn't have to come and hit us up talking about you have to take down your tent, you know what I mean? So they were respected. They showed us more respect if we did that, pretty much. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so you were doing it to avoid problems?
Yes.
And how long had you been, where were you staying that you were setting up your tent in this?
So originally we started in Central Park for like the first, 6 months, around 6 months. Then we found a spot over there underneath the overpass on Olive Drive. There's a bridge that goes over the highway, and we stayed there for a while. And then this stuff started happening, so we banded some people together and we moved over by the electric company.
So how long had you been staying at the electric company when the incident with Kimberly happened?
Only like a couple of days.
And when you say that you banded together, before you heard about stabbings, how many people would you stay with?
Oh, we were on our own. Because since I was in a relationship, we didn't really like being next to people because we were in a relationship, and you know, that's all, pretty much.
So when you say we were on our own, are you referring to just you and Asterios?
Yes.
And how long was that going on?
That was going on for about the first 6 months, like chilling, and then a few people saw how we were setting up and taking down and how we kept our spot clean. So a lot of people were asking us to move next to them, but we kept on holding off for a while. And then, yeah.
And did you normally stay in a tent?
Yeah, well, first starting out, no. We'd make a pallet on the ground. We didn't have a tent starting out.
Okay. At the end of April, beginning of May of 2023, though, did you have a tent?
Yes.
I'm going to put a photo on the screen. And this is photo ending 573. Are you able to see that, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, yes.
All right, so on the table next to you, there should be a laser pointer.
Okay.
It's got a button. Would you be, do you see your tent in this photograph?
Yeah, it's that one right there.
All right, and you're referring to the blue tent, kind of center rightish of the photo?
Yes.
And how long have you had that tent for?
I can't really pinpoint how long, but it was for a while. It was for a while.
And so you mentioned that you'd only been staying at PG&E for a couple days. Where is this set up?
This is literally on the wall of PG&E. On the other side too, there's spaces where certain tents would be set up, but across the street from that is the apartments, and we try to keep our stuff on that side. You know.
So you would try to stay on the PG&E side of this?
Yes, yes. So that way the residents wouldn't complain, and we could actually stay. You know.
You talked about Larry Pilot.
He's.
And where? And Larry wasn't someone that you had normally been staying with, right?
No, he's just been chilling with us, like kicking it pretty much, because you know, my wife and him, they're both older, but he didn't really click with anybody at Respite, so we kind of took him in. That's just kind of what we did, because when we showed up at Davis, that's what they did for us, is they took us in, so we just do the same.
Understood. Was Larry part of your group here at the Power Building?
Yes.
Did Larry have it set up there?
Yes, he did.
Where was Larry?
Larry was literally right behind her tent, up against the wall. It's a one-man tent. Yeah.
Do you know what color Larry's tent was?
Oh, man.
If you don't remember, it's fine.
It was either green or tan, one of the two. But I think, I'm not going to say. I don't remember.
Kimberly's situation, what was she, how was she staying?
Her tent was literally right here, and the door is on that side, facing towards the wall.
You can say right here, you're using the laser pointer to point to kind of the maroon tent with the gray top?
Yeah, the red one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how Kimberly got that tent?
Yeah. So she had been sleeping on the ground for a couple of nights, and we noticed it started bothering us. So we talked to Larry because we knew that he had an extra tent, and so we asked him if he could go get it for like at least, you know, and he went and got it for her. And then that was actually the night that this happened was the first day that she got that tent.
And so when you all had been setting up at the power plant before, she didn't have a tent, but this night she did?
Yeah.
And was the tent in good condition?
Oh, it was basically brand new.
Now, when did you first hear that something was going wrong with Kimberly? How did you learn that something had happened with Kimberly?
Okay, can I start from the top on that part? Like, because I
just want to start at, how did you know that something was going wrong with Kimberly?
Okay. Well, first off, there was things that were being moved. Okay, so we heard footsteps, and my tarp was cut. I only know this because I'm the one that built the tarp, and I know how to do things like this. I'm a really good MacGyver. So I had like 3-4 layers of tarps on my tent already anyways, just in case.
So I'm going to pause you there.
Yeah.
You talked about your tent and a setup. Was this setup of your tent and having tarps, is that how you would normally set up your tent?
Oh, no. Not covering my stuff all the way like that, no.
And so what was the purpose of using all these tarps?
As a deterrent, mainly to, like, say for instance, you can't really see inside of it, and we bordered our tent with clothes, and I slept in the middle with my wife, so there was really no way for a person to get into it with a knife unless they literally tried. They had to try to get through those tarps because they're heavy duty tarps. I didn't get the thin ones, I got the heavy duty ones, and so he really had to go through it if he was going to do it. But the tarp was cut, so once there was a realization of more tarps. Yeah.
How do you know that your tarp was cut?
Because the string wasn't untied from the tree, it was cut in the middle, where it was sticking away from the tree. Because there's a tree right in front of my tent, right next to that chair, and I had tied it to it, and it was cut in the middle.
Can you zoom in on this photograph so we can tell what we're talking about?
You see that tree right there?
Sort of. Would it be possible if we could get the lights, please?
It's right there next to the chair. That tree.
Okay. In this photograph, we have a blue tent kind of to the right, and then next to the tent is a metal chair, and then next to the chair is a tree. Are you referring to the tree that's next to the chair?
Yes.
And so, when you set up for the night, what was the setup with the tarp and the tree? Like, how was it before anything happened?
Okay, so before it all happened, that blue tarp that's on top right there was tied to the tree, the corner of it. I put a piece of bark and I wrapped the tarp around the bark and I tied the string around that, so I made a knot. So when you pulled it to the tree, it wouldn't slip off of the tarp, it'd stay right there. It didn't matter if it was really windy or not. I wrapped it around, and I tied it. So when you cut it, it's snipped right there. You still have some stuff on the tree and some stuff on the tarp. That's how I know it's cut.
I'll do there. In the photograph, we see kind of one corner of the tent with the tarp.
Mm-hmm.
You see how it's kind of down against the tent, kind of resting against the tent?
Yeah.
When you set it up, was it like that?
No.
Or was it raised, kind of pulled tight with the string?
It was raised at a slant, just in case if it rained. So my stuff doesn't get wet, it runs right off the front.
And then, other than, so you have your tent set up, you have the tarp set up, did you do anything special with your stuff that night?
Yes, we took all our clothes out. I bordered all four sides of the tent with my clothes, all the way up to about like that high off the ground. I had a lot of clothes, so I put them all around us, and I stayed in the middle just in case somebody was patting it down, trying to check and see if we're in there. I covered all my bases. And yeah.
Understood. When the thing happened with Kimberly, where were you?
I was laying down next to my wife, still awake. I had let her know once that tarp snapped, I had let her know, hey, I feel the vibe, he's here again, and I know he's here. And she goes, okay, and she squeezed me tighter. And yeah.
You talked about hearing something. What is it that you heard? Can you describe that?
Like something snapped.
Right.
And so.
And from hearing the sound, could you in that moment tell what it was?
Not necessarily. There's squirrels there too. There's also a family of, I believe they're skunks, and they stay there. So I didn't know 100%, but I did feel the vibe, and I knew it. I knew it.
Right. And you said, you mentioned saying something to the effect of that he's back. What do you mean by that?
Well, originally, I have had a very bad feeling like there was something really evil about to happen. So I stepped outside the tent because my wife and I were setting up the inside. I stepped out. It's the middle of the night, no cars going by, college is out. There's no reason for a person to run across the street like he's late for going home. There's no way. And then so I'm sitting there, I'm just watching, and he's running and stopping at every tree across the street.
So I want to pause you there. About what time is that happening?
I want to say, okay, so it just gotten dark. It was, I don't really know for sure, but I'd say around 8:30, something like that.
Okay, so hours before the thing with Kimberly happened?
Yes, it was hours before.
I just want to focus on what happened with Kimberly and what you remember from that, okay? You're in your tent, you hear a sound. What happens after that?
It's about like, 35, almost 40 minutes later, I hear, help, the curly guy, he's hitting me. So I tried to unzip my zipper. It got caught like midway, so I ripped the rest of it. By the time I got out, I guess the guy had already fled.
Strangulation.
Yes.
Okay, sustained. The last part of that's true.
Okay.
I want to pause you. So you hear Kimberly yelling. You start to open your tent. How are you dressed?
Okay, well, I'm under oath. I was naked.
Okay? So you're coming out of this tent quickly.
Quickly, like with no hesitation, I was trying to catch him.
And so when you came out of the tent, what was it that you personally saw?
All I seen was a person standing up. I ran towards it and I hit whatever it was. It turned out to be Larry, but yeah.
I'm going to pause you there. Zoom out on this photograph just a little bit. You said you saw a person standing up.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you see the person standing up?
Literally, he was standing up right here, and I thought dude had went around to go into the door, but all I saw was this figure in the dark. So I ran up and I socked whatever it was. I said, "Who are you?" And dude said it was Larry. I said, "Oh." So I unzipped his tent and I was like, "Why didn't you get out?" He's like, "I couldn't." And so yeah.
I want to pause you there. When you came over and punched Larry, was he still in his tent?
Yes, afterwards, yeah, because that was when I realized it. That's why I said, "Who are you?" And then he was like, "I'm Larry."
All right, so I want to go back in time just a few seconds. You come out of your tent, saw Larry standing up in his tent, and ultimately you punched him. Do you see anyone else around in that area, though?
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
That's a no. No.
And did you see anyone running away or anything like that? Just what you saw personally?
Not at that time.
All right.
No.
And did you see Kimberly at all?
Yes.
What was going on with Kimberly?
I had ran over to her afterwards, after I realized it was Larry. I ran to her side of the tent. She had stood up. I was like, "Where's your?" We were all wondering where her dog was. She had a dog, didn't bark, but she turned, and I was like, "Your leg is bleeding." And I was like, "You need to lay down. Your leg is bleeding." So she laid down, and then that was for the second time I had called the cops that night.
And so I understand that you called the cops before, and I just want to focus on what you observed with Kimberly. Who called the cops when something happened with Kimberly?
It was, I believe I had called the cops. Yes, I had called the cops.
Okay. And what do you remember happening after that?
All I remember after that is the cops showing up. About like 15 minutes later, they showed up. They came and basically I didn't have enough time to get everything, so I was freezing still. They did allow us to get a blanket, but they seized all our stuff for the night. We slept across the street at the other building where there's an overhead thing, so we could stay out the rain.
And just want to clarify, I know you saw Larry, but did you see who the potential person who harmed Kimberly was?
Only earlier that night.
Okay. When you say earlier, you're talking about something at like 8:30, 9, sometime around then.
Same night.
Okay. I want to focus on when something happened with Kimberly, and I want to talk about what happened in the 10, 15, 20 minutes before that. Okay. Did you hear or see anyone during that time frame, just up to about 30 minutes before something happened with Kimberly?
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
That's a no. No.
And during that time frame, where were you?
I was at my tent. You're talking about the 30 minutes between, right?
The 30 minutes before something happened with Kimberly.
Yeah. Okay. So me and my wife had walked real quick to the store, and we had grabbed some Swishers, I guess, because we were going to smoke a blunt. Because we were a little nervous, and yeah. But we headed back, and Kimberly came back not too short after that, though.
And when you got back, did you smoke a blunt?
Yes. Yeah.
So when the incident happened with Kimberly, were you impaired at all by the use of drugs at all?
No. I was sober by that time.
And had you been using methamphetamine?
No. Not that night, no.
Okay, let's stop there. So, Mr. Chesman, we have more questions for you, but we have to take a new break. Okay. And so I need you back, ready to go, 1:30 sharp. All right. Okay. And Mr. Van has a few more questions, and then Mr. Hutchinson. It won't be long, but I need you to start at 1:30. Okay. All right. You're excused at this time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's a midday break. Don't form your opinions. Don't research. 23-1391. And we're continuing this morning's evidence, and we have Mr. Isaac Chesman on, and thank you for coming back and giving more testimony. So, Mr. Van Hook, the People's Direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Chesman.
Good afternoon.
Sir, before the lunch hour, one of the things you had mentioned was tying off this tarp, and you mentioned something about a piece of bark. Can you explain what you meant by using it?
Yeah, I could show it best, actually, visually. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to hand you three things. A piece of bark. A piece of blue line.
Oh, that's perfect. Yep.
And then a little washcloth here. If you can visualize the washcloth as your tarp, the string is your rope, and the bark is a piece of bark.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, I grabbed a corner of it. You basically wrap it like this, and then you would end up wrapping a string around that.
Did you actually tie it off for us? So
oh yeah.
I can see how
I'll show you. I'll show you how it works. Yeah, it's pretty simple, but it's most effective. It's only because it won't come off of your tarp. It doesn't matter how hard the wind shakes, how much it moves, it's not going to come off.
Okay, and so it looks like you have the bark kind of tucked in the fabric.
Almost like a parachute style.
And so the line is tied around the base of the bark so that it holds it in place.
Yes, like an anchor, yeah.
I'm going to take this from you, and Your Honor, I'd like to have this marked as equals 70.
Oh, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, so you're talking about this line. I'm going to be approaching you with the USB drive. It's marked as equals 68. It's a series of photos. What I want to do is just have you take a look at these photos. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the cursor on the next arrow and just click through them till the end, and just all I want you to do is click through and see if you recognize what these are.
Did you say this was 68?
This is, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And just keep going quietly to yourself until we get to the end. Were you able to look at all the photos, Mr. Chesman?
Yes, yes.
And do these fairly accurately depict the scene as it was on that day?
Yes, fairly, yeah.
Okay. So I'd like to take a couple of these photos and show them to you. Are these photos of your tent as it was set up at the encampment there?
Yes. All my other my tarps are underneath that blue one that was sitting on my tent because the rope was cut on that picture. Like you'll see where I was talking. Yeah, sorry.
We'll spend more time on others, but let's just start at the beginning. Mr. Chesman, I'm showing you the photo ending in 7835. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes, yes.
And so, again, is that your blue tent on the right?
Yes.
And then the red tent on the left is Miss Guillory's, or Kimberly's?
Yes, Miss Kimberly's, yeah. the one that's rolled up in the back, it looks like, because, yeah, that's Larry's.
Okay, and if you just leans to about... Okay, so we're looking at one corner of the tent here. What is it? What is this? What is this kind of white thing on the upper right portion of the photo?
Yeah, so that's my army tarp. That one was one of the thin ones. We did have a thin one, but that was the only one. And that was only mainly because of the rain. When it rains right there, it floods the back way more. So I have it towards where, well, the wind blew over the tarp a little bit because the front got cut. Okay, but it got blown over and the rain normally drips off to the side right there and goes straight towards the sidewalk.
Understood.
Normally, yes.
So in this photo, there's kind of a line that goes from the corner here up to the white. You see that?
Yes.
What's that?
It's the same scenario, right? So the strap up top is holding up the tarp, but if I had raised it up just a little bit more, it would have been holding my blue tarp up in the front. So at the same time, they both would have been working together, but using less of my resources. So I had some just in case if an incident did happen and I had to repair it, I had the replacement for it really fast. So that's all tied together. Same thing with that corner, was on the other corner when it had tied to the tree. It was helping it stay steady and it would flow straight down. But right now, if it had rained, it would have been getting on my blue tarp and then going towards the front and running off the side.
So I want to get back to the photo that we had before this. Just close this, it should still be there. Looking, if we zoom in on the tree here on photo 7835, the tree right where the cursor is.
Yes, yes.
Do you see that kind of line around the tree?
Yeah, that's my string.
And is it the string that you were talking about that you tied your rope off on?
Yes, yeah. And that one was bungee. It was like a bungee string.
We're going to go to photo 7852. And you see photo 7852, sir? Is that yes?
Yes, yes, sorry.
All right, is this the same tree with the same rope?
Yes.
And we're going to zoom in on it. So is this the kind of bungee string that you were talking about?
Yes. It had tied onto the tarp, and then I had a stronger rope tied onto the end of that, and which led to the tarp that was hanging off the back. So it kept it all down because the bungee was tight. So I figured that since it's a little bit windy at the same time, if it jumped up and down, at least the bungee would hold it down.
So what I want to try and understand here is this end of the rope is clearly tied to a tree.
Yes.
Is the other end tied to your blue tarp or to your army tarp?
It's tied to the, I believe the blue tarp is supposed to be. Yeah, because that's how I use the anchor.
All right, so we can zoom in on the end here. You were mentioning earlier how you'd seen that the end was cut.
Yes.
Is this the cut end you're talking about?
Yes, that's cut. If it was untied, it wouldn't be on the tree anymore. It'd just be on my tarp, or it'd all be on the tree with no bruising like that in the middle of it. It's that's a cut. And you know, I was tied tightly because it fanned out when it cut. It didn't stay solid.
All right, so I panned it over to kind of edge of the ground next to the tent. Do you see that kind of squiggly line on the ground there?
Yes.
You know what that is?
Yes, sort of. Yeah, it looks just like my bungee.
Okay.
My bungee rope, yeah.
And then here at the end, do you see this kind of loop tied in this line?
Yes.
Is that the kind of same loop that you use when you're tying a tarp with a piece of bark and using that method?
Yes.
And so after the incident, when you looked at your tent, is this the situation that you found where one end was cut and one end was,
yes.
The two ends have been separated, now you have two pieces of bungee instead of one?
Yes.
All right, I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Sir, I'm going to ask you some questions this afternoon, almost all of which can be answered with a yes or no response.
Okay.
If you don't know the answer or you can't remember, I don't want you to guess. It's completely appropriate to say, I do not know or I do not remember. Okay. And unless I specify, I'm interested in what you personally observed, what you personally heard, not what someone else told you.
Understood.
If I'm interested in what someone else told you, I'll ask you that specifically. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, sir, when did you start living in Yolo County?
Shortly after being released from prison. After 3 months after October 18th.
October 18th
of I believe it's 2021. Yeah.
And you were sentenced to prison for a conviction for assault with a deadly weapon causing grave bodily injury?
Yes.
And after your release from prison, you remained in Yolo County up until the time of this. Well, you're still in Yolo County, right?
Yes.
You've been in Yolo County continuously since you were released from prison.
Yes.
So, you were aware of the stabbings that occurred prior to the night that Miss Guillory was stabbed?
Yes.
You were aware of David Breaux being stabbed in Central Park?
Yes.
And you knew of Mr. Breaux?
Yeah.
And then you also heard about the stabbing that happened at Sycamore Park?
Yes.
You said because of this, you decided to kind of camp in a group?
Yeah.
And obviously you were a little bit, well, not a little bit, you were more on edge because of the stabbings that had happened?
Yes.
So I'd like to direct your attention to the night that Miss Guillory was stabbed. Had you camped at that location the night before, or was this the first night you were camping at that location?
It was not the first night.
Had you camped at the same location the night before, if you remember?
Yes.
But you packed up your tents during the day so you don't get bothered by the police?
Yes. Yeah.
So sometime that evening you set up camp again?
Yes.
And this was the first night that you got the tent for Miss Guillory to use that belonged to Larry Pilot?
Yes.
Because the night before, Miss Guillory had been sleeping outside in the open next to Alberto's tent?
Yes.
If you recall, what time did you set up the tents again, approximately? And don't guess.
Approximately, it was shortly after respite had closed. So respite had closed around 1:30, 2 o'clock. And so we had to be away from there because the cops would normally show up if you didn't. So we went down away. We just chilled for a minute, did our own thing, got some food, the normal. So about a couple hours after that, so around like 5.
When you set up the camp at approximately 5 o'clock, was Miss Guillory there, or did you just set up the tent for her, if you remember?
Well, me and Larry had set up the tent for her.
My question is, was she there when you set up the tent for her, if you remember?
Yeah, she was there. She was there because she dropped off her dog, but she had left shortly after.
So when you set up the tents, there was Miss Guillory's tent, your and your wife's tent, and then there was Larry's tent.
Yes.
And the opening of Larry's tent faced the opening of Miss Guillory's tent.
Yes.
At some point that evening, after the camp had been set up, Miss Guillory left?
Yes.
And then approximately about 9 o'clock, you saw something that caught your attention.
Yes.
You had been in your tent and you went out to use the bathroom behind some cardboard you had set up.
Yes. Yeah.
And it was about getting dark. Was it dark at this point?
Yeah, it was dark at this point, almost like a half hour after.
This cardboard is something you set up to provide some privacy if you have to relieve yourself.
Yes.
And it's for urinating. You don't want to, you set the cardboard so if you have to urinate.
Well, it's mainly for my wife because she can't just whip out like us men, so,
Yes.
you know.
It's a lot harder.
Yes, it is.
But you still use it, you use it yourself too? So
Yes, yes.
you don't want to be accused of exposure or something.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't want that, no.
So when you got out, this is around 9 o'clock, you noticed that a branch had been moved.
Yeah, yeah.
So you thought there was a branch that you saw near the cardboard that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
And that caught you as unusual.
It did.
At that point, you started getting a bad feeling.
Yeah, I started getting really bad vibes.
You started getting bad vibes. And by vibes, you mean just a kind of internal sense that something was wrong.
Yeah, almost like when you know you're about to do something wrong. A very intensified feeling of that inside my stomach. And yeah.
And it was at that point, when you're getting this bad vibe, that you saw someone across the street.
No, I seen a person run across the street and stop at every shadow of a tree as he crossed. And my exact words to him was,
Well, we're going to go step by step.
yeah.
How long after you first started getting this vibe did you see this person run across the street?
About 4 minutes, 5 minutes until, yeah.
And when you say run across the street, are you referring to L Street?
I'm referring to 2nd and L, yeah.
So L runs north and south.
Yep, right next to the bend, right before you hit main stage.
L runs north and south, and then it turns east and becomes 2nd Street.
Yes, yes.
Where did you see this person? Did he cross the street while it was still L before the bend? Where did he cross?
Okay, so here's the bend going straight down. The first turn on that left, the very first left, he ran across. It's the middle of the night, no cars, backpack on, hoodie, Adidas pants. But yeah.
This gentleman, when he ran across, was he heading north on L or was he heading south on L?
He was heading directly towards the railroad tracks, but he ran straight across, but walked towards the railroad tracks in that direction. So he's heading towards the bend that goes east.
So he's initially on your side of the street, walking south on L,
yeah.
And then he cuts across to the east side of the street on L. And you see him run.
I seen him run because I said, you look just like the dude they've been describing. I've been stabbing people. He took off, and I took off after him.
We're going to go through this step by step. Okay, so once he runs across the street, that catches your attention.
Yeah.
And he's wearing a black hoodie.
Yes.
With a backpack.
Yes.
And Adidas track pants.
They're sweatpants, yeah.
So when you say Adidas, you're saying...
I'm saying he has the 3 strips going down his pant leg.
Okay. Now, sir, do you know how sometimes when we remember things, we can sometimes combine information that people told us and then it becomes our memory? Have you ever had that experience?
Yeah, through adrenaline and through, panic sometimes. But
So listen to my question. Do you actually have a memory of seeing the man at 9 o'clock wearing Adidas sweatpants, or was that a fact you may have heard later on from somebody else?
I strictly remember seeing him run across the street and skip from shadow to shadow until I hollered at him. He started walking very normally. And then when I told him that, he took off running and I took off after him. I did see the clean shaven face. I saw the curly hair. I knew he was younger than or around my age. I'm about 28 years old. I know he was around my age. Everybody thought he was older, but no.
And you yelled out at him, you look like the dude who's been stabbing.
No, I said, you look just like the dude they described that been stabbing people.
And then you chased him.
And then I chased him, yes.
And he ran...
He ran towards the cannabis club, towards the main stage, but he was going straight.
So when he got to the curb, he turned left and started running east on 2nd Street.
No, he stayed on the same sidewalk. He went across the street and stayed on that sidewalk across from my tent. And he ran on that sidewalk and went down, but I had chased him up to the corner.
I think we're going to have to get a map here, sir.
Yes, please. Because, yeah.
The hand gestures are...
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do. But,
Just a moment,
yeah,
sir.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
was previously been marked as Exhibit A. And does he have the laser pointer?
Yes,
I do.
So, sir, hold on, don't point yet.
Yes, yeah.
So, looking at, this is an aerial map.
Yes. Yeah.
And you recognize the streets.
I recognize 2nd Street, and that's L right there. So right where the cursor is, right? So.
Okay, stop here.
Yeah.
I'm going to give me, and your tent is approximately.
Right about there.
Right where the cursor is, kind of a little more than halfway down the block from between 3rd and 2nd. You would agree?
Yes.
All right. And you're outside your tent. Where is this man the first time you see him?
I seen him run across from here to there.
Okay. So you're looking, I guess, north toward 3rd Street.
Yes.
And you see this individual run across from 3rd Street, run across
the street.
Across L.
Yes. And over there, there's a tree plant. And at night, it's dark. So it's really dark in those spots.
All right.
Yeah.
So he's now on the east side of L.
Yes.
And he's wearing black hoodie.
Yes.
Adidas sweatpants.
Yeah.
And long, dark, curly hair.
Yeah, well, it's only curly at the end.
And he was a man in his 20s, you could tell.
I could tell. Just by, because I used to run track too. And so I've seen a lot of different people at different ages run, and everybody runs differently. And there was no reason to run. There was no cars, it's the middle of the night, college is out. There's no reason to really run unless you're up to something.
Okay. So you see, and on L Street, there's basically planter box with tree, planter box with tree, planter box with tree. All the way
Yeah. Yes.
And you were seeing him run from planter box to planter box?
Yes, pretty much. Yeah.
And he stopped.
And then he had stopped and started walking normally when I had said, "Hey, yo, bruh." And he started walking real normal. And then I said, "You look just like the dude." And he took off.
And so when he took off running, did he run south on L Street?
Yep, he followed the whole sidewalk all the way down.
And then once he got to where L Street turns into 2nd Street,
I had turned back around and went back to my wife because she screamed for me.
did you see whether he turned east on 2nd Street or whether he turned west and went behind the PG&E?
No, Robert had showed up, and so I told him to follow him. I said, follow him down the street because he was on a bike. So he rode his bike down the street, and he said he had a brown backpack when he came back, but that was what he told me.
All right, so
yeah.
My question is, before you ended your pursuit, did you see whether the man, once he got to the bend, whether he went east on 2nd Street, like this way, or whether he went west on the old gravel 2nd Street?
He went straight east.
He went east?
Yeah, he went east.
Down toward the cannabis place?
Yes, main stage.
But because you stopped pursuing him, you didn't see where he went?
After that, no.
But Albert pursued him?
Mm-hmm.
And that's Alberto Osorio?
Yes.
And Alberto was on a bike?
Yes.
So you believe at this point the person you just chased was the person who committed the 2 previous stabbings. That was your belief at the time?
Yes.
So you actually called the police?
Yes.
And you placed that 911 call?
Yes.
Kimberly Guillory was not present at the time you chased this individual?
No, she was not.
She arrived back later?
Later on with some In-N-Out.
And by In-N-Out, you mean In-N-Out Burger?
Yes, she had a drink and a bag with probably a burger and some fries in it.
Did you, if you recall, did you tell Kimberly when she got back what you observed?
Yes, I told them all, but they all thought I was crazy because I was struggling with the drug at the time. And I wasn't high at the time, but since I did have the history, they wouldn't listen to me really. They just thought, you're paranoid. And then when it really happened, they were like, oh, you were right. And so I was like...
Let me ask you about that. So congratulations on your sobriety.
Thank you. I'm so happy.
And I need that. But you know, trying to stop using it can be a step forward, step back process.
Yeah.
Were you still using methamphetamine regularly during this time period?
No, my wife had been hindering me from getting anything for like a cool almost week. So I was pretty coherent. I was just really shocked it happened. Like, I knew it was going to, like I had a feeling, but it happened, so yeah.
So basically, remember, you had not used methamphetamine at least within a week of this happening?
At least, yeah.
So you told Kimberly what you'd seen. Did you tell her, give her a description of what you'd seen?
I gave the same description I gave to the cops. I said he's younger than me, or he's about my age. He's clean cut. He's not what you guys are thinking, and he ran like he had ran track before, but I'm not sure, and that's what I told him.
So let's ultimately, so you're really on edge at this point. You have the stabbings, and then the person you believe. Did the police come and investigate?
They took a minute. They took a long time to show up, but they showed up eventually.
Did you give them a statement about what you'd seen?
Yes, the second time.
Not the second time. So you called the police around after the 9 o'clock incident where you heard this individual. Did they arrive in response to that call?
Yeah, but they took a minute, and then they did their little survey of the area because they drove around for a second, and then they came back and talked to me.
Let me clarify, because a minute can mean different things depending on what generation you're
Okay, understood.
For some of us older people, a minute means a minute. When you said it took a minute, what did you mean? More considerable period of time?
It took an unusual amount of time. It took about like almost 17, I'd say roughly 18 minutes, close to 20, but it wasn't a half hour. I know that, but they did show. So.
And then they searched the area, but did they tell you if they found anything?
No, they said that well, there's no evidence of anybody around because they checked the railroad tracks and the little areas, and that was it. And then they said, okay, well, if you see anything else, call us back.
So this is sometime between 9 and 10 when they show up?
Yes.
And ultimately, later that evening, you all go to bed?
Everybody else fell asleep, yeah. I stayed awake. I couldn't go to sleep.
Because of the incident that had happened earlier?
Yeah.
So when you finally went in your tent, was Kimberly in her tent, or was she out? Do you remember?
So she had showed up, and that's the reason why I knew that she had in and out. My wife was the one that really seen her when she came back.
Okay, so did you actually see Kimberly come back, or you were relaying what your wife told you?
No, I seen her come back. Okay, I seen her come back.
So when you described how once you went in your tent that you packed a bunch of clothing around the outside of the tent?
Yes.
Okay. So your entrance to your tent is facing, you saw the photos, that was facing
the sidewalk.
The sidewalk. What did you, let's go step by step, what did you do in order to give yourself more of a barrier along the wall facing the sidewalk?
So basically what I did was I had put all my clothes. So I even took the clothes off of my own body, and she took the clothes off of her own. And because in the front we didn't have enough to actually pack the front. So we had enough to like fluff it up, make it noticeable, like if it was pressed down, but we didn't have enough like that. But we had it everywhere surrounding us, and we were sleeping in the middle in fetal position, and that was it.
And so all your belongings in the tent were pushed up against would be the east wall?
All of it was pushed up against every wall.
Okay.
On the corner of every wall. So you couldn't really tell where we were laying.
I see.
You know what I mean?
Was there clothing in front of the exit entrance? In other words, did you push it up against the part where you would unzip.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
And then you took off all your clothes. Were you covered with a blanket or a sleeping bag or anything?
Yeah, we had our little pallet made. So I had like a thing of foam underneath some blankets, and I had the blankets layered over that. And then we had a blanket for us to cover with as well. So we were pretty warm and snug. And we had a Mr. Buddy. We were pretty good.
Mr. Buddy?
Yeah, Mr. Buddy heater.
Okay.
Yeah.
That a battery operated heater?
No, propane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that make any sort of sound?
It'll click, and that's it. And if it runs out, it'll whistle, and it'll let you know it's about to go out. So, yeah.
So you're laying in the center, and you're holding your wife,
Mm-hmm.
and you believe you never fell asleep.
No, I know I didn't. I kept on getting. Okay, so I had PTSD after that, like for a while. I wake up kicking and screaming.
We'll
But
get to that. I want to talk about.
But at the time, I was too focused on the wind, the rain, and everything moving around me for me to actually relax and go to sleep.
Because after you went in the tent, it started raining.
Yes.
And then the wind picked up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And whenever you're in a tent and the wind picks up, that can be a concern.
Yeah, the walls are moving. You don't know if somebody's right next to you. Somebody could be going through your stuff. You know, it's always something, especially being homeless. Yeah.
But just when you went into the tent and packed everything around, at that point it hadn't started raining.
No.
It was later after you were in that the wind picked up and the rain picked up.
Yes.
And while you were laying there, that's at some point you hear something which you later determined was your string snapping.
Yes.
But at that moment, with the wind and the rain, you didn't know what it was. You just heard something.
I just heard something, but I came to the conclusion of that because once after the snap, the tarp slapped my tent, and if it was still tied up, it wouldn't have never slapped my tent. So
But when you heard the snap, there was still rain and wind.
Yes.
But you didn't hear any, since you were on edge, that you'd seen this person, just a couple, 2.5 hours earlier, you were listening to see if anyone would be walking up to your tent.
Yes, I was trying to stay aware just in case.
Although you heard this snap, you didn't hear footprints or footsteps or anything like that you recognized as someone walking up to your tent.
I'm not going to say because I really can't say I did.
Well, if you heard footsteps, wouldn't you have reacted?
Yeah, yeah.
And you said when you heard the snap, you just kind of held your wife close.
I held her closer, shook her real quick, and she woke up. I said, I know he's here. I said, I feel it.
But that right there, that he's here, that was based on your internal feeling. Right?
The same feeling that I had, yeah.
The same feeling that you had 2.5 hours earlier.
Yeah, 3 minutes before the person ran across the street.
So you felt the person, you felt the person who you'd seen 2.5 hours earlier was then back.
Yes.
And did your testimony that within 45 seconds you then hear Kimberly scream?
Roughly after, not 45 seconds, but...
How long was it?
It was a couple minutes, honestly.
I just heard you earlier, but it was a couple minutes after you got that vibe that you hear Kimberly scream.
Yeah.
And initially you don't hear any words, you just hear a scream.
No, I hear her talking but screaming loudly. The guy, he's here, he's hitting me, the curly man, stabbing me, he's stabbing me once, well, she didn't say she stabbed me, but he's hitting me. And so I realized that she was stabbed, and that was when, yeah.
Here's my question. Did you hear when I just say scream, I don't mean, I'm not going to demonstrate, but it's just a scream, like when someone screams in terror or pain. No words, just a scream. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Did you hear a scream before you heard words, or was the first thing you heard just words?
It was an initial scream.
Okay. And it was a loud scream.
Yeah.
And it scared you.
It didn't, well, it kind of propelled me to move. It's just who I am.
But the first thing you heard was a scream with no words. And then it was after that scream that Kimberly said some things, correct?
Yes.
And then so after the initial scream, she said something to the effect of, help, help, he's here. Well, what words do you remember?
Help, help, the curly man is here, he's hitting me.
The curly man?
The curly haired man, sorry.
And so you knew that she is describing the person you had chased earlier.
Yeah.
And you were the person who described him to her since she wasn't there.
I told her what had happened. I didn't describe all the features and stuff like that to her.
Then my question is, how would she have known the man had curly hair 2.5 hours earlier if she wasn't there?
Because I may have told her that part. That makes sense, yeah. I may have told her about the curly hair part. But I didn't describe the clothes or nothing like that because she was off doing her own thing, really. Nobody was really listening to me.
So you hear the scream, then help, help, the curly hair guy or guy with curly hair, what, something to that effect?
Yes, something to that effect, yeah.
And then you immediately get up?
Yeah, I immediately got up.
You're naked this time?
Yeah, just my socks.
So you're moved towards the door?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
You're unable to, you have trouble getting it unzipped?
Yeah, so I'm crouching in tents normally. They'll jam if you're trying to unzip them fast. They'll jam because they'll snag their little bit of the tent in with the zipper, so they jam it. So I went up and it jammed. I ripped it open and unzipped the rest of the way, and I ran out.
Did you have to push anything aside, the clothing, before you tried to open up the tent?
Just the miscellaneous stuff, that like a little bit of the clothes, kind of blocking the zipper. The heater that we have is kind of blocking as well, and just random things.
So if you're in the tent facing, if you're in the tent facing the entry,
yeah.
Is it a zipper that goes straight up, vertically up and down, or is it kind of a circle?
It's a circle. So basically you're starting off at the bottom, like that.
And imagine imagine I'm in your tent right now.
Yeah.
And I'm facing the street.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to unzip it. Do I start on the right side and go over to the left, or do I start on the left side and come to the right, or can it go both ways?
It starts off on the right side because I'm crouching down. I'm trying to get it off of the right, and I remember.
And it was dark?
It was dark, yeah. It was dark.
First you have to find the zipper in the dark.
Exactly.
And then once you found the zipper, you try to open it.
Mm-hmm.
So yes?
Yes.
But because when you try to open the zipper really quickly, it kind of jams.
Yes.
And that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And ultimately, you couldn't get it to unjam, so you basically just ripped the zipper?
Yes, I grabbed the door and the top and I ripped it apart like that. And normally the zipper will knock off the hinge or it'll free itself and keep on unzipping.
So you made some effort to get it to unzip, and then when you couldn't do it, that's when you made the decision to rip out.
Yes.
And then you go outside, and it's dark.
Yes, it's dark.
And you look toward where Kimberly's, the entrance to her tent should be.
Yes.
And you see someone appearing to try to in front of Larry's tent.
Yeah, trying to get in real fast.
It looks like someone's trying to get into Larry's tent?
No, it looked like somebody was trying to get into Kimberly's tent.
So you then, in the dark, run over and you punch that individual?
Yes.
How many times did you punch that individual?
I hit him twice. He got down. I realized there was a tent still surrounding him after that. So I said, "Who are you?" And then he said it was Larry. I said, "Oh, dude." And I unzipped the tent. And then he got out and we both started looking.
So he was still inside his tent?
Yes. He had played leapfrog and headbutted the person.
Okay. You didn't observe?
I didn't observe that part, no, but that's what he told me, yes.
Larry, when you saw Larry was still in his tent.
Yes, in a one-man tent.
In a one-man tent, trying to get out of that tent.
Yes.
Okay. And you punched him, kind of, was it through the tent while he was still trying to get out?
Well, when I had gotten out, he's standing straight up. He was just standing.
But was he still in his tent trying to get out, or was he right outside the door of his tent?
It looked like he had panicked and stood up immediately and just went for whatever was there. Like, that's what it looked like to me.
So, in other words, it appeared that he stood up kind of in his tent.
Yes.
And was trying to get the door open so he could get completely out.
I don't know if he was trying to get the door open.
But when you hit him, he was still standing up in his tent.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And you punched him 2 times before he said, "It's Larry."
Yes.
And then you stopped punching him.
Yeah.
And at that point, you looked, your attention was drawn to Kimberly's tent.
Yes.
That's when you saw it was open.
On the side.
On the side where it should be open.
Yeah.
That's when Kimberly said something about someone had punched her.
Yeah, she thought she had gotten punched. And the tear wasn't that big. It almost looked like a half box. Like, about like this. And that was it.
Okay, let's describe this tear. So, how big was the tear when you initially saw it?
The opening was about like the space of this napkin.
So
it was about the space of this. Yeah.
So you're holding up.
Yeah. Like he had just put his hand through and that was it. And went for
so
it.
you just for the record, you just gestured with your left hand. It looked like someone had just punched through this hole. You made a fist with your left hand and punched.
No, like they had stabbed right through it. Like went into the tent and went for wherever they were going for.
What I'm going to say, now you just made a stabbing movement. Did you initially just, when you first did the demonstration?
Initially I said like this and inwards like that.
So when you first made the demonstration, you gave someone punching with a fist through this tissue, correct?
I was pointing a knife forward, but yes, the fist was made, yes.
So initially you made a fist when you punched you.
Sure, yes, sure.
He didn't see what happened.
I know, but it's okay.
Hold on. The focus is on what he observed in the tent, and counsel's trying to narrow that.
I was trying to describe his initial demonstration.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in what he saw in the tent. That's fair.
I'd like to have this marked as...
Yeah. I believe the hole was bigger when they moved Kimberly out of the tent.
That's what I want to get to you.
Yeah.
So before Kimberly was moved out of the tent, the hole was the size of the tissue we just had marked as Defense Exhibit F.
Yes, roughly, yes.
When you were speaking to Kimberly and saw she was bleeding, had you guys opened up her real entrance? Is that how you were able to see her?
No, we had ended up opening it, and I saw blood running down her leg, and I believe Alberto was there at the time too. He as well said that you do have blood running down your leg too.
Here's my question.
And so she laid back down.
Sir, here's my question. Obviously, with the whole size of a tissue, how were you able to see Kimberly? Did you tear open the tent further, or did you open up her real entrance, and that's how you were able to see her? Do you understand my question?
Yeah, I understand your question.
If you don't remember, that's fine.
Honestly, I don't remember the exact part of that moment.
But you do remember very clearly that when you first saw the hole in the tent, it was the size of that tissue.
Yes.
And at some point later, someone ripped that tent further.
Yeah.
But you don't know who did that.
Mm-mm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you do know it wasn't you who ripped that tent further.
That's correct.
So whether at some point you're able to see inside Kimberly's tent.
Yes.
But as you sit here today, you don't know if You don't remember if someone opened the door or if someone ripped the tent further. You just have a memory of looking in and seeing her.
Yes.
And at that point, she's still saying she felt like she'd been punched.
Yeah, she's getting up. She's looking for her dog, and she was about to grab her things. I seen blood, and she laid back down because we told her to lay back down. We called the cops again. They showed up, and then next thing you know, it was tape, and we had to be at a distance from that point.
And Kimberly's, when you saw the blood, that's when you realized that you think she may have been stabbed. When you saw the blood?
No, I knew it. I knew that she had been stabbed from that point. Only because, like, you had to have been punctured in order to be bleeding, so you were stabbed with something, period. You were stabbed.
Other than Larry and Kimberly, when you got out of your tent, you did not see anybody else?
No. He was gone before I even got out.
And even though you never saw the person who stabbed Kimberly, you believed it was the same person you chased about 2.5, 3 hours earlier?
Yes.
In fact, you gave multiple interviews to the media explaining how the person who stabbed Kimberly had been there
scoping us
out.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, even though you never saw the person who stabbed Kimberly, you just believed it was the person you chased 2.5 hours earlier?
I had a pretty good look, because when I did walk up on the person, I was already halfway across the street. And I could see directly in front of me. Like, he was at the point where all the lights are, because it's open fence at that point. But, yeah.
You had a very good look at the person you chased?
Yes.
You never saw...
I didn't see it, no. Not the second time, no.
Okay. But you just concluded it had to be the same person?
Yes.
And so when you told the media that this person had been at your camp scoping you out and that you chased him, in your mind you believed the person who stabbed Kimberly and the person you chased were the same individual?
Yes.
And you still believe that to this day?
Yes. And the proof that I have for that is the tent that's on the other side of the building. So the tent on the other side of the building apparently had been messed with as well.
That's something someone else told you?
No, that's also something that I had went over there because I was going to go and get Meech. Meech is a common known person there. But his tent was on the other side. And so I was about to get him, but his tent was cut as well.
So you're certain that the person you saw and chased is the person who stabbed Kimberly?
Yeah, I'm certain, but...
No doubt in your mind?
No.
There's no possibility that the person you chased was someone different than Kimberly, correct? There's no possibility that the person you chased was Khalid Siddiqui, who works at Steve's Pizza. No possibility.
There is no possibility for that. I mean, why else run across the street and hopscotch from shadow to shadow if you're not doing anything? What's the point in doing all that in the middle of the night with no cars, no college, nothing to do, nobody after you? You're just supposed to run across the street, run down a way, just ignore somebody that's talking to you, pretend like they don't exist because they acknowledged you? Like... And then to keep on running and then eventually something happens the same night? There's not a coincidence to that, sir.
Sir, prior to today, has anyone ever told you that the Davis Police Department identified the person you chased and it was not Carlos Reales Dominguez? Has anyone ever told you that?
Nope, nobody ever told me any of it.
No one, before today, no one ever told you that the person you chased was named Khalid Siddiqui and he worked at Steve's Pizza and he was coming home from work? Did anyone ever tell you that?
Nope.
And you know that can't be true because you're certain the person you chased is the person who stabbed Miss Gilbert.
Well, yeah. The person had curly hair at one point until they cut it off.
So if a Davis police officer were to say that you saw a video of the search of the chase and you were chasing Khalid Siddiqui, he'd be lying.
Well...
Objection.
Sir, you agree people can make mistakes about what they...
Well, nobody's perfect, yeah. Anybody can make a mistake.
And so when you told the media that you had chased the person who had stabbed Miss Guillory, that he had been scoping you out, you were making an assumption that the person you chased had to have been the person who stabbed Miss Guillory.
I can't say that because there's no reason for the behavior. There's no explanation for the behavior.
Do you think it's possible that someone who's walking home from work who would see you yelling at him, hey, you look like the person who stabbed, and starts chasing him, don't you think that may cause him some fear?
Maybe if it was the other way around. Say, for instance, if he had been walking and I approached him and then he started running, maybe. But since he ran and then skipped from each shadow and then started walking normal when I approached him, but then took off, that's what raised suspicion. Because he's running already. There's no reason to run. It's the middle of the night, no cars. I'll always revert to that. Because there's no explanation for it.
And okay, hold on. Counsel, I think I've got his answer on this.
Have you had conversations with Miss Guillory after she got out of the hospital about...
No, not really. Nah, she didn't really come around, and when we did see her, things were kind of different. She wasn't really as nice as she was before. She was just different. She wasn't as nice.
So, I'm going to show you some exhibits, sir. And if you recall, after Miss Guillory was stabbed, was it you who called 911 or did she call 911?
I called 911.
So there should be a 911 recording of you calling regarding Miss Guillory?
Yes.
And we can get the blinds. It's about 2:30.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked. People's Exhibit 68, People's Exhibit 68. This is photo 835. Now, there appears to be a string attached.
Yeah, that's to tie off to a pipe so that way you can let air flow into if you want to open up the tarp but not take off the top. Okay. So that's all that's for.
Was that tied off that night when you saw the tissue-sized hole, or was it already untied, if you recall?
I do not recall that.
So where would this, which I'm zooming in, is the string on Miss Guillory's, where would that be tied off to if it was?
It would be put into the ground. So like they have a pike that has a loop, you stick the string through it, you tie it, and then you hammer the pike into the ground, and it holds it open, letting it vent.
There does not appear to be a little pike in the ground. So this just appears to be hanging loose when the tent was set up, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm showing you now, right here, this is again photo 7835. This is the string, or it's a bungee type string.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And this is the string that you later, after hearing the little snap, you later determined this had been cut, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's...
Oh, snap. I remember now. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you recall telling the officers you heard a snap?
Yes, I do, yeah.
And is that a snap like when a bungee kind of comes loose?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So I'm zooming in on, this is photo 78. I hate computers.
Yeah, they could be a pain sometimes.
It appears to be a red and white stripe.
Yes.
See that?
Yes, which is mine. Yeah.
It's like a kind of a candy cane type.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, and it's very thin, right?
Yes, it's very thin.
It's a very thin bungee material.
Yes.
So it's not like those thick bungees that you use to...
Not like the straps that I have in the back. You know, it's not like those.
Let me go to another exit. Hold on, sir.
See, I use straps in the back of it. Yeah.
And I'm showing you People's Exhibit 68. Now this is photo 7848. You see the bungee tied to the tree right there?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
And this is all after items have been removed from Miss Guillory's tent. The camp didn't look like this when you left, right?
Yeah, no.
And you were actually, once police arrived, you guys were not allowed back in your tent.
Yeah, we wasn't allowed, no.
Right. So the photos we're looking at right now, this is the following morning, presumably.
Yes.
After police have been in the area.
Yes.
Right? This is not how your camp looked like when you last left it.
Only because they had did their investigation, so.
In other words,
yeah.
they had a canopy up, they had a bloody pillow, some clothing, they had a ladder. All those things weren't there when you left your camp.
Yes.
But this chair.
That chair was already there. That was my chair.
And that chair is in the same location it was when you went to bed.
Yes, because I was sitting in that and I was looking down the street.
So, sir, when you got out of the tent, you would have had to take, so right here, this is basically the area when you would get out, correct?
Yes.
So, which route did you take to get over to Larry? Did you run between the tree and the tent? Or did you come around the tree and then go over to Larry's? Do you understand my question?
I don't remember.
Okay, but just so you understand, where I have this cursor right here, okay?
Yeah.
That is where you would exit the tent, correct?
Yeah, the whole middle part right there.
So you would heard screams, so you're focused on getting to Kimberly. Correct?
Yes, yes.
So your route, and when you got out of the tent, you remember turning right, correct?
Yes, I remember.
So you would have either had to go right between the tree and the tent,
or around the tree.
or around the tent.
So either or. But I did end up inside, so I more than likely went between the tent and the tree.
So
to be honest,
if this string was still up at the time you if this string was still up at the time you got out of the tent, you would have ran right through it.
no, I would have ended up tripping because it was a solid piece. There was no tears, no rubs, no rips, no fabric hanging out due to Velcro sticking or none of that. It was a perfectly good bungee that I had taken off of a previous tent that in between the bars, because the bars get held by the elastic, and when you pull them apart you can cut it and then you can untie the end and pull out a whole bungee. And since I was running low on stuff, I wanted to keep my more proper things that I would normally use safely, so I just used what I could at the time. So just in case if it did rip, I can repair it with something stronger and have that. That's pretty much it.
Let's assume though, so if this bungee was up when you got out, you would have ran through it, and you said it would have caused you to trip. Is that what
Yeah, it would have caused me to fall.
And so because you didn't fall, it was still up at that time. Is that your testimony?
Since I didn't fall, I knew that it was not up at that time.
So I'm showing you now. And this bungee was tied to the blue tarp?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and I'm looking here, this is
It's facing towards my tent.
photo 7851. And the entire bungee was this candy cane type material, right?
Yes.
So, photograph 7851, do you see the other portion of the candy cane type material in this photo?
No, I do not. I only see what's tied to the tree.
All right. So, here we go. This is photo 7852. Okay? I'm going to zoom in a little bit.
Yeah.
This is the candy cane type material, right?
Yes.
you identified on direct examination that this apparently little string down here is the other half of the bungee?
Yeah, it looked like it had been part of it and was unraveled, but
let's zoom in.
It's all white, so I doubt it is.
So that's all white?
Yes.
So that's not the other half of the bungee?
No.
Objection, argumentative.
Oh. So, sir, where, if...
I told you that it was tied to another string attached to the tarp on top of the tent, which is folded over. You probably can't see it because the tarp is folded over, but it's all... I used as little as possible to do what I did in order to keep what I had.
Well, let's go through and see if we can find that other part of the string. 7853, do you see it here? I'll zoom in. No?
I can't see it.
It should be hanging down from the blue tarp, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I should still have an anchor in there as well, but there's not one.
So what happened to it?
I don't know. Maybe it got manhandled through their investigation. I don't know.
Why would the investigators take part of the bungee and not the other part?
Well, why would they?
Hold on. Sustain.
They only seized our tent. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm new to this.
I just have a loud voice too. When I sustain an objection, it means don't answer.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all right. I didn't explain the rules before, but that's the way it works.
Okay.
Okay, then he's going to come up with another question.
Did you ever point out to the investigators this other part of this bungee that had been cut?
It wasn't our main focus at the time.
Okay. And sure, just so I understand, when you heard the snap initially, so inside the tent, you didn't at that time realize, hey, the bungee is snapped. You just remember hearing the snap, correct?
No, I knew something was cut because the tarps had hit my tent. And when they're tied up like that, the certain tarps are not going to hit my tent because they're tied up. But it's almost like if I was holding this and I just let it hit that, you know what I mean? My whole tarp will fall down, like, because it has nothing holding it up.
But here's what I'm trying to clarify. Unless I'm mistaken, I apologize if I am. My understanding was you testified on direct that when you first heard the snap, you didn't know what it was because there's animals, so that's my question. When you first hear the snap, do you say to yourself, boom, that's the bungee being cut, or you just didn't know what it was?
I heard the snap. I didn't say anything or think anything of it at first until I got the vibe and feeling in my stomach again. I woke my wife up and I told her, he's here again, I feel it. And that was it.
And it was later when you saw that portion of the candy cane on the tree that you concluded, oh, this person must have cut the tarp.
Yes, because my tarp kept on hitting my tent all of a sudden. And I was like, my tarp must be cut. And then not long after that, was the scream, and then he's here and all that stuff.
And as you sit here today, you don't know what happened to the other part of that bungee. You don't know what happened to it.
No, because once they did their investigation, we was no longer to be around the tent. We could only be across the street, down the way. There's another business with the overhead and a porch-like thing that splits off like this and goes out front. So we stayed there and with our blanket, and that was it. We tried to stay warm. I walked back and forth from respite a few times with Jason, and he was tripping out because I ended up getting all of them and let them all know it all happened, and they all came through and stayed there for a while.
So you told many people about what you had.
Well, it was fresh on my mind, absolutely.
But I mean, the story that you told about the individual scoping out, being there 2 hours after earlier, you told that to as many people as you could, right?
Well, yes, everybody that was in the same situation. Yes, absolutely.
And you basically participated in every media interview that was offered to you, right?
No. They actually came looking for me. I wasn't looking for attention. I didn't do this for no attention.
I'm not saying you did.
That wasn't the goal.
I'm saying you participated in every media interview that was offered to you. In other words, when someone wanted to interview you, you spoke to them and told them about what you saw.
Yes, yes, we said yes until my wife's daughter had a problem with it, and then we stopped.
And during those multiple media interviews, you repeated the story that you told today about chasing the man down L Street, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson and Mr. Vanderhook. Any redirect?
Mr. Chesman, thank you for your patience. Just a couple of questions. When this incident was going on with Kimberly and you're coming out of your tent and Punch Larry, was it dark out?
Yes, it was dark. On our side, it was dark. There was only light towards the railroad track, and it was very dim light. It wasn't really bright white light. It's almost like orange light.
And then, did you, after Kimberly was attacked, but before the police arrived, did you see? And you said something about footprints. What was going on with footprints?
Okay, so it had just started to rain, and the sidewalk was still dry. So the person that walked into the mud walked onto the sidewalk. And there was footprints, and we were trying to protect it, but the rain started coming, and the cops didn't get there in time, so it got messed over. But yeah, that's why
Were these footprints on the sidewalk?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, it was on the sidewalk, and I believe there was one in the mud.
And which direction were they going?
One was going towards the tent, and one was going away. Part of me wants to say that it was towards the railroad tracks.
Objections.
But that's just
withdrawn.
Yeah.
And then there were some questions about where the description of the person with the curly hair came from. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I still remember the map. So.
Pause you there. Do you remember hearing about the other stabbing incidents in the news media prior to this?
Yeah, one at Central Park, one at Sycamore Park.
All right, and had you heard the curly hair description come through the media reports about the potential suspect in these stabbings?
I believe so originally, yes.
No additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Nothing on that, right? No. Okay, Mr. Chesman, thank you for your testimony today, and have a great day.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Something we call for evidentiary purposes only, Honor.
That's the order.
All right, I thought you guys would get a kick out of Mr. Chesman. He's a character. Dude. All right, so anyway, that's going to lead us into Kimberly's testimony. So she's the survivor. He kind of set the stage. Even though I'm looking through my notes, she actually testified before he did. But it made sense in my mind to have him testify first. Kind of sets the stage. And then we hear Kimberly. And hear her side of the story. All right, I have to rewind a little bit. Oh, I have to rewind a lot. Oh, there we go. Okay, here she is. All right, here's Kimberly Guillory. Hold on, let me get her name. Anyway, I'll start to play, then I'll put her name up.
Today, I appreciate it. My name's Sam McAdam. I'm the judge presiding over this trial. I'm going to have the clerk swear you in. After you take the oath, then you're going to sit near me here at the witness stand, and I've got two lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Please raise your right hand. You can solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the trial now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please do. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Kimberlee, Kimberlee, Guillory, Guillory.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we're just meeting for now.
Okay, that's fine, please. through this, but we're going to take the blinds down now. Okay, so Mr. DeMora, this is direct examination.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Right now.
Hold on just a second. Ms. Guillory, could you pull that mic down closer to you, maybe scoot in a little bit?
Sure.
I just want to make sure we're able to pick you up.
How's that?
That's much better.
Okay.
Thanks. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Guillory, thank you for being here. I want to ask you a couple questions about yourself, and then I want to go to May 1st of 2023. And tell us, how old are you? I don't mean to be rude when I ask that question.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm 66.
Where are you currently living?
I live in Davis.
Where are you staying?
I have a home now.
You say you have a home now. Back in May of 2023, did you have a home or were you unhoused?
No, I was unhoused.
Leading up to, I'll just get to it, you were stabbed on May 1st of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that stabbing, where were you staying when you were unhoused?
Kind of random places. Sometimes we would just move to a different place. Sometimes we would have to be told we had to move.
When you say we would move, who were you talking about? Who's we?
Well, usually I had friends around me. I tried to always be with somebody so I wasn't alone.
Did you have a group of people that you usually would move with?
Kinda. It just depended. I'm kind of a needy person. I like things nice and neat, and a lot of homeless people don't live that way, so I had a hard time finding people that I could live that way with.
You're like all of us. We're kind of selective with our friends, right?
Yes.
Totally fair and understandable. Right before you were stabbed on May 1st, were you still living in Davis at that time?
Yes.
Where were you living at that point? Like what area? Street?
I was on L Street, right where if you go down L Street from the shelter, the homeless shelter, it kind of curves around, and it was right there. It's actually PG&E property.
And so if I show you People's Exhibit 25, would you be able to point to on here where it was you were staying at the time?
Sure.
Mayor Pittman?
Okay.
Do you recognize that as a Google Maps?
Oh, wow, that's weird. Okay, right here.
Okay, and
the curve goes around here. We were right in here.
Okay, and let me put this on the overhead map, or excuse me, the overhead projector for you. I think there's a laser pointer up there.
Do you want to grab that black pen, yes, and then point it at the screen over there.
I wondered what that was.
Press that button. Okay. So he's going to ask you to locate things like that.
Okay. Let's see that.
So, you could without laser pointer. Where were you?
Oh, there. That's L Street right there. Okay, so it was down about this, down here on this side.
Were you staying on?
I believe, unless it might have been right here. I'm backwards. That's where it's at. That's where the road goes.
Let me just reference you for a second. The railroad tracks are on the bottom of the screen. Does that help you?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's where it was. It was right in here.
Okay.
About how long had you been living in that area?
We had only been there a couple days.
Where were you staying beforehand?
By the railroad tracks, down by off of, I don't know what it's called. I came from West Sacramento, so I wasn't real familiar with this area.
And that's okay. I personally don't know most landmarks. I will tell you, hey, turn by McDonald's or something like that, and I won't be able to tell you streets or anything like that. So you're in good company with us.
Thank you.
What led, when you moved to Second and L, at the PG&E station, why did you move there?
Well, I came from West Sacramento. My daughter had been sick, and she lived in Napa, and I was taking care of her, and she passed away. And I took care of my grandson for about 1.5 years after she passed away, because he was only 1 year old. And then when I came home, my roommate had moved some guy into our house to help him, I guess, with the rent, and the guy had been robbing him, taking his money. He wasn't paying the rent, and when I came home, the landlord showed up 2 days later and said, if you are out in 4 days, we won't file an eviction. So I ended up on the street.
And was that when you ended up on the street where you were at the railroad tracks before going to L Street?
Well, the shelter didn't have, they only had so much money, so they didn't really have a place for you to sleep at night. So we just found random places to, be able to do that.
And so when you got to L Street, why did you and the other, your friends pick that location?
Because it was empty, there was nobody else around, and it was kind of clean, it was a nice place to put, your tent. And we usually broke down in the mornings, though, and would go, come back later that night.
Where would you go when you'd break down? And I should ask first, when you say break down, you mean you would pick up your belongings and leave and go somewhere else?
Mm-hmm. Well, we'd just go and maybe leave it at the shelter until they got ready to close, and then we'd get it and carry it around until we were ready to put it up.
And what were you staying in at that time?
I was staying in my friend's tent, and he had another tent that he slept in.
I'll show you an image from People's Exhibit 24. It's in the images simulation. So we're showing you image 749. (7496852) on People's Exhibit 24. Is this the area on L Street that you were staying?
It looks like it, yes.
And is that your tent?
I don't think so, because I didn't have that thing next to me.
When you say that thing, what do you mean?
The green tent thing, that's whatever you call that, with the writing on it.
Oh, the canopy?
Mm-hmm.
But
it's all pretty much the same there. It just has random empty spaces.
Well, that awning itself is not yours, right?
No.
I'll show you.
That doesn't look like the right place. Oh, that does now.
All right, how about that, Ms. Gilroy? Does that look like your tent?
Kind of, but I don't know. They've got a tarp over the top of it or something over the top of it. It's just all open there.
Okay, well, forget the tarp itself that's over it. Does that look like your tent where you were staying?
Yes.
And who owned that tent? You said it was your friend's tent?
My friend's tent.
Who's your friend?
Larry.
What's Larry's last name?
I don't know.
That is okay. So, in that area, that's the area on L Street where your friends had set up.
Yes. There was 3 of us. Oh, 4.
Including you or 3?
4. There's 4 of us, because there was a couple.
Who's that couple?
Isaac and Christine.
And who was the other individual?
And Larry, and then me.
Do you know Mr. Osorio?
Yes, I do. He actually was down at the very end, but I don't know if he was there that night. I don't know.
You say he was down at the very end.
Yeah, coming from the shelter, he was at the very end. There, it's like 1 block.
And so closer to 3rd Street and L Street?
Mm-hmm.
And is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. You're nervous, I take it.
Yes.
It's okay. We get nervous asking questions, and I know we get nervous answering them too. So it's just for Mountain Court reporters so you can take that down. And so when he's a little bit further up, he wasn't part of, you wouldn't consider him part of your group where you were staying?
No.
So I want to go to May 1st of 2023, right? Can you go with me there?
Mm-hmm.
Now, around 11:45, 11:46 p.m., where were you at that time?
I think I was visiting a friend, and then I came home. Well, came to my tent.
Okay, well, let's start at the beginning of the evening. Okay. Actually, let's start at the beginning of the day. So, do you remember how you started your day that day?
Usually I would go to the shelter, take a shower, do some laundry, and get dressed for the day, and then I would go do random things, maybe go get something to eat, go to the park. Not a whole lot.
And at some point, well, I should say, during your day, did you break down, and did you and your friends break down your camp, kind of like you had just described?
Yes.
When did you go back there that day on May 1st?
I believe it was probably around 7, 8 o'clock at night. I'm not really sure. Everybody was already asleep. So it might have been 9 o'clock.
Was it already dark outside?
Yes.
At some point when you got back there, did you leave to go to In-N-Out Burger or get food?
No. Not that night. I don't think.
What were, when you got back, did you stay, actually, I should say, when you got back, what did you do?
I went into my tent and I just sat down, and I had my phone, so I was looking at my phone. I had my back up against the side of the tent. Everybody else was already asleep.
Was Larry in the tent with you?
No, he was in his own tent right next to me, though. Real close.
What was the lighting like at that time?
It was pretty dark.
Did you have, in the encampment, did you have lights, like light sources, like lamps or anything like that?
I don't think so, not then, not at that time, because we had just started staying there. So, and Larry, that was actually his tent. He let me use it, and he had another one that he was using. And no, I was in the dark in my tent. Except for my...
Stop right there and let's talk about this tent a little bit. The tent itself, did it appear to be in good condition?
I guess it was okay, yeah.
Okay,
It seemed like it was fairly new.
did it have any like cuts or holes or anything in it?
No.
Did it have, in looking at this image right here in 7496981, looking at this, how did you get into the tent? I mean, like, where was the opening?
It was sitting just like that basically, but the opening was on the other side.
And when you say the other side,
It was actually kind of on this side.
Right, how about with the laser pointer, if you can point to which side?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, right there was the back of it, and then right here on this side was the opening for to go in. That wasn't there.
Okay, so let me ask you, when you say the opening to get in, are you pointing to the side where that string is?
Yeah, there was a door right there.
And then when you say that wasn't there, what were you referring to?
Oh, the opening right there. It was over on the side.
Next to the sidewalk?
Yes. No, on the inside of the where the trees are.
Oh.
It was on the other side. Yes.
Got it. So facing that wall to the EGD.
Yes.
So when you're sitting in your tent, did you have, when you say you were on your phone, did you have a lamp or anything else in there?
No, the phone kind of lit it up.
Right. If you can, let me see. Switch images quickly. Right. On People's 24, that is 7496984. Okay, so we're looking at this different angles, same tent.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, in looking at this, where you were sitting in your tent?
I was sitting in the back of it, and the door was on the side.
Were you sitting, you were pointing to the left, the upper left-hand side. Were you sitting where this, a hole in the tent is?
Okay, no. Yes, that's where I was sitting. That was all solid. And around this way was the door. And I usually I had my bed right there.
Okay, so that's my question to you.
Mm-hmm.
Your bed and where you're sitting was right where this hole in the tent is?
Yes, but it was solid there. There was no opening.
Now, when you were sitting there, was your back up against the fabric?
Yes,
Did
it
you
was.
feel the fabric against you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And how long did you sit in that position, just on your phone?
I don't think I was there very long. Maybe 15 minutes.
While you were there, did you hear anything outside in the area?
Didn't hear a thing.
When you had gotten back to your tent and where you were staying, had you talked with any of your friends that were there?
No, they were asleep when I got back.
When you were there, when you got back there, and when you were sitting in your tent, was it raining at the time, or was it not raining?
No, it wasn't. As far as I remember, it wasn't raining.
So, as you're sitting there on your phone, did something happen while you're sitting there too?
Yes. Somebody came, excuse me, up behind me where I was sitting outside, and they came down with a knife and cut my tent. And at the time, I wasn't sure that I was getting stabbed. I thought somebody was punching me at first.
Let me stop you. Stop you right there. You never left your tent, right?
No.
Were you expecting any visitors?
No.
Were you still seated on the ground?
Yes.
When you said it felt like someone was punching you, I want to go through that quickly. How many times?
3 times.
Is that what it felt like?
Mm-hmm. The first time it took my breath away, and then it just continued.
When the first time it took your breath away, how did it feel? And when I asked how it felt, was it soft, or did it feel like someone just...
Like somebody just punched me really hard in the back.
Did you feel in your back where you thought you had been punched?
Yeah, and kind of close to my waist.
If you could stand up and point to that area, if you wouldn't mind.
Mm-hmm. Right here is where it felt.
In
this area here.
The record pointing towards your lower back.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
It's okay. Alright, so you get hit the first time. The next, how quickly was the next, what you described all like?
It was pretty quick. I wasn't even sure that I was being stabbed at the time. I just felt like somebody was punching me really hard in my back at first.
Did it immediately hurt?
It took a couple seconds after the first blow, but yeah, it started to hurt.
How did you react?
I started screaming very loudly, and then I laid down because I guess Larry and Isaac.
Objection. Sustained. Yeah. And I only want you to tell us what you know at the time.
Well, that's what I was going to say, that they came running towards me, and that's when they grabbed him and started fighting with him, trying to get him, get a hold of him.
Sustained.
Yeah, we're going to go. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, just the objection is sustained and the answer is stricken.
We're going to go through a series of questions on this.
Okay.
And if I cut you off, I'm not trying to be rude.
No, it's okay.
Just have a follow-up question to that. And so you start screaming loudly. And if you could describe for us, were you screaming like words, or were you screaming just?
I was screaming help.
No, this may seem like a silly question, but why were you screaming for help?
Because he was continuing to stab me. I didn't know who it was or why they were doing it.
As soon as you screamed, you mentioned that you lay down. Did you lay down me ask you, why did you lay down?
Because I was hurting inside.
Did anyone respond to your cry for help?
Yes, Larry and Isaac did.
Gilroy, were you able to see, did the person who did this to you, did they ever come inside your tent?
No.
Did this person ever say anything to you?
No, they did not.
As you were laying there, could you hear what was going on outside your tent?
I could see them.
When you say you could see them, who were you talking to?
Larry and Isaac.
Did you see what they were doing?
They were like wrestling with him.
When you say him, who are you referring to?
Mr. Dominguez.
You just looked over and nodded at Mr. Dominguez. Do you recognize Mr. Dominguez?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize Mr. Dominguez from May 1st, or do you recognize Mr. Dominguez from...
From May 1st.
If you could, just point to and describe an article of clothing he's wearing.
Suit and tie.
Well, can you give a little bit of description?
A black suit.
He's off to my left.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilroy, when you were watching this, how do you realize that something had happened to you that was more than a punch?
Not until after they were done. He somehow got away from them and took off running. And
foundation, personal knowledge.
I'll lay a foundation for it, certainly.
When did you figure out that what had happened to you was more than a punch?
I stood up after he had took off, and I turned around and Isaac said, "Oh my God, you're bleeding." And then all of a sudden I felt blood just gush out of my back, the back of me. And that's when it really started to hurt. So I was pretty much laying on the floor when the ambulance showed up.
Did the pain increase at that point?
Yes.
Did you call 911?
I believe I did.
Is it a little bit hard to remember that because of January?
Yes.
Who was there another? You mentioned, I believe, Christine was also there.
I never saw Christine though. I don't know if she came out of the tent or not. I just saw Larry and Isaac.
Did someone call 911 with you?
They may have. I wasn't really aware of what was, other than what I could see right there in front of me.
Did you ever lose consciousness or anything like that?
Yes, I did. After I actually dialed my daughter's number, and she answered the phone, and I said, "I've just been stabbed." And she goes, "Oh my God." And then the ambulance driver took the phone out of my hand. From that point, I must have lost consciousness because I don't even remember them putting me in the ambulance. I don't remember anything until waking up in the hospital.
looking at this exhibit and this photograph right here, you mentioned that when you got to your tent on May 1st of 2023, that cut in it wasn't there. Is that right?
No.
You know, did this happen because of the attack on you?
Was that my tent? I don't remember what color it was, because I'd only been slept in it one night. But it had a zipper for the door.
But no other cuts in it?
No, no other cuts.
When you looked out and you said you saw Isaac and Larry, did you look out of this hole in the tent, or
yes.
You cut something out?
Out of the hole.
How long did you see Isaac and Larry once they responded to your call for help? How long did you see them fighting with Mr. Greenway?
A couple minutes.
Did it seem that long? Could have been a little bit less.
It could have been a little less. Everything happened so quickly.
How long did you spend in the hospital, Mr. Ward?
I'm not sure. It was several weeks, I believe. The knife chopped up my kidney and my liver, so they had to reconstruct it or something.
Did you have to have surgery?
Yes.
How many?
I have no idea. I wasn't even really coherent through a lot of it. It wasn't until I came out of the anesthesia and everything. But it was pretty long. I think I was in there a few days. I mean, at least a week or two.
And glad you're here today. How long did it take for you to recover?
It took me about a month or two from the surgeries and everything.
Let me stop you there. Ms. Gilroy, we're going to take an afternoon break, okay? And so we've got a few more questions for you on the other side of the break, okay? So you're excused and you're free to step out.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then we'll take a 15-minute afternoon break. I did mention it briefly. I want to confirm that for your planning, that Friday we're going to stop at 3 o'clock sharp. Okay? So.
March 16th.
Oh, March 16th, not this Friday. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. So we're not stopping. But listen, I'll give you a heads up on how we're doing. I still will look for an opportunity to maybe stop early on Friday. It's been a long week and we still have ways to go. So I'm mindful of trying to find breaks for you. So, so March 16th for sure we're going to stop at 3 o'clock. As far as this Friday goes, I'll try to let you know tomorrow, but I will try to break.
Is that May?
May? Yeah, thanks, Mr. Brown. Yeah. So that's where we're at. Okay, listen, the other thing I was going to share with you was with respect to the alternates. I think I mentioned this, but I want to be really clear that to the extent I need an alternate, I'm rolling a dice. So it'll be dice that has 6 numbers on it. There just so happens to be 6 of you. So that's the way it works. It can be really difficult if you're an alternate and you're sitting in the 6th seat. And that's a hard proposition. So my way around that to keep everybody engaged was to make it random. And so we'll do that. If I hadn't mentioned that earlier, I wanted to. All right, so we have Ms. Kimberlee on the witness stand, and I want to thank her for her patience with the court. We have a few more questions for you. And we are with Mr. DeMar on direct exam, so go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilroy, just to make sure I clarify this, the campsite where you're staying, that was in the city of Davis, correct?
Yes.
In Yolo County?
Yes.
So I want to ask you, when we're talking about who stabbed you and the injuries you got from that, afterwards, did you watch the news and news reports on the investigation?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see pictures of Mr. Reales Dominguez in the news or anything like that?
No.
Did anyone ever show you pictures of him or say, hey, this is the guy that law enforcement arrested?
No, they did not.
And I ask you that just because sometimes we take things we learn afterwards and we use them to fill in details that we may not be familiar with at the time. And just want to ask you, do you remember talking to a couple of police officers?
Yes, I do. They came to the hospital and talked to me.
And did you tell one of the police officers that the suspect came out of nowhere, the person who stabbed you came out of nowhere?
I don't think I worded it like that. It happened so quickly. I didn't know where he came from. I didn't hear him outside my tent or anything. It wasn't until he cut the tent and started stabbing me that I realized. And even then, I wasn't sure what was going on.
And when you said, why do you say that he cut the tent? And take us through that. Describe that to us.
I guess I must have looked up because I remember seeing him come down and he was cutting my tent all in one motion. And then he started stabbing me.
Or to say, like, there was no hole there before and then there was a hole afterward?
Right.
And during that, do you remember telling the officer that you weren't able to see the person's face who did this to you?
No, I don't remember telling him that. I did actually see his face at one point while they were wrestling with him. I remember he was looking at me while I was on the floor, and he was kind of like, looked angry. But it was very brief.
Was he very brief? How, take us through that. How quickly or?
Long enough for me to see his face because I described him to the officer.
Now, you play People's Exhibit 31B. And we have a stipulation, Your Honor.
Okay. Transfers?
Yes.
Court exhibit next in order, please, 4.
guess there's two there.
Yep. Sure. One for the witness. Thank you, Deputy.
Switches rotating.
Oh my God, I'm done. David, oh my God. Please, Ellen for Ellen's second. I made it 10 and she was assaulted. I'm hurting you guys. Okay, you're calling from Ellen 2nd Street? I'm sorry? You're calling from L and 2nd Street? 2nd Street. And just for the attorney is as PPD. Okay, are you the one? Listen to me. Are you the one that was assaulted? Yes. What happened? I don't know. He just ripped open the can and started punching me, and then he went to one of the other cans and the other can. Okay, do you know who it is? I have no idea, lady. No, okay, you're rude. We're fucking hurting right now. Is it a male? Talk to this woman, please. Can somebody talk to this woman on the phone? I'm hurting really bad. Okay.
Was that you on the 911?
Yes.
We'll collect the transcripts.
Do you need a moment?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, I'm almost done.
It's okay.
Was that what we heard on the 911? Was that immediately after you'd been attacked?
Yes. At that point, I didn't know I had been stabbed.
Were you in a lot of pain at that point?
Yeah.
Was it getting worse?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, you don't have to apologize. And once you were able to make that call, were your friends that you'd been living with in that area, were they all around you in that area?
I think they were. They weren't right in front of me at that point. They were kind of over by, I think, Isaac and Christine's. I think they were still wrestling with him. I'm not sure. They weren't right in my sight.
And prior to being attacked, that night on May 1st, 2023, did you have any fights or negative interactions or words with anyone?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. And Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Guillory.
Hello.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you some questions, almost all of which can be answered for the yes or no response.
Okay.
Unless I specify, I only want to know what you personally observed, what you personally heard based on your memory, not what other people told you.
Sure.
So there were 3 tents in your immediate camp area.
Yes.
You were in the tent we saw right there? Yes?
Yes.
Do you, we're assuming that's your tent, but do you recognize that as the tent you were staying in? Is there anything that you saw in the photos that makes you remember that was the tent I was in?
Well, I don't really recognize it because it was not mine. It was my friend Larry's, who was right next to me. So.
And that is Larry Pilot?
Uh-huh.
So that is his last name, P-I-L-A-T?
Pilot, yes.
And he's still in Davis?
Yes, he is.
So he had a tent in the immediate area that he was staying in?
He was right next to me.
And no one else was in Larry's tent?
No, there was no one else.
And then there was a third tent that was occupied by 2 individuals.
Which were Isaac and Christine.
That's Isaac Chesman?
I guess so. I never knew his last name.
His name is Isaac?
Mm-hmm.
Is he still in Davis?
Yes, they are.
And his significant other, her name is Christine Berrios?
Yes.
And so all 3 of those individuals are still in Davis?
As far as I know, they are. I haven't spoken to them for a while.
But to the best of your knowledge, they're still unhoused in Davis?
Davis, yes.
And you were asked about a Mr. Osorio, Albert Osorio?
Oh, Albert, yes.
You don't know Albert's last name?
No, I did not.
Do you know someone by the name of Albert?
Yes, I know Albert.
And he had a tent a little bit farther away?
About 4 or 5 sections away, yes.
By section, what do you mean?
Well, they kind of had, plants and stuff in between.
So he was down closer to 3rd Street?
He was right by 3rd Street, yes.
Did you know someone named John Weddle?
No.
Did you know anyone named John who was there that night?
No, I do not.
You were sitting in your tent with your back up against the side of the tent that would be facing north?
Yes.
And you were looking at your iPhone?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you said that the phone lit up the tent?
I'm assuming it did, yes. It did what I could see.
And you've seen from living in a house where people are looking on a phone and it lights up the tent and creates a shadow?
Yes.
And so, based on that prior experience, the fact that you were looking at your phone, you believed your silhouette would be projected behind you?
Yes, I do.
And as you were sitting there, that's when you felt the punch?
Yes.
And you initially believed it was you had just been punched?
Yes, I did.
Even when you called 911, you said you had, at that point, you didn't realize you'd been stabbed?
Yes.
It was later that people pointed out you were bleeding?
I stood up and Isaac was standing behind me, I guess, and he said, "Oh my God, you're bleeding."
So, before you called 911, you said you saw Mr. Reales Dominguez coming down with his hand?
Well, that's just, I don't know if I actually saw it, but that's how the tent kind of opened up at that point. But then, things happened so quickly.
So, and I understand why you would assume that, but let's focus on what you actually saw. Did you actually, when you felt the punch, did you actually turn around and see him coming down with his hand?
No, I did not.
So did you ever see a knife?
I did not.
And it's your testimony, as I understand today, that you, after you had been punched, you turned around and you saw a person you now recognize as Carlos Reales Dominguez fighting with Isaac and Larry?
With Larry. I don't know if Isaac was there, but I saw Larry.
So you saw Larry fighting with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
So you only saw, when you looked outside, you only saw two people, Mr. Reales Dominguez and Larry?
Yes.
And it's your testimony today that the person you saw fighting with Larry, you recognize that person as being Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I do.
And that's not based on what people told you, that's based on your independent memory today?
Yes. His hair was much longer and curly.
When you were taken to the hospital, do you recall an officer named Matt Muscardini speaking with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you know that he was recording your conversation?
No.
Do you recall Mr. Detective Muscardini asking you for a description of the individual?
Yes, I do.
Did you tell him, quote, I didn't really get a good look at him?
I may have said that.
Did you tell Detective Muscardini that the man was white with blonde hair?
No, I did not.
At any point, have you ever told Detective Muscardini that the man who attacked you had blonde hair?
I don't remember saying that. I don't know why I would have.
Do you remember seeing blonde hair?
No.
When Mr. Reales Dominguez was ultimately arrested, do you recall Detective Muscardini calling you to tell you there had been an arrest?
No.
Do you recall someone calling to tell you that there had been an arrest?
I had several officers come and speak to me.
At some point, did anyone advise you there had been an arrest in the case?
I don't remember. I was pretty out of it.
Did you at any point ask any officer if the person who was arrested had blonde hair?
No, I don't remember saying that. I don't know why I would have.
Did you remember if Detective Muscardini asked you if you could give a description of the person's clothing?
No, I don't remember that.
Did you tell him, I can't know, I didn't really get a look at it, everything kind of happened so quickly?
Yes.
Did you recall, now, as you testified here today, you said you actually saw Mr. Reales Dominguez's face?
Yes.
Did you tell Detective Muscardini 2 times on the day of May at the hospital, quote, I didn't see his face?
No, I don't remember that.
Did you tell Detective Muscardini, when he asked you about what clothing he was wearing, that you didn't see the rest of his body either?
I just remember seeing his face.
Do you know why you would have told Detective Muscardini you didn't see his face and he had blonde hair?
No, I don't remember why I would have said that.
Now, do you recall telling Detective Muscardini you think the person might have been wearing shorts from someone who walked by earlier?
I said that?
I'm asking you if you remember saying that.
No, I don't remember saying that.
Ma'am, within the last couple of weeks, did you meet with the prosecutors to my right and other individuals to discuss kind of the procedure for testifying?
I don't think so.
Okay. Mr. Vanderhook, the gentleman...
Oh, I did meet them, and we didn't really go over a whole lot of anything. He just told me.
Did you tell them sometimes there are things I remember... Well, when did you meet with them? Was it within the last 2 weeks?
Yes.
Did you tell them did they tell you they were recording the conversation?
I don't remember if they did or not.
Did you tell them sometimes there are things I remember about that day that I'm not even sure if they even happened?
Yes.
Because after you got out of after the assault and after you got out of the hospital, you did have other conversations with people about what happened.
I'm sure I did.
And is it your testimony, ma'am, that from in the last 2 years you've never seen any television article or television story or any news article that had Mr. Reales Dominguez's photo on it? You've never seen a photo with him?
Later on I did. Maybe once. I really don't watch that much television.
But you have a phone with internet?
Yes.
Have you ever searched and read any articles about Mr. Reales Dominguez after his arrest?
No. I may have seen a paper at the shelter or something, but I don't know if he was in it.
Isaac told, now you had gone, you think you'd been visiting a friend that evening?
I had to walk everywhere, so it takes time to walk from one place to another. But
when you got back to the tents, Larry was already in his tent to sleep.
Yes.
And Isaac and Christine were already in their tent to sleep.
As far as I know, yes.
You don't remember seeing anybody when you arrived back in your tent?
No, I did not.
But after the assault, Isaac told you that the person who stabbed you had been there a few hours earlier.
I didn't hear that until I got out of the hospital.
When you got out of the hospital, Isaac was the one. Did Isaac tell you that?
I'm sorry, repeat what he...
Did someone tell you after you got out of the hospital the person who stabbed you had been at the tent site approximately 2.5, 3 hours earlier scoping it out?
Well, he told me that there was someone he heard snapping outside of their tent, him and Christine's tent, and he said he touched the side of the wall and it was hard, and I guess he jumped up and unzipped but this was way later.
Way later that Isaac told you about this?
Yes, it was quite a while.
But Isaac told you that the person who stabbed you had been there 2.5 hours earlier?
Yes.
And Isaac told you that he and Mr. Osorio had chased this individual?
I don't know. He just said he did. He didn't say anybody else. He didn't say Larry or... I didn't even know that we actually referred to him as Chino, but I had no idea that he was even there.
Did Mr. Osorio, you refer to him as, you said Chino?
We called him Chino.
But when you got out of the hospital, Mr. Reales Dominguez had already been arrested.
Yes.
So Mr. Chesman told you that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been at the campsite 2.5 hours earlier, pushing on the tent, and that he had chased him. That's what Mr. Chesman told you.
Is that Isaac's last name?
Yeah, Isaac.
Okay. Well, we were actually talking to a reporter that had come to talk to me, and that's when he said that they had wrestled with him and he ran off, and I guess he ran across the street and was hiding behind the trees.
So Isaac, and this is what Isaac is telling the reporter, is about 2.5, 3 hours earlier before you were stabbed, that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been there and that Isaac had chased him and wrestled with him?
I guess so, yes.
Isaac told you this?
He was telling, yeah, I heard him saying it to the reporter.
And when Isaac told you this, you believed it, correct?
Yes.
And when you met with the district attorneys within the last 2 weeks, did you tell them at the very beginning, makes me sick that he is crying, mental? I mean, yeah, after stabbing 2 people, as many as he did. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And You also repeated during that conversation, you told them about how he had been there 2.5 hours earlier scoping out. You remember bringing that up?
No.
Ma'am, at any point before today, has anyone from law enforcement told you that the person who Isaac chased was not Mr. Reales Dominguez? Has anyone ever told you that?
No, they have not.
Has anyone ever told you that the person who Isaac chased was a person named Khalid Siddiqui who'd worked at Steve's Pizza?
No. Nobody told me that.
And you've had contact with law enforcement in the last 2 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during that entire 2 years, you've been under the belief that Mr. Dominguez was at your campsite 2.5, 3 hours earlier, correct? That was your belief?
That's what I was told, yes.
Yeah.
But it was a while later. It was several months later. I hadn't had any contact with anybody.
And that caused you to believe, well, of course he planned this because he was there 3 hours earlier, correct?
I figured he probably saw me come back.
And until this day, do you still believe that Mr. Reales Dominguez was at your camp 2.5 hours earlier and was chased by Isaac, right?
Yes.
Anyone ever even mentioned to you the name Khalid Siddiqui?
No.
Has anyone ever told you that what Isaac told you was not true?
No.
Did you expect that if what Isaac said was determined not to be true, that someone from law enforcement would have told you?
Objection, speculation.
I don't understand the question.
Can you move the mic back?
As the victim of a crime, you've been advised that you have certain rights, correct?
Yes.
You have what is called a victim advocate who consults with you throughout this process.
Sort of.
To some extent, correct?
Yes.
Was it your belief, and you conveyed to the district attorney your belief that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been at your campsite 2.5 hours earlier and had scoped it out?
Yes.
Did you bring it up in that meeting within the last 2 weeks?
I don't know. I mean, I just assumed that he must have been still out there when I came back, and that's because I wasn't there very long before it happened. So I don't know.
But when you brought it up, during the meeting with the two prosecutors, did they ever tell you that Mr. Reales Dominguez was not at the campsite 2.5, 3 hours earlier, but it was a man named Khalid Siddiqui? Did they ever tell you that?
No.
Did you expect that someone would have told you that what Mr. Chesman said, what Isaac said, was not true once they determined that?
I would have thought somebody would.
Relevance, argumentative.
But your belief that Mr. Reales Dominguez was at the campsite 2.5, 3 hours earlier scoping you out, that certainly has affected how you feel about this case, correct?
I only figured he saw me because I wasn't home very long before it happened. I mean, I was just there like maybe 10, 15 minutes when the attack happened. I didn't know any of that for months until I was out of the hospital, and I was in there for quite a while. And I just remember what I remember. I do remember him looking at me, though, with this look like this, like he was angry that he wasn't able to continue doing what he was doing.
And that look, it was not someone with blonde hair. It was someone...
No, I don't know where the blonde hair come from. I don't remember ever saying that.
Is there a reason why you would have lied to Mr. Mussolini and told him you saw blonde hair?
No.
Objection, argumentative on live.
Sustained. The answer's stricken. Rephrase.
when the officer was speaking to you at the hospital, you knew no one had been arrested. They told you they were trying to find the person who did this to you.
Correct.
So you knew it was important to give the officer the true information to the best of your recollection.
I don't know why I would have said he had blonde hair, because I knew that his hair was black, curly, and coming down in his face. He looked straight at me with this angry look, like he didn't get to finish what he started. That's how I took it, the look, when he looked at me that way.
If he looked straight at you, why did you tell Detective Muscardini twice, 2 times in an interview, quote, "I didn't see his face"?
I don't know. Because I've gotten memories of things that's why I said I'm not, there were times that I wasn't sure exactly.
When you said you were getting memories, is that what you're referring to as sometimes there are things I remember that I'm not even sure if they happened?
Yes. But they were so vivid, I don't know. Everything happened so quickly and it was so scary. I had no idea why somebody would be hurting me.
Do you recall giving a television interview approximately a year after your assault, where they interviewed you about what happened?
I had a couple interviews at the park.
You were sitting at the park speaking with a reporter?
Yes.
And this was approximately a year anniversary of what had happened to you.
Okay.
Well, do you remember when that interview was approximately?
Not exactly, no.
It was at a park?
Yes.
You were speaking to a reporter?
Yes.
You had your dog with you?
Yes.
Did you tell the reporter, if I do testify, I want to be in front of him, and I want him to know that I'm not going to stop until he gets life in prison, at least without parole? Do you recall saying that?
I may have.
Do you think your desire to see that outcome may have affected your memories of what you actually saw?
No.
When you gave that interview, at that point, you still believed, or at that point you believed what Isaac had told you about him being there 2.5, 3 hours earlier?
I'm not sure if I even knew at that point yet. I may have.
Did Isaac tell you before the ambulance arrived that he'd been here earlier?
No. Not that I remember.
Is Isaac kind of like an olive complexion?
He's white.
Is he white, or is he appear like he may be a mixed race?
I don't know. He just looks like a white boy to me. I mean, I'm Portuguese and Spanish.
Does he have more of an olive complexion skin?
Not really.
No. And when you thought you saw, when you looked out, that you saw Larry in a physical struggle with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Any chance you may have seen Larry in a physical struggle with Isaac and confused him with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I don't think so.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was cross. And then Mr. DeMore, any redirect?
Ms. Gilroy, did anyone tell you what you should and shouldn't believe prior to testifying?
No.
Did anyone tell you how you have to testify?
No.
Did anyone tell you that you need to say or do certain things?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMora. All right, Ms. Gilroy, thank you for making time for the court and testifying, and have a great day. Thank you.
Solely presidential or is it on a subject recall?
Subject recall. Thank you. Okay, have a great day, man.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, that's all I have for today. That is all that I have for today. That's day one of our pre-trial prep, deep diving. Tomorrow is going to be Carlos on the stand, and we're going to roll that into Tuesday as well, because he's on the stand for 10 hours, and then we have his verdict, and then we have, and that's, yeah, so we're not going to do all 10 hours tomorrow, so we'll do maybe eight hours, tomorrow, and then and then on Tuesday morning, before trial starts, Tuesday morning before trial starts, we'll go ahead and we'll play the rest of his testimony and maybe some other things. But yeah, so that's it. So thank you for joining us. Appreciate you guys joining us on this look back into the Carlos Reales Dominguez trial from last year. We're getting ready for Tuesday openings. Of course, tomorrow is a holiday for those that celebrate. It is Memorial Day here in the United States. And we will be streaming, though. We will be streaming. So if you want to join us tomorrow, that'd be cool. If you want to have us in the background and have an ear, that would be cool. And if not, enjoy your holiday. And for those that do not celebrate, we will be here. We will be streaming, getting ready for Tuesday's openings. We haven't heard if it's definitively been, jury selection started Thursday. So we're hoping that they've selected a jury. In the off chance that they haven't, we have plenty of other content to show, because this trial lasted like 6 weeks or something like that. So we have definitely plenty of stuff to show you guys. So with that, I will show you. You got two little kitties back there. Got the Super Ball over there. Grampy, if you're watching, here's your Super Ball moment. Thank you guys for the gifted memberships. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the what are those little star things called? Those little, I don't even know what they're called. Jury selection started last Monday. I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah, that didn't sound right. Okay. Started last Monday. Started Monday of last week. All right, started a week ago. So that's my bad. So I'm hoping that they have a jury by now. We haven't heard definitively yet if they have, but hopefully they have. So with that, you guys, thank you for joining us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. This case brings up a lot of mental health issues, and just make sure you guys take care of yourselves. Do whatever you need to do to just make sure you're taking care of yourself and that you're healthy. So with that, thank you for joining us again, and we will see you tomorrow. I think we're going to go on at 9:30 maybe. I have to talk to Aaron. We'll figure that out because we also want to, enjoy our evening tonight and not have to get up too early. So with that, guys, take care, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.